You really need a lot of philosophy to understand what's going on with the maniacal push here to ban vaping, because, I mean, it's political. And I've said this many times. I'm going to continue to say this. It does vaping a disservice to believe that the sole issues can be found, say, for instance, with big tobacco and its desire to keep its market share. That's certainly the case, but that is not all or even like the whole part of the story anymore. Vaping is about your personal right as an individual to make choices about what to put in your own body. That comes directly from the Protestant Reformation of the church, the breaking away from the authority structure and saying, I can have my own relationship with God. Your individual right to decide what you put in your own body is 100% directly related to the Reformation. Now, it is that concept of the individual that the progressives absolutely hate. How could the progressives hate the individual? I mean, so many of them, I mean, Christ's sakes, I mean, we live with them. I mean, they're everywhere. I mean, there are friends, neighbors, family, and all that kind of stuff, teachers and everything else. The progressives who are anti-vaping, right, they don't believe that the individual is before society. They believe society is prior to the individual. So then you start to get it and you go, okay, they just step on you. You're an ant, right? That's just the way they are. That's the thinking. That's the entire ideology. And I keep saying it's an ideology. It's an ideology. It's an ideology. Progressives who are illiberal, and those are anti-vapers, right, believe that society comprises and is prior to the individual. So yeah, society contains individuals, but society is prior to the individual. They believe that every single human being, when they're born, is a blank slate. I brought in Steven Pinker, the blank slate. The only thing that determines them, right, is the social institutions, which is family, school, you know, the whole bit, society, you know, the social institutions of civilization, of the society that individual lives in, and education. So faulty social institutions and ignorance are the only reasons why a human being goes bad. So they literally do not believe in personal responsibility. It's anathema to their thinking. They just don't believe it, because in the end, if somebody does something that's truly bad, and whatever on the scale continuum of bad is, in the end, it's not their fault. It is the fault of faulty social institutions or ignorance. They've structured all education, our understanding of history, the whole world around, in order to create their better man, right? That's what progressives are trying to do. They're trying to create a better man. That's through social engineering. That's this process of taking kids who they believe have a blank slate and then controlling everything around it to create a new generation of human beings that have socially evolved to utopia, to progressive utopia. And when shit gets in the way of that, they go insane. And vaping got in the way of that. They thought they had this generation. They have this generation thinking there's no difference between boys and girls. They actually have this entire generation, maybe two generations, thinking that there is no such difference. And to even bring it up, you're a bigot and a racist. What? Progressives have created that. Why? Because they're trying to engineer the better human being. Because their fascination with the children is because it's through them that they can get to salvation. Because progressives are religious. Diabolically. They don't even understand they're religious, right? Their salvation is through the engineering of children. Whatever it is, it's going to be the death of hundreds of millions of people on this planet. And when they get away with what they're getting away with vaping, At this level, you got the president complaining, and Melania. I mean, even how many people? Come on, right? That's the danger. It's unbelievable. This is really a grab of power that is not unprecedented, because there's plenty of examples through history where just the same kind of thing has happened, right? And did not turn out well. Vaping got in the way of the social evolution of these generations of kids that they thought they had their better man. And it's not. And they can't get to heaven, which is a heaven on earth, right? That's the progressive song. Heaven is a place on earth. Ooh, baby, it's a, right? That's progressive song. It's a progressive religious song. That's gospel for progressivism. It's not just some song. It's a religious song. Anyhow, that's where they're trying to get to. Heaven is a place on earth. It's the progressive utopian. They can't get there until they've engineered that generation or two of kids that become the adults that take them to the promised land. Don't think for one second that their utter contempt for you as a vapor, it's because you're a vapor, it's because you're a smoker that happens to vape. The left and progressive lefts, they go nuts over tobacco companies. You know why they do that? Because it's a misdirection that's hiding their complicity in the promotion of tobacco in the media, entertainment, fashion, culture. The left were smokers. They were the most diehard smokers. And they've owned the cultural institutions. They've owned education. They've owned film, television, music, books, novels, comics, everything. They owned it. It was the progressive left and the left that sold us on smoking. They made it cool. Don't think that evangelical right-wing Christians in the 1950s were the ones that made cancer sticks cool. All of that money, the money that comes from big tobacco and it goes into tobacco control, the money that comes from pharma and goes into tobacco control, the money that comes from Bloomberg and goes into tobacco control, that's all going into the control of progressives. There isn't any free market person, libertarian, individualist, anywhere at the end of where that money goes. I don't care where the money's coming from. I care where the money's going. And the money is going 100% to progressive leftists. 100%. They own the media. They own the media. And that's what you've been seeing in the media over the course of the last 3 months, is the exercising of their totalitarian muscles to not just control the narrative, but just to completely redefine it out, right? They've got no qualms. See, all of the left political sides, whether that's the progressive left or the left or communists, or they're all the same anyhow, so just different varying degrees, they're all trying to level. They've been doing this for 250 years, maybe even longer. The only way to level is to crush. That's the only way. So you have to crush each individual. You have to crush people with money. You have to crush. You have to crush the entire Western civilization, and that's what multiculturalism is. It's about crushing the individuality, which is at the center of the Western civilization. And if you're crushing Western civilization, well, you'll take vaping with it, of course, because the whole argument for vaping is an individual argument. I am an individual. The resentment and envy they feel for others is the root cause of this constant desire to level. Now, you can't level up. If there's one thing that has been proven, certainly in the last 150 years, certainly in the 20th century, certainly in the last 20 years of this new century, is that no matter how much money you throw at the bottom, that does not lift it up. And it's this malevolence that's showing up in its entirety in their total manipulation of language,
and their complete bald face, their unbelievable ability to just lie their faces off as public health professionals, as doctors. They've got no morals. They don't believe in truth. They see science as a truth-making process. And for them, it's about a mountain of science. It's not even one piece of science. It's just one after another after another. But I don't think that it is unreasonable to hammer home more than once that the CDC is guilty of treachery and malevolence, which means harm done on purpose. Absolutely, right? So I bring this up because the progressive left is the enemy. There is no doubt. If you take a look around in the entire landscape, you have to start putting labels to the enemy. You just can't tell me that science is just going to work this out. Science is gone. Science is corrupt. Science is toasted. And that's fine because the progressive left never even cared about science. They never cared about science. Look, we're just talking about science. I mean, honestly, I'm like all pro people, individuals having their choices and being treated with respect. Absolutely, right? So I don't have a problem with transgender. I have every problem with it being used as a tool to control everybody else, which it clearly is. Controlling thought, controlling speech. It probably certainly will at some point control your freedom. Like there will be people that will be detained over this issue. Science is not a process of discovering the truth for the progressive left. Science is a process of manufacturing the truth. And then with vaping, of course, I mean, there's just all of this garbage, crap research. Just brutal, unbelievable. How could they say that? Still 5 years later, oh my God, Jesus, stop it. No, enough, had enough. But those that are against vaping, you know, the whole manifest lot of them, they're thugs. Part shakedown racket, right? And so they see that eventually, right, you're going to just basically scream uncle. That's what they're looking for, is you to scream uncle. It's the same thing they're doing with Trump, but it's not Trump that they're trying to get to scream uncle. It's the American people. From the second that he won, literally the instant that he won, the entire plan is to shriek, to badger, to harass, just unleash the demons of the worst part of the resentment and envy. They're trying to get the American people to scream uncle and go, I've had enough. And Hillary Clinton in the springtime basically said that, said, you know, this will all only end when a Democrat gets elected president. This is not an attack on Trump. This is a constant, relentless attack in a thuggish manner on the American people in a totality. We just want it to stop. Please make it stop. When will this be over? You should be, every single vapor should be able to look at, every single citizen should be able to look at the issue with President Trump and divorce yourself from President Trump, right? Think of it, it does not matter that it's President Trump. The level of witch hunting, right? The lying, the leaking, the complete total breaking of laws by the administrative state in its, and what the politicians are saying on the left is just beyond anything that has ever happened in the history of the country. The assault on Trump is the exact same assault on Western civilization. It's just so vicious and visceral because he's drawn it to him, right? That's what he said, give it to me. That's why he got elected. That's why the deplorables elected him, because he said, I'm going to take this. don't think for one second that their utter contempt for you as a vapor, it's because you're a vapor, it's because you're a smoker that happens to vape. The left and progressive lefts, they go nuts over tobacco companies. You know why they do that? Because it's a misdirection that's hiding their complicity in the promotion of tobacco in the media, entertainment, fashion, culture. The left were smokers. They were the most diehard smokers. And they've owned the cultural institutions. They've owned education. They've owned film, television, music, books, novels, comics, everything. They owned it. It was the progressive left and the left that sold us on smoking. They made it cool. Don't think that evangelical right-wing Christians in the 1950s were the ones that made cancer sticks cool. All of that money, the money that comes from big tobacco and it goes into tobacco control, the money that comes from pharma and goes into tobacco control, the money that comes from Bloomberg and goes into tobacco control, that's all going into the control of progressives. There isn't any free market person, libertarian, individualist, anywhere at the end of where that money goes. I don't care where the money's coming from. I care where the money's going. And the money is going 100% to progressive leftists. 100%. They own the media. They own the media. And that's what you've been seeing in the media over the course of the last 3 months, is the exercising of their totalitarian muscles to not just control the narrative, but just to completely redefine it out, right? They've got no qualms. See, all of the left political sides, whether that's the progressive left or the left or communists, or they're all the same anyhow, so just different varying degrees, they're all trying to level. They've been doing this for 250 years, maybe even longer. The only way to level is to crush. That's the only way. So you have to crush each individual. You have to crush people with money. You have to crush. You have to crush the entire Western civilization, and that's what multiculturalism is. It's about crushing the individuality, which is at the center of the Western civilization. And if you're crushing Western civilization, well, you'll take vaping with it, of course, because the whole argument for vaping is an individual argument. I am an individual. The resentment and envy they feel for others is the root cause of this constant desire to level. Now, you can't level up. If there's one thing that has been proven, certainly in the last 150 years, certainly in the 20th century, certainly in the last 20 years of this new century, is that no matter how much money you throw at the bottom, that does not lift it up. And it's this malevolence that's showing up in its entirety in their total manipulation of language and their complete bald face, their unbelievable ability to just lie their faces off as public health professionals, as doctors. They've got no morals. They don't believe in truth. They see science as a truth-making process. And for them, it's about a mountain of science. It's not even one piece of science. It's just one after another after another. But I don't think that it is unreasonable to hammer home more than once that the CDC is guilty of treachery and malevolence, which means harm done on purpose. If you take a look around in the entire landscape, you have to start putting labels to the enemy. You just can't tell me that science is just going to work this out. Science is gone. Science is corrupt. Science is toasted. And that's fine, because the progressive left never even cared about science. They never cared about science. Look, we're just talking about science. I mean, honestly, I'm like all pro people, individuals having their choices and being treated with respect. Absolutely, right? So I don't have a problem with transgender. I have every problem with it being used as a tool to control everybody else, which it clearly is. controlling thought, controlling speech. It probably certainly will at some point control your freedom. Like there will be people that will be detained over this issue. Science is not a process of discovering the truth for the progressive left. Science is a process of manufacturing the truth. And then with vaping, of course, there's just all of this garbage, crap research. Just brutal, unbelievable. How could they say that? Still 5 years later, oh my God, Jesus, stop it. No, enough, had enough. But those that are against vaping, the whole manifest lot of them, they're thugs. Part shakedown racket, right? And so they see that eventually, right, you're going to just basically scream uncle. That's what they're looking for, is you to scream uncle. It's the same thing they're doing with Trump, but it's not Trump that they're trying to get to scream uncle. It's the American people. From the second that he won, literally the instant that he won, the entire plan is to shriek, to badger, to harass, just unleash the demons of the worst part of the resentment and envy. They're trying to get the American people to scream uncle and go, I've had enough. And Hillary Clinton in the springtime basically said that, said, this will all only end when a Democrat gets elected president. This is not an attack on Trump. This is a constant, relentless attack in a thuggish manner on the American people in a totality. We just want it to stop. Please make it stop. When will this be over? Every single vapor should be able to look at, every single citizen should be able to look at the issue with President Trump and divorce yourself from President Trump, right? Think of it, it does not matter that it's President Trump. The level of witch hunting, right? The lying, the leaking, the complete total breaking of laws by the administrative state in its, and what the politicians are saying on the left is just beyond anything that has ever happened in the history of the country. The assault on Trump is the exact same assault on Western civilization. It's just so vicious and visceral because he's drawn it to him, right? That's what he said, give it to me. That's why he got elected. That's why the deplorables elected him, because he said, I'm going to take this.
Canada, well, the West, as we know, is in such great peril. It's hard to even put a fine word to it. But here in Canada, we're talking $150 billion in resource projects over the last 15 years, maybe less, have all been turfed as a result of this whole environmental lunacy. Nothing's getting built in Canada anymore. Nothing. This will be Venezuela. We need to start getting back to understanding what communism is. Because Alexandra AOC, whatever her name is, she's a communist. Bernie Sanders is a communist. These environmental radicals that want to destroy capitalism are communists. When they're talking about destroying capitalism, that's communism. Pure and simple. Progressives are above communist, socialist, fascist. It's the progressivism is actually the thread that cuts through all of it, because communists, socialists, and fascists are all historical determinists. They all believe in this march forward. That march forward is always progress. And for all three, it's the progress of making a better man, making better human beings, making better people, making a better world, making a better society. Why can't just we make it all better. And then for those that don't want to play along and march along that, that's when the p happens, because, you know, you're dehumanized at that point, right? You're not really a person. You're not a thing. You're such an enemy. See, they're the ones that are always screaming. It's just so brutal. They're always saying, oh, you on the right, you are always othering. You're othering all the time. Other. No, the left others. Progressives other. They are the masters of othering. It is their technique. So if you are a part of the other, what happens is that in the process of othering, the group, the ideology that's doing the othering seeks to normalize itself, and it seeks to exnominate all viable alternatives. So the process of exnomination is the process of dehumanization. So when you exnominate, it's not like you're like, okay, we're not going to talk about them. Exnomination is erasing the other from all viable alternatives. It's not a viable alternative. It's not even something that you can even consider that is possible. We're in a process right now where I will just use terms like traditional, regular, ordinary Canadians are being exnominated from the culture, from the dialogue. And sooner or later, we already are in their minds. We're already not viable. We and our positions and how we think are not viable. So they're doing everything they can to push us out. And that's what the communists did. And, you know, eventually, you know, it does lead to terror. And don't listen to the left or progressives if they want to start talking about the Crusades and this and that. And terror has always been around. Terror in terms of how it's used politically in an ideological battle and in a process of exnominating all viable alternatives, that, my friends, is only about 250 years old. And you can thank the French. It is from the French Revolution, the Public Safety Committee, and Robespierre. I mean, that's historical fact. You can, you know, read Lenin and Stalin and everything else, and they'll talk about terror, and they'll talk about their implementation of terror, and they'll directly link it right back to the French Revolution, the Black Book of Communism. Crimes, terror, repression. This is the Bible on communism. This is the historical account of all of the instances of communism, where it came from, how many people died. Throughout the 19th century, theories about revolutionary violence were dominated by the founding experience of the French Revolution. In 1793 to 94, the French Revolution went through a period of extreme violence that took three distinct forms. The most savage were the September massacres, during which 1,000 people were spontaneously killed by rioters in Paris with no intervention by the government and no instructions from any party. The best known form of violence was carried out by revolutionary tribunals, surveillance committees, and the guillotine, accounting for the death of 2,625 people in Paris and 16,600 in the provinces. This is in 12 months. Terror without virtue is impotent. Virtue without terror is blind. So terror and virtue in this way of thinking, which is the communist thinking, which is ultimately the socialist thinking, which ultimately is the progressive thinking, which you can also see behind every single, you know, crushing of people in cancel culture, you know, the Me Too false allegations when they're false, just all of that, right? All of that. It's terror and virtue together are equal sides of a same coin. Robespierre theorized as government by virtue. So, invented to destroy the aristocracy, it soon became the means to dispose of the wicked and to combat crime. It became an internal part of revolution and appeared to be the only means of forming future citizens of the Republic. Again, This is a 250-year-old idea. So using terror and virtue to form the future citizens of the Republic. If the Republic of Free Citizens was not yet a possibility, free citizens, not yet a possibility, it must be because certain individuals corrupted by their past, meaning even your ancestors' past, here in Canada right now, you're a 30-year-old white dude, you're at fault for what white people did 80 years ago to the natives. That's the argument that's made 100% all the time. You have been corrupted by the past. Terror became the means by which revolution, the history yet to be created, would forge the new human beings of the future. All of that movement to diffuse power across the mob, across the herd, that's a socialist thing. Because you want to get that power into as many people as possible because you know that you can control the masses through appealing to base emotion and fear, right? That's why the terror works. We arguably are living in terror all day long. Everything is terror, and that's what's hurting us around. So us in all of our, capitalist splendor here, soaking up in our energy and resources, right? We are blocking the guilty white person, Trudeau, and the rest of them, progressives, that are running everything. We are in their way of achieving the utopia of the new human being of the future. That's why we're reactionary. That's why we're called reactionaries. That's why we are the enemy, because we're in their way. There's certain human beings out there that truly are afraid of the future. Change scares them. And it's the very people that point at us and say, you have a problem with change, and that's like ultimately the end, the worst thing about you. You're reactionary, you can't handle change. It really comes down to change. Like everything with these malevolent people, they suffer from exactly what they're blaming others of. And so they adopt change as their mantle, as a rallying cry, as the tool to bludgeon others with, and so forth. Yet it is actually change that they are the most afraid of. They are so afraid of change that they cannot possibly imagine the risk of the future on their own. So they must see it as in a tribal joined forces collective. It's the only way in their mind they can envision a future. Otherwise, they are terrified. It's they who are terrified of change. That's why they need to always control change. Really, the left and the communists, the whole left, they're really just trying to mitigate risk. The same risks we all have to face. It's just they're so ill-equipped to do it, they've built an entire faith around it. Anybody that doesn't play along with that mitigation of risk by the collective, they are thus the other, and they are the enemy of the collective. They absolutely are. They must go. The Black Book of Communism. Crimes, terror, repression. This is the Bible on communism. The most radical proponent of violence within the movement was Sergei Nechayev, a man who is already lost. He has no particular interest, no private business, no feelings, no personal attachments, and no property. He does not even have a name. Everything in him is absorbed by one interest to the exclusion of all others, by a single thought, a single passion, revolution. In the depths of his being, not only in words, but in his actions as well, he has broken all links with society and the world of civilization, with its laws and conventions, with its social etiquette and its moral code. The revolutionary is an implacable enemy, and he carries on living only so that he can ensure the destruction of society. There isn't an Antifa member, Black Bloc, any one of these militants. And then when you go right up to the progressives and, you know, shiny, smiley face progressives, they're going to have some of this wired into their DNA. Every kid that's in school today, starting in I definitely know starting in grade 1, they are teaching activism at grade 1. They're all being trained to be activists. Activist is the mild word for revolutionary. And that explains the revolutionary nature of every single one of these progressives and more militant, pure fascist / communist, you know, echo warrior militants, call them what you will, Black Lives Matter, all of them. They want a complete destruction of society. Socialism is materialism. How could it not be? Like, you guys, you capitalists and all of your things and all of your stuff, we're socialists. We don't care about things and stuff. Bullshit. Your whole thing is based on things and stuff. Everything is based on things and stuff. And in fact, you're not happy with the amount of things and stuff you've got, and you spend all day long coveting what other people's things and stuff are, and you want to have them. And you're going to use force by God, well, not God, but maybe God if you're progressive, take them, right? Once all of Canada's land is turned over to the collective, right, they'll be mining it for coal pretty freaking quick. The oil will be coming out of that ground really freaking fast. What right communist or socialist in their right mind doesn't want the resources? It's insane. You want to overthrow a society, what do? You commandeer the resources. That's it. And then the second thing you do is the national transportation system. If you can do them both at the same time, you're almost at takeover. We're this close. Canada is this close. The resources will go into the hands of the collective, and they'll be taking the coal and the oil out of the ground so fast and making steel, you won't even be able to shake your head at it. I think calling it a lunacy, I think is just, I mean, I don't want to say it's not doing it justice. I think what it is, it's just me trying to hide just how truly ugly this is. Because the only way you can describe this is communist. Social distancing, what it does is it removes the disease from the public, and it doesn't remove the disease to protect people from it. It protects the lie. If the NBA stayed playing games, but no fans, great, that's fine. That totally makes sense. Like a regular society, that would be an extreme thing to not do the events. But we say, hey, look, we're a technology world, you know, highly connected media. So if we're going to say people got to hang out at their house and watch their TV and their iPhones and this and that, at least let them have their NBA basketball games going, right? But no, they just shut it right down. Like, boom. You've got players playing, but no fans. Everyone at home worrying about this whole thing. And they're taking power. Well, you watch and the media is going, and LeBron James, you know, say gets coronavirus. All of a sudden, he's pulled out of the game. He's out of the game, and that is like global news, right? Every media organization on him. Now, all of a sudden, we're seeing interviews with somebody who's got coronavirus that people in the world respect and trust and hold him credible. And so the media hopefully would be asking him, well, so how do you feel, this and that? And then, you know, LeBron goes off, and 15 days later, he's fine. And during those 15 days, there's just been tons of media coverage and phone interviews and this and that. And then other stars and basketball players, they get off and everything, but the games still go on because society still goes on. Human beings survive and we go on. I was supposed to be going out. As you can pretty much see, I'm dressed to go out. Instead, I am pissed off, and I have brought a guest on with us to talk about this. And this is the Wuhan virus, obviously, we're talking about. I've got John Glauser here from Demand Vapes, you know, our anchor supporter, but he's not here on Demand's On Demand's dime, he's here as a political contributor. Here's our deal with public health. As individuals and as citizens of our great countries and as taxpayers and as community members and family members and everything else, our deal with public health is that they do everything that they can to prevent us from having to shut down our entire society.
To think that this huge federal government is going to come in, sweep in, and take care of all our problems for us is just a pipe dream. And that's what they want us to believe, because that's what gives them their power.
Human beings survive and we go on. We don't shut down our society. Problem is going to be is that there's not going to be bodies in the street. There's not going to be morgues overfull, right? That's not going to happen. And so in the end, none of it's going to happen. And what's going to happen is public health is going to say, that's because you gave us the power to do what we did. So we're in a catch-22 situation here. They've lied. This is a serious virus, like many, and we should have had the capacity to handle this without throwing up our arms and surrender. Now you turn around and they're shutting down capitalism.
Going back to the response that public health initiated from society, everyone, we'll just use America, they started us down this path, this overreaction path. So, shutting down all these events, doing all these things, and I'm all for the protection of the people that need it. So now they're coming in to solve a problem that they actually originally started. And to me, that's the easiest way to gain control. Starting a fire, leaving, coming back an hour later, putting it out, and then saying, I did the greatest thing on earth.
The left loves to start fires and then scream there's not enough resources to put them out. And then, more. And every single time it's about growing government, growing power. I mean, I'm going to be just straight up about this now. 4.5 years of covering this story from the vaping side, where we've really been examining what public health means and what the progressive movement means, what they're looking to do, what they're trying to achieve in terms of social engineering and to create better human beings amongst the likes from a community and a collective, as opposed to staying right the hell out of the way and letting individuals develop and build society. This is, I after what happened with the lung illness, there is nothing about what's happening here today that shocks or surprises me. And it's pretty much, here's another pretext for in which them to lie and snatch power.
The fact that has on our economy is significant. And I would argue it could affect the average person's life much more than this virus even could. So I think that's a legitimate concern, is the economy. And you have to balance that with what the actual public health threat is. And at this point, I can't tell you what the actual public health threat is. I don't think anyone can, because it's obvious that they're not being honest with us. I'm sure it falls somewhere between what everyone thinks it is and nothing, but who's to say where it falls on that spectrum? It's almost like, and this gets kind of more into like the, philosophical side, but it's almost like they're training people or society to get as soft as they possibly can, because that way it not only gives them the ability to control them more easily, but at the end of the day, it's like, if you ever want to invade a country or take a country over, and I'm just using this as a metaphor for like our society, the best way to do that is to make them have as much fear instilled from the people that are invading them. And that's exactly what they're doing to society right now. And it's sad to see, it's sad to watch, and I, at the bottom of my heart, hope that they're not successful in executing whatever the overall plan is.
They represent a totalitarian trend or streak in humanity. I mean, you don't go into public health unless you really do desire telling people what to do and how to live their lives. And quite frankly, must get a little bit of a kick out of the power of the state that you can deploy in order to coerce that behavior the way that you and the experts have decided. Now we got to talk about the treacherous, malevolent tactics of the left. And those tactics are revolutionary. So let's be really clear about this. This is not Ebola, where just, a sneeze or a look, whatever, and all of a sudden your insides are disintegrating and you're bleeding out of your eyes and you're coughing up half of your organs and they're spreading all over the place. It's wrenching. It's a disease. That's what's in everybody's head. The CDC has done absolutely not one thing, not a single word. The public health movement globally has not done one thing to ease or calm the fears of the populace.
If you really truly care about public health, that panic is not what you want to instill to the population as a whole.
Right, unless you're trying to achieve the monumental achievements that the progressive movement has achieved in the last couple of weeks. In terms of what they desire to have happen, they have hit home runs here. We're talking like grand slams. No number that comes out of the CDC can be trusted. It's absolutely a corrupted organization. And people need to understand that. And we need to be telling our neighbors about that. Controlling the perspective on the number of people that have been infected with any disease and how many have died is essential to the progressive public health movement, because depending on the situation, they use those numbers to generate more leverage, to gain more power and money and control through government. That's what they do. What people need to understand is that with epidemiology, the power is in the numbers. It's just stats, right? That's what makes it insidious, is because they go, it's science. No, it's numbers. It's science. Run from a model. Yes, but the models are science. No, they're not. They're models. The lethality rate, you can only ever have that number properly is if you know how many people were infected. And because the CDC has prevented that from happening in the United States of America from the start, it will never happen. There will never be an unbiased number on the total number of Americans that were infected by the Wuhan virus. That'll only be the CDC's word, running models, epidemiological models, sometime researchers running them. We'll see a barrage of reports and some, controversy inside the public health community as they pretend to fight it out. And it's that number that will be used to justify all of the actions.
And that's why there's this kickback about, don't compare it to the flu. That's all you hear in the media, right? But they're taking these numbers and manipulating them. And, I always want to reiterate this. There is a real danger out there to certain people. And even, you could say a tiny danger to the population as a whole even, but not to elicit this type of response that we're seeing. And that's ultimately what the dilemma is here. And that's what we're fighting against. Not saying it's a hoax or this or that. It's literally just a function of how this is being communicated and how society has been trained to react and to get the exact reaction they're looking for. That's what the problem is.
Social distancing, what it does is it removes the disease from the public. And it doesn't remove the disease to protect people from it. It protects the lie. No other citizens that are better prepared to talk to other citizens about this than the vapors that have gone through following the E-Valley issue, because nobody else is going to have any idea about the mendacity of CDC and the rest of the public health. My concern is that the tactics that have been used for the last, 10 years or whatever you want to have, specifically on the vaping side, which are your precautionary principles. So just to be safe, better be safe than sorry and that kind of stuff. That's operating here right now.
It's a perfect storm. I don't know what else could go wrong. It's going to be a tough battle. And that's why I think it's important we have these types of conversations, because like you said, that precautionary principle, you could literally take any right away from anyone you want using that principle.
There is the people who are trying to destroy Western civilization, like everyone's been saying, well, a lot of people have been saying for a long time, and they're prepared to do anything to do that on a global level. Shut down capitalism. We should be opening up a channel here that is not about being conservative, but it's about being counter-revolutionary, because progressives are revolutionaries. The left is revolutionary. Again, people do need to remember that those that are on the conservative or libertarian bent, or let's just say not left, right? It's not that they don't appreciate community. It's not that they don't see the value in that. It's not that they don't even see the value and the reason why government exists and why the state must take action that is collective in nature. Of course we get that. It's only the left that paints us as heartless people that don't understand that. But what's different, though, is that we believe that communities are built from the bottom up. At bottom, Communities are built from
100%.
individuals and families. And it's not the society first, and the individual must always relinquish to the betterment of society.
I think you hit the nail right on the head. When people say that conservatives or, right wingers do not have empathy or they don't care for society, I would make the argument that, fundamentally they care more than anyone else, because, that understanding that the individual needs to have that responsibility for themselves, it just organically turns into a good society that is not only responsible, it doesn't get out of control, because every single individual is taking care of their needs. And by default, those needs turn into a healthy society that is vibrant and will flourish.
Don't panic, progressives. The COVID hysteria is still on. So this came out earlier in the week. It came out yesterday. Things are moving fast. So a drug originally developed to treat malaria is showing signs that it may also cure infections of the coronavirus, though much more testing is needed. Researchers and virologists in France have completed a clinical trial studying the effects of hydroxychloroquine used to treat arthritis, malaria, and other ailments on patients with COVID-19. French study out, totally makes sense. 40 people, we threw the malaria drugs at them, they all got better. To understand about malaria, and this is what's so interesting about what's happening here, is that these drugs have been around forever. In some form or another, all the way back to the original synthesizing that comes from the bark from some trees back in the early 19th century that was found to carry quinine. And what people don't know, because nobody's taught anything anymore, and I just happen to now be old enough that I've got what would seem to be useless information in my brain, is that every single soldier in the United States Army since the mid-19th century, certainly since the Civil War, certainly, I guess maybe in the South in the Civil War, well, there was definitely malaria, but it's more of a tropical disease. So, but any of them that were to build the Panama Canal and all that kind of stuff, and then all of them traveling all over the world, quinine was a staple in every single soldier's medical kit. They all had to take it. If you travel to anywhere where malaria is present, you're taking a drug that is based on these drugs that are still in use today. We're talking about drugs that have been around forever. When AIDS happened, and that was bad, man, right? When that happened, what happened? Public health, researchers, labs, everybody around the world, but definitely in the US, threw everything at it. The thing that saved lives immediately was a cocktail of combining multiple different drugs that had already existed, right? And use them to try to combat HIV. So we have a long established way that we tackle these things in Western society when we're faced with an infectious disease like HIV or like COVID, where when it happens, as it's unfolding, we start to look for every single thing that we already got in our toolkit to throw at it. And we throw it at it and we see what happens. We combine cocktails, we put it all together, and we create a cure or solution to save lives. That's what we do. When the CDC and public health pulled the plug on Western civilization on February 25th, and then most importantly, last week, where they just shut everything down, they didn't take advantage of this established way that we have of dealing with these kinds of illnesses. Of course, there's likely to be a drug in the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of different drugs that we've got. And you can narrow it down. We're talking about a respiratory illness. It's not like it's, that's novel, right? Even though this coronavirus might be novel, right? And a respiratory illness isn't. Before we shut down Western civilization, why didn't we try a few of the older drugs that are out there? Like, obviously, what the French did. Because that's what we normally do. We normally go to what we've already got and we make those work because there's plenty of things that are already there before we burn down Western civilization. We have trillions of dollars of damage. I mean, this is unbelievable. I mean, do I have to say more? Come on. Because this is going to frosty, man. Today, the New York Times comes out with this. A promising treatment for coronavirus fails. Really, New York Times? No shit. It fails, eh? So we just had this great news yesterday about the use of, these malaria drugs from France, reputable research. And the very next day, today, the New York Times is out with a counterpiece, propaganda. A promising treatment for coronavirus fails. If that's all you see for a headline, what that does is it gives every leftist, every progressive, and then it hits everybody's phone, all of our phones, and it just like defangs that immediately. And then I'm sure CNN was, following the New York Times line, because this is the New York Times. This is the gray old lady. This is the paper of record. Researchers had hoped that antiviral drugs would help patients, but a new study from China said that one antiviral drug combination didn't work. This is treason. What is New York Times doing here? So you've got a French study out, perfectly fine, right? French study out, totally makes sense. 40 people, we threw the malaria drugs at them, they all got better. New York Times comes out the next day. No. This promising treatment you've heard about fails. And we've got the real truth for you on why it failed from China. But don't call it Wuhan, you're a racist. So antiviral drugs that had held promise. See, they always, they held promise, but they didn't, So antiviral drugs that held promise as a potential treatment for coronavirus did not work in one of the first major studies in seriously ill patients, researchers from China reported on Wednesday. No benefit was observed, the researchers wrote in the New England Journal of Medicine, The New York Times is going to have to be dragged kicking and screaming to the proof when a cure or a fix for coronavirus happens. There is no proven drug treatment for the new coronavirus, and doctors around the world have been desperately testing an array of medicines in hopes of finding something that will help patients, especially those who are severely ill. Several antiviral drugs have been considered possible treatments, though so far, none has proven effective. Oh, thanks for all of the reassuring there, New York Times. Even though the results were disappointing, the researchers said that this one study was not the last word and suggested that more studies might determine whether the drugs would work if given earlier in the illness or in combination with other medicines. The new findings, which is now China, involve a study of 199 adults ages 48 to 68 who were hospitalized and severely ill with the virus. For 14 days, half the patients, okay. Anyhow, this is now the pretense for science. But either way, I mean, just the balls on these people. The progressives, can you believe this? Researchers had hoped that antiviral drugs would help patients, but a new study from China said that one antiviral drug combination didn't work. All right, so it fails. Thanks, New York Times. Why is the New York Times coming out with this piece the very next day, literally first major study out by China? This is wrong. You just relax, don't panic, progressives. The COVID hysteria is still on. Don't panic. Here's everything you're going to need to know to debunk the cure for coronavirus. Now look, sickness spreads. That's true. But not all sickness is a disease. Another form of sickness is hysteria. and the herd is infected with hysteria. So you'll have to forgive my deep skepticism over the speed with which the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the world's preeminent public health organization, lit the world's hair on fire over the Wuhan coronavirus, which is from China. The coronavirus will change the very way you live, you work, you shop, and you travel forever. It's the new normal. These messages should not offend, but frighten you into action. And that action should not be running with the herd. You need to be outside the herd. You're a vapor. You've always been outside the herd. Why would you deny everything that you understand about the people who have been trying to destroy what you believe is a tool that saves your life? It's the same people. You can't have it both ways. Vaping can't be a tool to save your life, and then the people who are trying to take that tool away from you are the same people that you're listening to with regard to COVID. At least you need to be skeptical. Public health's responsibility is not just to prevent illness and death, it is to do so while also protecting our economy, businesses, jobs, sense of normalcy, and our way of life. That's what public health is supposed to protect. When we think of epidemic, we think of disease ravaging through. We're not asking them to save our lives if they're truncated and dulled and shut in to our homes and social distanced. That's not the covenant we have with public health. So bluntly put, protecting society and the infrastructure of Western civilization is of equal paramount, if not more, than saving every life. As sad as that might be, but the fact of the matter is that humans die and our civilization is supposed to live on. Maybe the progressives have shattered concepts, of history and tradition to the extent that the people who are caught up in this hysteria, the herd, right, don't understand the value of a society and its stability. Clearly, the left loves chaos. That is what they live for. And of course, chaos brings change. And if you're a progressive lefter, if you're public health, even, right, change is good. So look, public health has demonstrably failed in the regard of protecting our society. It's as simple as that.
There's an epidemic spreading. Scientists say it can change your brain. It can release dangerous chemicals like formaldehyde into your bloodstream. It can expose your lungs to acrolein, which can cause irreversible damage. It's not a parasite, not a virus, not an infection. It's vaping.
So I'm not going to get into more examples of the gargantuan amount of misinformation, and we haven't even looked at any media coverage because there's just no point. The mainstream media were pimping the teen vaping epidemic narrative, and you all saw it, and everybody who's not a vapor saw it. Every single person in the West saw it, and we know that millions fell for it. The teen vaping epidemic was a public health generated hysteria. Wow, they did that and it was all epidemic. Yeah, that's right. And then pile on the fact, right, that we get hit with the vaping related lung illness, which just blew everything apart. So if you're a vapor and unquestionably accepting what public health tells you about the Wuhan coronavirus because it's from China, you are a fool. That, or you must not have followed a single development over these past 7 months during the time when the CDC lied to the American public and the world over the potential cause of the mysterious vaping-related lung illness that sickened thousands and took the lives of many, around 60. The illness was described by the CDC as a, quote, dangerous, newly identified lung disease linked to vaping. Pretty much everybody knew, including the CDC, highly likely, that it was the THC cannabis products, the tainted black market illicit vaping products that had been spiked with vitamin E. On the exact same day, the CDC closed the book on EVALI and lit the world's hair on fire over COVID. This is the day that the CDC did their telebriefing, which is a way that they propagandize to their supplicants in the media, the mainstream media, and they made the full case for shutting down Western civilization.
Officials warned Americans to be ready for severe disruptions to their lives.
On a larger scale, communities and cities may need to modify, postpone, or cancel mass gatherings. Disruption to everyday life may be severe. But these are things that people need to start thinking about now. People are concerned about the situation. I would say rightfully so. I'm concerned about the situation. CDC is concerned about the situation.
No reasonable person could follow public health's war on vaping and not come away with a clear understanding that public health and the mainstream media have no compunction whatsoever with regard to spreading misinformation, contorted data, and using the power of the state and its state-backed agencies to deceive and coerce the public in order to get their way. If you followed any of it, you gotta know that. Public health looks for pretexts to steal your liberty and to do harm. They have destroyed our economy. Nothing in the history of the world that's not even war, has done what has happened here. Public health took power. Public health is more powerful than the President of the United States or any other world leader. The only thing between your liberty, seriously here, is a struggle between the nation's leaders and their public health agencies. So, and it's really the CDC, because the CDC leads it all. We need to figure out a way to just shut down the entire public health system. Anybody that is working at any higher level needs to absolutely go. They need to be fired. I don't know how you do it, but I'll tell you, we can't afford to have any of these people involved anymore. And no person in public health should ever again feel that they've got any right of authority to tell people what to do. I mean, we need layers now of non-public health people to vet every last thing coming out of public health. See, we can't fire the media, but we can fire public health. How can you trust the CDC? They've burned down Western civilization. That's what they want to do. In the realities of life, we are all going to go. Be outside the herd. First, I want to address those vapors out there who may have suddenly found themselves stampeding with the herd. And what I mean by that is a full hair on fire hysteria over COVID-19. The herd you are now running with was just a few moments ago apoplectic over an epidemic of teen vaping, flavored vaping products, and a mysterious disease that the US Centers for Disease Control classified as a vaping-related lung illness. The hysteria over EVALI nearly destroyed the US and Canadian vaping industries last fall and could finish the job as Canadian provinces begin to implement flavor bans and the US marches towards an industry-killing PMTA deadline in early May. So if you are one of those vapors now running with the herd over COVID-19, this episode of RegWatch is for you and for those that need a little help to understand what's going on here. Because vapors are uniquely equipped to help everyone get through this crisis. Folks, I have to tell you, if there isn't every bone in your body questioning the public health authorities in this matter, then I don't know where you've been for the last 9 months or the last 5 years, to be quite honest. But here at RegWatch, as you all know, right, over the past 4 years, our organization has dedicated the vast majority of its news coverage to issues around vaping, which includes vaping regulations, of course, and research, harm reduction, the anti-vaping movement, media hysteria and bias, and the divide in public health. There's a continental divide. One chunk totally sees vaping as a tool for harm reduction. The other side wants to burn society down to the ground. No other organization, and I mean this, has interviewed as many top public health officials and researchers than RegWatch. Now, what we're going to talk about tonight is the fact that it's the exact same people. It's the exact same people that perpetrated the lie that vaping kills, that the vaping-related lung illness was a thing, and we all know it wasn't a thing. It's the exact same people. Not just the same organization, the exact same people. The exact same people at the national level, at the state level or provincial level, at the local levels. The very same people just moments ago were preaching about the evils of vaping and using science to do it are the exact same people marshaling the herd in this hysteria over COVID. So, for RegWatch, our job is to cover public health. And in doing so, we've uncovered many disturbing trends, which are now manifesting themselves in the COVID-19 hysteria. So first, allow me to state that the obvious thing here is that the Wuhan coronavirus is real, and it's from China. It spreads easily and causes illness and death, no doubt. In the small number of countries, it has ravaged life there for sure, and it must be a living hell. There is a covenant between citizens and public health, whereby we relinquish and entrust our civil liberties to the state in return for physical safety and stability in times of global health crisis. The first tool to reach for in the public health toolkit to combat an emerging global epidemic should not be crashing the global economy, triggering trillions in government bailouts, and disrupting every aspect of daily life for billions on the globe. The propaganda emanating from public health, which is echoed lockstep and more by the mainstream media, is blatant and overwhelming. How many headlines from Bloomberg, CNN, New York Times, Washington Post, CBC, Globe and Mail, and The Guardian? Oh, sorry, that was taken from a vaping script that I wrote 3,000 times over the last 5 years. It's the same media. It's the same hysteria. So how many of these headlines have popped up on your phone to inform you that coronavirus will change the very way we live, work, shop, and travel forever? And let me use the way that it's phrased when it comes across your phone. The coronavirus will change the very way you live, you work, you shop, and you travel forever. It's the new normal. That message has been out there now for about 8 to 10 days. And when it went off the rails at the end of last week, this weekend was brutal. Brutal. These messages should not offend, but frighten you into action. And that action should not be running with the herd. You need to be outside the herd. You're a vapor. You've always been outside the herd. Why would you deny everything that you understand about the people who have been trying to destroy what you believe is a tool that saves your life? It's the same people. You can't have it both ways. Vaping can't be a tool to save your life, and then the people who are trying to take that tool away from you are the same people that you're listening to with regard to COVID. At least you need to be skeptical. Public health's responsibility is not just to prevent illness and death. It is to do so while also protecting our economy, businesses, jobs, sense of normalcy, and our way of life. That's what public health is supposed to protect. When we think of epidemic, we think of disease ravaging through. We're not asking them to save our lives if they're truncated and dulled and shut in to our homes and social distanced by, it's just unbelievable to even think that's not the covenant we have with public health. So bluntly put, protecting society and the infrastructure of Western civilization is of equal paramount, if not more, than saving every life. As sad as that might be, but the fact of the matter is that humans die and our civilization is supposed to live on. Maybe the progressives have shattered concepts, of history and tradition to the extent that the people who are caught up in this hysteria, the herd, right, don't understand the value of a society and its stability. Clearly, the left loves chaos. That is what they live for. And of course, chaos brings change. And if you're a progressive lefter, if you're public health, even, right, change is good. So look, public health has demonstrably failed in the regard of protecting our society. It's as simple as that. Now look, sickness spreads. That's true. But not all sickness is a disease. Another form of sickness is hysteria. And the herd is infected with hysteria. So you'll have to forgive my deep skepticism over the speed with which the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the world's preeminent public health organization, lit the world's hair on fire over the Wuhan coronavirus, which is from China. CDC decision-making and the motives behind the decisions must be examined in light of the recent evidence. What is some of that recent evidence? Well, first of all, you've got the teen vaping epidemic. In September of 2018, U.S. public health officials at the CDC and the U.S. Food and Drug Administration unleashed a massive disinformation campaign designed to convince the public there was an epidemic of teen vaping in the U.S., also to be picked up in Canada, which was massively effective. So when then FDA Commissioner Scott Gottlieb made the announcement, he was explicit that teen vaping was a, quote, epidemic that posed a, quote, clear and present danger to youth, and that the FDA would, quote, would not tolerate another generation to become addicted to nicotine. As we reported then, and every day since, the use of the language of epidemic is grossly irresponsible, as it is an exact language that public health agencies use to justify drastic measures, such as social distancing, shelter in place, and quarantine. So let me be very clear here. There is no place outside of a linguistics department at a university that is more attuned to language than public health and, most importantly, CDC. I can't hammer that home enough. The way in which that they pick over definitions, the way in which they maliciously use language and labeling to stigmatize certain things, we know that. It's just, they are the pros. They are the highest level of it. There's no doubt. So they don't make mistakes when it comes to picking words and language, right? They just don't do that. So when they decide to use the language of epidemic, that's a specific thing they're doing. And when it's false, and as we know, Dr. Ray Niera was just on our show a couple of weeks ago. He's the chair of the epidemiology at New York University School of Global School of Public Health. And I mean, outright said that epidemic cannot be used in the context of a behavior. But meanwhile, since September of 2018, it has just been a simple fact that there's an epidemic of teen vaping. So the language is corrupt, and its choice, its use by the CDC is purposeful and corrupt. And the body part orgs that push this language know that too. But the left uses language like a shotgun, or maybe more importantly, like a sniper rifle. So if teen vaping was truly an epidemic that posed a clear and present danger to youth, obviously the next step would be a massive state mobilization to thwart its spread. No? It's an epidemic, isn't it? One would think, considering the massive amount of mainstream media coverage over the teen vaping epidemic, that a real disease was poised to infect millions, didn't it? And every teen was susceptible to its ravages. Were they not? I mean, it's an infectious disease. That's what epidemics are. You don't have any choice. It's not you choosing to use. The FDA, who we're talking about here specifically, because they spearheaded the epidemic, but it was driven by the CDC, because you need to understand that those numbers that the FDA used, they were just, they were embellished numbers cooked up by the CDC, because all of the smoking data, the National Youth Tobacco Survey and so forth, and all of the reports on monitoring your future and everything else, it's all the Centers for Disease Control. It's all CDC. And in particular, the data that was used by then FDA Commissioner Scott Gottlieb, September 2018, wasn't made public. They bullied Juul. They disrupted the entire industry, as you all know. And then that data didn't even get made public until into the new year in 2019. And it wasn't really fully available to researchers until later that spring of 2019. And then we had our first pieces and reports coming out from researchers, the good ones, talking about how it wasn't an epidemic. Hardly. Like, not at all. Can't even call it an epidemic. But it was nothing. So through all of this, the FDA unleashed a multi-million-dollar ad campaign at the exact same time that they put out that this was an epidemic of teen vaping.
There's an epidemic spreading. Scientists say it can change your brain. It can release dangerous chemicals like formaldehyde into your bloodstream. It can expose your lungs to acrolein, which can cause irreversible damage. It's not a parasite, not a virus, not an infection. It's vaping.
So you can say it's not a parasite or it's not a virus, but while you're showing those images, come on. Well, we said it wasn't a virus as we're showing a virus. We said it wasn't a parasite as we show parasite. I'm sorry, but you can't get away with that. That is propaganda. That is pure propaganda. And, that was 18 months ago, more than 18 months now. And why is our public health agencies lying and spending hundreds of millions of dollars to put people in the mindset of epidemic? Public health looks for pretexts to steal your liberty and to do harm. They look for pretexts to do that. So when they're out there pumping the epidemic narrative over something that's not a disease but a behavior, what they're doing is they're creating their own conditions of serendipity for creating an environment in which multiple pretexts could happen in which that they could take advantage of, which is what they did, as you know, in the vaping-related lung illness. We get to this point and we're like, yeah, oh my God, wow, they did that and it was all epidemic. Yeah, that's right. And then pile on the fact, right, that we get hit with the vaping-related lung illness, which just blew everything apart. So I'm not going to get into more examples of the gargantuan amount of misinformation. And I mean, we haven't even looked at any media coverage because there's just no point. The mainstream media were pimping the teen vaping epidemic narrative, and you all saw it. And everybody who's not a vapor saw it. Every single person in the West saw it, and we know that millions fell for it. The teen vaping epidemic was a public health generated hysteria. What many researchers and those of us who cover public health, know, we knew then, right, was that it was an entire manufactured hysteria, one that promoted an increase in teen vaping rather than to discourage it. In both US and Canada, the official youth vaping stats, as we know, provided by the CDC and Health Canada respectively, show that while there was an uptick in teen vaping over the past 19 to 24 months, the increase was due to curiosity and represented only one-time use over the past 30 days, as opposed to regular use. I mean, that's critical. Actual rate of uptick in regular use by teens, as many preeminent epidemiologists have told RegWatch, is not terribly high or concerning. Consider the vastly higher levels of cannabis and alcohol use by teens. No reasonable person could follow public health's war on vaping and not come away with a clear understanding that public health and the mainstream media have no compunction whatsoever with regard to spreading misinformation, contorted data, and using the power of the state and its state-backed agencies to deceive and coerce the public in order to get their way. If you followed any of it, you gotta know that. Many readers may be wondering why all the fuss over vaping. And then, well, indeed, as I mentioned, it's a life and death issue for millions. It's estimated that by the end of the century, 1 billion people will die due to smoking-related illness. In the US, roughly 480,000 people will die each year. In Canada, that number is around 225,000 due to smoking. And you know that those numbers, we've recently done coverage on that, they might not even be true. So public health spent decades nudging and bullying smokers into trying to quit. And as a result, smokers were demonized, dehumanized, ostracized from polite society. If you smoked, there was something wrong with you, and you better quit now. And smokers did quit, but they quit in their own way via a consumer-led movement that created nicotine vaping products. Many within public health, those in real power, detest nicotine vaping and refuse to accept it as a safer alternative to smoking. When discussing broken covenants, this is a big one. So if you're a vapor and unquestionably accepting what public health tells you about the Wuhan coronavirus because it's from China, you are a fool. That, or you must not have followed a single development over these past 7 months during the time when the CDC lied to the American public and the world over the potential cause of the mysterious vaping-related lung illness that sickened thousands and took the lives of many, around 60. The illness was described by the CDC as a, quote, dangerous, newly identified lung disease linked to vaping, close quote, for which the symptoms ranged from shortness of breath to fever, and in some cases, a life-threatening lung infection. The CDC wasted no time in deploying the language of epidemic to refer to the growing number of cases of lung illness as an outbreak of disease. Outbreak of disease, defying basic definition and understanding of what constitutes an infectious illness. So we know that pretty much everybody knew, including the CDC, highly likely, that it was the THC cannabis products, the tainted black market illicit vaping products that had been spiked with vitamin E, likely by people who thought that it was okay to put that in there and it was a good cutting agent and everything was above board, right? So likely it was a mistaken product tampering. And as we said on August 23rd, when the whole thing broke, when it broke that day, and we had Dr. Ricardo Pelosa on the show, who, huge researcher, and these people in public health are fantastic. The researchers and stuff that conduct good science. It doesn't need to be science that agrees with my position, but it needs to be science that stands up to being good science. I mean, I can read science that might have a position, an end conclusion that I find, dismaying, right? But you have to accept that. But there's just no blind follow science. And it's good researchers that know that. Dr. Pelosi is one of them. And already we knew that it was THC product. And it was just simply a tainted product issue. But CDC didn't treat it that way. They took it as on a pretext. There was a pretext. They went, oh, we can conflate that with nicotine vaping products, screw with the definition of e-cigarettes that we've had as long as there was e-cigarettes, and completely, totally use this as a tool to try to institute vaping bans as high as you can go. And we know that by September 11th, they had reached the President of the United States and convinced him of the soundness of a national vaping ban. So, they did a fantastic job of convincing everybody that not only the pod systems like Juul, but also open systems were responsible for the illness and death that was occurring from this mysterious vaping-related lung illness. Try not to use their sex word called E-Valley, because that's just designed to gloss over the fact that it's not a disease. They repeatedly pimped this message to the mainstream media, which the CDC did. And again, dutifully, the mainstream media propagandized CDC's narrative to the public. and crashed the US and Canadian vaping industries and triggered numerous bans on vaping products in states and provinces across the continent. It should be noted that the executive powers used by governments to unilaterally enact and enforce bans on vaping products are powers granted by public health legislation at the state and local levels. These actions to restrict or prohibit access to vaping products for millions of vapers, they are the same pieces of legislation that are being used to strip civil liberties from Americans and Canadians over COVID. It's the same infrastructure. It's the same legal tools and regulatory tools and executive powers. So please, if you're a liberty-loving vapor and you're all on your high horse about what public health has done to you and taking away your right to vape and this and that, it's the exact same infrastructure that they've unleashed on COVID. Why is it that more people now think that vaping is as harmful or even more harmful than smoking? That was like 2016, 17, and 18. By 2019, by the end of this year, it was people think it's as deadly or deadlier than smoking. That's how effective CDC propaganda is. Right down to the bottom foot soldiers, through all the platoons and everything. Public health speaks with one voice. It's a reassuring voice until they want to scare the world into a huge hysteria. And then it just sounds like CNN. So it gets astonishing that so many people would fall for this. The vaping-related lung illness and the epidemic. But, it's understandable since the CDC is the world's preeminent public health organization. Every other public health organization reveres the CDC around the world and dutifully follows CDC guidance on urgent matters of public health. So when the CDC purposely conflated what even they knew, because they knew that it was THC, we're kind of stuck. I don't know how you can join this herd. This herd is out to get you. Now, I know, boy, do I know, everyone wants to be liked by the left. No doubt. When I say left, I mean progressive left. Of course, they're the cool people, not the jock cool kind of people, the cool people. We know what they are. It doesn't even matter. Even if we don't think they're cool, they're telling you they're cool and they're bossing you around. They're the left. They own compassion. They own empathy. They own all that. Really? God, then the world is pretty bleak if their demonstrations of that end in this. I lived through 9/11 for sure. I was in the U.S., working in the U.S. during 9/11. I started my big job in entertainment marketing on 9/11. Negotiated my job. A couple days later, I start my first day was 9/11. So, I lived that as an American in New York, LA, and all over. I've been through all the viruses. This is the greatest hysteria ever in mankind. The progressives have a choice to decide how long they're going to hold on to it. And that's where they're going to get really dangerous. The same agency that can't get a single frickin' test out for COVID and is willing to pull the pin on Western civilization, right, is also the same one that when the vaping-related lung illness hit, it did not ask for a single test. Not a single test. So what we're seeing here is within the course of 10 months, that's it. They've demonstrated this behavior twice, and there's other occasions. They don't want to test. They don't care because they are not about science. They are about power. It is the progressive public health deep state. So vaping, they didn't test anybody, and they branded everything a vaping-related lung illness. You freaked out because of the injustice of that. Well, you should be having the same freak out here. Be outside the herd. Now, we have February 25th. February 25th. Less than a month ago. Just a little over 3 weeks ago, the CDC finally came out. CDC states update number of hospitalized EVALI cases and EVALI deaths. As of February 18, 2020, 68 deaths have been confirmed in 29 states and the District of Columbia. They list it all out, so everywhere is affected, blah, blah, blah. Due to continued declines in new EVALI cases since September 2019. It's February 25th. They already said back in January that, that the new cases were declining. I wonder when the exact last new one is, considering too that the CDC is the one that classifies what goes into EVALI, right? So you could have had a minor flu that was showing as some kind of a lung illness, or a really bad cold, or so many other things. If you were in that period of time going into a hospital presenting with such symptoms, you would have gotten classified as having EVALI. Because it's not like they had a real test for it, because it wasn't a real thing. There was just, glassy kind of things in, your x-ray. So, I mean, there wasn't even, like with COVID, there's something you could actually test. So these people are corrupted. I mean, so here we are. Due to the continued declines in new EVALI cases since September 2019 and the identification of vitamin E acetate as a primary cause of EVALI, today's release is the final bi-weekly CDC update on the number of hospitalized EVALI cases and deaths nationally. CDC will continue to provide assistance to states as needed related to EVALI and will provide future updates as needed. So this is on the 25th of February. I mean, that in and of itself just shocks me. This, what is this? Sagacity? Is that the right word? For what they're doing here, I mean, is just insane. This is like 3 weeks ago. So what else happened 3 weeks ago from the CDC? On the exact same day. On the exact same day. I know that this is dated February 26th, but it was actually the exact same day. This is the audio, this is the transcript for the CDC telebriefing. On the exact same day, the CDC closed the book on EVALI and lit the world's hair on fire over COVID. This is the day that the CDC did their telebriefing, which is a way that they propagandize to their supplicants in the media, the mainstream media, and they made the full case for shutting down Western civilization.
In this country, there are more than 50 confirmed cases. Today, the Centers for Disease Control confirmed that a generalized outbreak is inevitable here. Quote, "It's not a question of if this will happen, but when." Officials warned Americans to be ready for severe disruptions to their lives.
Include dividing students into smaller groups, or in a severe pandemic, closing schools and using internet-based teleschooling to continue education. For adults, businesses can replace in-person meetings with video or telephone conferences and increase teleworking options. On a larger scale, communities and cities may need to modify, postpone, or cancel mass gatherings. Disruption to everyday life may be severe. But these are things that people need to start thinking about now. People are concerned about the situation. I would say rightfully so. I'm concerned about the situation. CDC is concerned about the situation.
And that lit the world on fire. That. Right there. The CDC. On the same day it closed its EVALI. And the same hysteria. It's the same people. This is the exact same day they closed the book on the big hysteria around vaping related lung illness. And they moved to another lung illness because that pretext didn't work. But it sure primed the media. 18 months of epidemic, 7 months of vaping related lung illness, 6 months of intensive coverage by the mainstream media, delivering dramatic announcements of new cases every day and new deaths every day, accompanied by pornographic, just rubs the erogenous zone of a progressive to see those pictures of those young kids with the ventilators down their mouth. The ventilators, where are they? Oh, I guess they got used all up for the vaping-related lung illness. The ventilators, the very thing that's driving a lot of the hysteria right now, worldwide, is the lack of ventilators. Where are the pictures of our patients, our fine, stricken COVID patients? Oh, we can't do that because of privacy. Oh, but what about all of the patients vaping-related lung illness? That was just fake anyhow, so what do we care? I don't know if it was fake. There were some people who definitely got sick from vaping, but how do you really know? This is February 25th. Everything is over. Everyone's going to get it. Your entire lives are going to change. The CDC, public health organization, supposed to be protecting us, instigating panic.
Canadian researchers suggest Iran may be experiencing a significant COVID-19 epidemic. The study isn't peer-reviewed yet, but based on models, it estimates Iran may have up to 18,000 cases. The virus is now spreading well beyond China's borders, across Asia, in Europe, and the Middle East.
We sort of have to say, okay, maybe travel is not necessarily the best way.
So I'm going to just bring this up right now. So is it wise to be using non-peer-reviewed research? Okay, well, we'll tell you right now that it's non-peer-reviewed, so we don't really know what it is. But now we're going to go ahead and just tell you what the hysteria is based on models. I mean, in Canada, they did the teen epidemic thing. David Hammond, leaked all that data, and it wasn't even until June of the following year that it came out for the public. After damage done, right? That's what Gottlieb did, as CDC and FDA did in 2018 to start the whole epidemic narrative. And that data didn't come out for 8 months. And then here we are. Well, how in the hell is it possible? Well, it is possible because we know why. So for one, this doctor should have his license stripped because we're talking about a global pandemic. And he's talking out of his ass. There was not even a breath between the vaping-related lung illness, hysteria, and COVID. And they just went for broke. Now, here's one little political thing I'm going to bring up. Because, when I'm saying that progressives, and I'm identifying them and the way they are, that's not me being political. That's me being observational. But it's something that could feel more political was that is that the hair on fire trigger that got pulled here on the 25th, when the day they closed the book on Valley and they lit the world's hair on fire, because that when you tell people it's going to be a pandemic, it's inevitable that millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions, hundreds of millions will get it, 70%. Excuse me, and that the deaths are going to be like the Spanish flu. I mean, when you're doing that, right? I mean, what the reaction is going to be. And the thing is that this was a couple of days after these good fine folks from CDC had appeared on in the White House briefing room with the president, where the president not so artfully tried to calm the public's fear around the Wuhan virus. And, he was a bit clunky about it, no doubt. But none of the CDC people or anything spoke. If you recall, Trump got excoriated pretty hard for not letting any of his experts speak. Well, his experts spoke all right. A couple of days later, they, in their regular telebriefing setup, they said, screw it. Public health took power. public health is more powerful than the President of the United States or any other world leader. We'll have to see how long that lasts. But right now, the only thing between your liberty, seriously here, is a struggle between the nation's leaders and their public health agencies. So, and it's really the CDC, because the CDC leads it all. So this was public health searching for a pretext, and boy, they have it. They have destroyed our economy. Nothing in the history of the world that's man, not even war, has done what has happened here. So this was out on Wednesday. There it is. There's Bloomberg's piece. And so did this come across your phone feed? I don't know about you, but I've been inundated by Bloomberg headlines. Your life is changing forever. Everything's changing forever. The new normal is this. I mean, come on. Bloomberg is just, it's rotten. And so this did not come across my feed. All right. Now, let me bring up one last thing, because there was also the apparent research that had come out about a potential use of the old malaria drugs to fix you up there if you had COVID, if you caught the bug, as I'm so wont to say, because it's got that glib sound to it. And public health, they literally, we need to figure out a way to just shut down the entire public health system. Anybody that is working at any higher level needs to absolutely go. They need to be fired. I don't know how you do it, but I'll tell you, we can't afford to have any of these people involved anymore. And no person in public health should ever again feel that they've got any right of authority to tell people what to do. I mean, we need layers now of non-public health people to vet every last thing coming out of public health. 1 month, 1 year, coffee's good. 1 year, coffee's bad. Eggs are good. Eggs are bad. Red meat's good. Red meat's bad. Red wine's good. And the media, just like this. See, we can't fire the media, but we can fire public health. So people, you got a choice. Do you run with the herd, and you run with the very same people that have been destroying your own health day after day as they attempt to rip your vaping device from your cold, dead hand? I know many of you vapors have that particular position. This is going to sound harsh, but let's just be honest here. In the realities of life, we are all going to go. We are all going to go. For some, it's just a matter of sooner or later. So the whole thing here is that, do we shred truth, shred civil liberties? I'm not to the civil liberties only go my right to walk around with my shirt off, my right to walk freely as a citizen inside my city and state and country. Come on, forget it. This is just insane. They've burned down Western civilization. That's what they want to do, right? So, run with the herd, and we'll see you on the other side. But I guarantee you that soon, more and more people are going to choose to be outside the herd. She's a Canadian physician who is the provincial health officer for British Columbia and clinical associate professor at the University of British Columbia. She's a specialist in public health and preventative medicine. Just a couple of weeks ago, it was reported that Bonnie Henry had said that perhaps by some point this summer, adults, family members, will be able to get together for an ice cream. That's what you can hope to look for in British Columbia. She is currently right now running the province of British Columbia. She has a progressive left government in charge, so it's more like a collaboration. The NDP and the Green Party are leftist. So we're looking at March 16th to April 3rd. Short, compressed time, couple weeks. So this was published 1 month ago by local Vancouver artists, Phil Dwyer and others on SoundCloud. We have in the progressive organism a desire, right, to create virtue of the lockdown and to sanctify the public health messaging and the messenger. This is called The Ballad of Bonnie Henry, and this is progressive fascist music in the truest sense, true folk.
She comes on the radio just around 3 with the public health news for the folks of BC, and to talk of a crisis of a scope yet unseen with an ungainly moniker, COVID-19. From the start at the top of her list of demands was we lather with soap and please wash off our hands. And as things took a turn for the worse day by day, that we keep friends and neighbors a good 6 feet away. She's had lots of help in her search for a fix, not the least of whom is Mr. Adrian Dix. In the eyes of the public, though, she's been the one that has been with us since this whole thing has begun. As nurses and doctors proceed with their tasks and pray for enough ventilators and masks, she asks all for help to flatten the curve, and from her health policy we do not swerve. If we all stick together and see this thing through, we can show what a civil society can do when it's faced with the threat that first seemed unreal, but then that it is obvious is the real deal. So please follow the guidelines that she has laid out. It is going to be worth it, of that there's no doubt. And if you turn on your radio just around 3, the voice that you hear is of Bonnie Henry. The voice that you hear is of Bonnie Henry.
And that is the sound of progressive fascism. She's a Canadian physician who is the provincial health officer for British Columbia and clinical associate professor at the University of British Columbia. She's a specialist in public health and preventative medicine. Just a couple of weeks ago, it was reported that Bonnie Henry had said that perhaps by some point this summer, adults, family members, will be able to get together for an ice cream. That's what you can hope to look for in British Columbia. She is currently right now running the province of British Columbia. She has a progressive left government in charge, so it's more like a collaboration. The NDP and the Green Party are leftist. So we're looking at March 16th to April 3rd. short, compressed time, couple weeks. So this was published 1 month ago by local Vancouver artists, Phil Dwyer and others on SoundCloud. We have in the progressive organism a desire, right, to create virtue of the lockdown and to sanctify the public health messaging and the messenger. This is called The Ballad of Bonnie Henry, and this is progressive fascist music in the truest sense, true folk.
She comes on the radio just around 3 with the public health news for the folks of BC, and to talk of a crisis of a scope yet unseen with an ungainly moniker, COVID-19. From the start at the top of her list of demands was we lather with soap and please wash off our hands. And as things took a turn for the worse day by day, that we keep friends and neighbors a good 6 feet away. She's had lots of help in her search for a fix, not the least of whom is Mr. Adrian Dix. In the eyes of the public, though, she's been the one that has been with us since this whole thing has begun. As nurses and doctors proceed with their tasks and pray for enough ventilators and masks, she asks all for help to flatten the curve, and from her health policy we do not swerve. If we all stick together and see this thing through, we can show what a civil society can do when it's faced with the threat that first seemed unreal, but then that it is obvious is the real deal. So please follow the guidelines that she has laid out. It is going to be worth it, of that there's no doubt. And if you turn on your radio just around 3, the voice that you hear is of Bonnie Henry. The voice that you hear is of Bonnie Henry.
And that is the sound of progressive fascism. Let's talk about Nietzsche. Ah, the will to power. That on day 3 of the rest of your life on COVID Crazies. The victory of a moral ideal is achieved by the same immoral means as every victory: force, lies, slander, injustice. The path to power. Introduce new virtue under the name of an old one. Exploit advantages and accidents for its glorification. Turn its followers into fanatics by means of sacrifice and separation. So we're talking about virtue here, everyone. And this is how virtue becomes power. Virtue is the primary motivation behind everything that's been progressive left for the history of time. What does a desire do with itself to become a virtue? Rebaptism, systematic denial of its objectives. Practice in misunderstanding. We're talking about the process of making something that is not a virtue into a virtue. So what is that thing that is pre-virtue? It's desire. It's desire. And because virtue's other side is vice, virtue and vice, it's the vice turned into a virtue. And progressivism is a desire, there's no doubt. It's a desire for heaven on earth, desire to socially engineer a better man. So the people that are being conditioned as they're exposed to this developing new virtue are being layered and layered and layered of misunderstanding. It's a practice of misunderstanding. So if you've ever wondered why it seems that the left and the progressive left always seems to be irrational, hypocritical, with multiple different conflicting things that they're doing, because that's all a part of the practice of misunderstanding. Under the COVID lockdown, well, it's progressivism, it's that desire to do good, and it's the desire to socially engineer a new man. If that doesn't sound like a fascist, Victorian, leftist, progressive, I don't know what does. Remember, the progressive is all about change. So this awakening, this new beginning, this new normal that's coming, this is a progressive desire. They have been looking and searching and waiting and planning and for forever to have the ability, the excuse to collapse the Western system and to rebuild it based on progressive ideals. Clearly, they pulled the pin on Western civilization without even a single thought on the economic consequences, what the consequences would be on people's health as a result of 27 million people in the United States being unemployed, 1.5 million in Canada, and around the world, we're talking hundreds of millions of people. The cost is mass unemployment, loss of school, economic hardship, pain, shattered marriages, a crisis as big as the Great Depression, increased biometric surveillance, one-way sidewalks, medical-grade face shields at the theater, virus-proof, sterilized bodysuits to permit, quote, socializing without distancing, robot cleaners and servers, immunity booster consultants, cashless societies, no swabs, and temperature readings at every travel gate. An enormous new policy regime of testing and tracing, a North Korean-style surveillance state. So when I talk about better man, and the left is trying to socially engineer you into a better man, it's what they've been doing for hundreds of years. It's why 100 million are dead in the 20th century. That's why 60 million, according to the UN 10 days ago, 60 million children in this world in the next 12 months are gonna die because of poverty, because of the coronavirus hysteria and the reaction. That's the gall of the left, is that they think that they can be able to control what this future is when they completely destroy the Western system and try to create this new normal. There's nothing that the left has ever done that succeeded. The only time the left succeeds is when it's destroying and murdering. That's when the progressive left succeeds, is in destruction, never building. Progressives refuse to weigh the options, weigh the alternatives to action, then use logic, common sense to then chart a path that reduces risk and limits harm. They have no idea what the future looks like. None. They've got no concept of unintended consequences. Does the person believe in unintended consequences? Well, what does that mean? Rationally thinking through decisions, looking at multiple different options in terms of where things could go, and then making a decision to mitigate risk and reduce harm. Those are the words in which human beings apply, rationality and logic to the myriad of options that are presented to us in the future that you really have no control over, and we try to mitigate risk and harm. That's what we do. And the left refuses to do that. The people that live inside the progressive ideology, those that believe lockdowns save lives and that we're all in this together, you don't know you're believing in something. You believe that you have no belief. You just believe what you believe is right. And the other side is evil. That's clear. That's just clear. Fox News, evil. Breitbart, evil. All the people that are conservative and right-wing, evil. Those who don't agree with lockdown save lives, evil, evil, evil. And you sit there thinking, well, you're just right. You don't even know you believe something. You do, you believe in something. You are under the spell of a dominant hegemonic ideology. And the disaster is that because you don't know you believe in something, you aren't able to help stop this. And it'll just keep spinning out of control because you won. You have all the power. Seriously, do you need Western civilization to scream for mercy? Is that what you're looking for? Or has not enough damage and destruction been done? Only you that believes that lockdowns save lives can answer that question, because you're the ones that are in power. And you don't even know you've won. That's the worst part. Because, if you knew that you were foot soldiers in an ideological battle with every woke thing you say, every time you bully somebody online for their speech and so forth, if you only knew, and you probably know to some extent, but if you only really knew just how much you've won, maybe you'd give us an opportunity to beg for mercy. Why vaping saves lives and lockdowns save lives are incompatible. Lockdown save lives didn't come from vapors. That came from the larger milieu of herd thinking. These lines certainly are worked. We're all in this together had to be worked. That had to be worked. Because of course, public health is going to have all of its messaging. There's going to be tens of millions of dollars on building the messaging that needs to go with such a totalitarian effort. Vaping saves lives. We know what that's about. Let's talk about what that is. That's about harm reduction. That's about tobacco harm reduction. Vaping saves lives is the mantra that every single vapor has. And of course, it makes sense because that's it. That's the argument. Tobacco kills. Smoking kills. Consumers, smokers created vaping products. The entire category turned it into 40 million vapors around the world, billions and billions of dollars in sales each year, and successfully getting people off smoking. But public health, when you say vaping saves lives, they could just go, because they don't care. You look at the result and then work your way back for the reason why. Public health doesn't care about the 500,000 Americans that are going to die each year due to smoking. They simply don't care. You're evil. Kids are getting hooked on nicotine because of you. If you only could have just stopped smoking. If only you had had the courage. You disgust me, you vapor. That's what public health is thinking. The public health part that refuses to see vaping as a tool for harm reduction. Refuses to let you as an individual make the choice about how to mitigate harm. The government's selling you a cancer stick, but they won't let you pick a vape. So it sounds like a liberty argument, and it is, right? But we know progressive lefts don't care about liberty, and there's a whole bunch of vapors that are progressives too. We love you, but you don't really value liberty much, unfortunately. So to figure out how to kind of move this argument forward, vapors who don't necessarily believe in liberty too much, they really got to see at least though that vaping saves lives is inherently dependent on your ability as an individual to control what you put in your own body. Lockdowns save lives is completely opposite of that. Lockdowns save lives are based on, first of all, you have no say. If you agree or disagree with the lockdown save lives, it doesn't matter. You don't matter. You as the individual do not matter. It does not matter whether or not you agree with lockdowns and shutdown or you don't agree with lockdowns and shutdown. Public health has instituted lockdowns and shutdowns, and that's it. And all of the impact that that has in your health, mental well-being, economics, family, I mean, seriously, it's terror that has been dropped on you. It was smiley-faced fascism from public health. Vaping saves lives is all about government don't harm me. You're harming me by selling me cigarettes that are legal, that are killing me. But not letting me switch over to vaping and be, a valid citizen and purchaser and a consumer. Government, you are hurting me. And now if you happen to be a vapor that believes that lockdowns save lives, it is an incompatible position. I just don't see how you can hold the two positions. It's just not, it's not tenable. Lockdowns save lives is clearly all about you saying that it's right for the government. It's proper. In fact, it saves lives. Remember, lockdowns save lives. So locking a 1 billion people up into their homes and destroying the Western system is A-OK. That is a massive use of force by public health, the government, on individuals. That it does extreme amount of harm and increase the risk of death, disease, and destruction for every single individual out there. So if you're going, oh yes, yes, clap, 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 for the lockdowns, you're saying yes, 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 completely, totally okay for the government to control your body. Now, yeah, you could say, well, they're doing the protecting. Well, they're not. That is hurting people. It's forcing them. It's stealing their ability to make the decisions about where they can move their body to, where their body can be, and what they can put in their body. If you need to find ways in which to describe the stuff that doesn't track into conservative, right-wing, traditional classical liberal language, start thinking about it that way. My right to move my body. My right to decide where my body goes to. My right to decide where my body shall stand still. My right to decide what other bodies I want to be near to and how near to those other bodies are a negotiation between me and the other body, not the government. And I should have the only right to decide what goes into my body. All of those things are destroyed under lockdowns in our future new world of the new normal. That will be all decided by public health professionals to some degree or another, enforced by the state and the police. So start thinking about it from your body point of view. That'll help you get around discussing things based on the liberty point of view. I know for so many of our viewers, it is so tough to accept the liberty argument. And I get that. And I want to make sure that I'm very clear here, because we're hard on progressives, clearly. And there's progressives, we've got progressive viewers, I think few left. If you're a vapor and you're a progressive, the future's with you. If we can do anything at RegWatch and what our content is to help, push a few people along in some ways, it's not to turn you into a conservative. It's not to turn you into a right-winger. It's to find a way to give you tools to help fight against this kind of totalitarian action that is the COVID response. You will never get control of your vape if under a world of COVID. These people, they'll that's it. If you believe that science is corrupted in vaping, if you believe that public health is corrupted in vaping, you have to believe that science is corrupted under COVID, and you have to believe that public health is corrupted under COVID. The entire forecast is it's a complete joke. And I'm sure you vapors out there that are lockdown save lives can understand that, because you've been watching science be corrupted for years. It still is to this day. There'll be more coming. Can't wait. So if you believe that vaping saves lives, you know who the enemy of vaping is. It's public health. No, not the public health people that come on our show. Obviously, clearly. But it is the public health people that refuse to acknowledge that vaping is a safer alternative to smoking and that it is a tool for harm reduction. It's the exact same people that are trying to kill you by taking your vaping away are the exact same people who are trying to kill you by locking you into your house and destroying Western civilization. Vaping saves lives. But you can't have that if your lockdown saves lives. You can't. It's impossible. Completely. You are ineffectual as an advocate for vaping if you believe that lockdowns save lives. God help you if you live in a state with a governor or a premier that is dragging this lockdown out. The Democrats are absolutely already running on that Trump completely, totally screwed up the response, the federal response, and people died. That's it. I mean, of course, he's going to be painted as the devil. What the Democrats are going to have to do, and they're already doing, is they're running on pro-lockdown. As this second wave comes in October or November, right before the presidential election, what's going to be the message from the Democrats? They're going to have to run on the virtue of a lockdown. More lockdowns. The presidential election is going to be a referendum on lockdowns. The use of wokeness as a leverage, as a battering ram, as a... You know, David Rubin, as I was saying on Ben Shapiro's show last week, was making an argument that we're heading into a bit of a utopia where people are going to be so preoccupied with dealing with all of the, personal tragedies and challenges around the catastrophe that is the coronavirus, that they're just going to look at the woke stuff and just go, oh, we don't have time for that anymore. And I have to tell you that that is absolutely not going to be the case. Using this as an opportunity to reinvent ourselves is what Mr. Dave Rubin was saying on the Ben Shapiro show. Not a conservative or right point of view, a progressive point of view, if there ever was one. You don't know anything about the progressive left and how they fight if you believe that they're going to back down now. Politically correctness is communism. Wokeness is communism. It is a mechanism to destroy the people who believe that they're victims. The ability to get them out of that victimhood mentality, it's got to be near impossible with the amount of conditioning that they've received and continue to receive, and rewards and encouragements that people receive for being oppressed and the victim. Allow me to say this about communism, folks. I'd like everybody to remember this one thing. Socialism was invented by white people. Marx and Engels are white. Lenin was white, Stalin was white. I mean, the whole ball of wax. This is a white on white thing. This isn't a white invention. This isn't a foreign thing. This came out of the bones of us from Europe, this communist way of thinking. When you look, in the mirror, and if you're white, you're looking at a communist. It's important to know that. It's not some foreign race. It's you. The catastrophe of this lockdown, of this shutdown, is still unknown. So we know this. There are going to be members of the herd that get out in the wild, they get let out in the wild, and they come out with a bit of a dissonance going. They actually kind of see that this has gone too far and are going to see the destruction in their communities, the thing that the left doesn't want you to see or believe in. So what's going to happen is this. Woke is going to be used to smash the people in the herd, the progressives, the progressive lefters that have had a little bit of an awakening, that have said, maybe this is a little bit too much. And they're going to get running out into the wild over the next couple of months, coming up to the election, and woke is going to be used to smash them, to get them back into the fold. So if you can throw the race shit at them, you can throw the gender stuff at them, you can throw the transgender stuff at them, the whole kit and caboodle, the ball of wax, keep them so upset and so twisted that they won't have time to deal with the dissonance that's around lockdowns save lives. They can't afford their own people in the herd to be able to come to a conclusion on their own about the devastation of the aftermath of the coronavirus. They can't afford to let people be a free thinking. They need to stop people from making their own conclusions. The horror of what they have done to the world, the horror of what public health officials who made this decision to lock down and then continue the terror. I don't recall casting a ballot for Theresa Tam. Do you? Did anybody cast a ballot in the US for Fauci or Bricks? No. Who elected these public health people to make these decisions? We didn't. The left wants to be in control of absolutely everything in your life. If you haven't figured that out yet, if the lockdown, the shutdown, and the total destruction of your civil liberties has not yet rung into your brain that they want to control everything, well, you're a lost cause, and likely you are the problem. People can monitor both here for us. So tell them to go to Regulator. It's YouTube.com/RegulatorWatch TV.
So we're streaming on 2 places.
Yeah, that's the idea here. And then we just see here.
Maybe it's just my slow ass internet. That could very well be the it's live. Oh, I better not start another live stream watching it here. Okay. Oh, you just started a new stream called Nick Green.
Yeah, I just did Nick Green. Yeah, that's it. I mean, at least we'll be able to tell if the chopping doesn't happen over there, then at least that we know that it's on your end.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, dang, where were we? We got about a half hour left of talkings.
Okay. So we're on both channels. That's great, and I'm happy because I did this to you. I sent a virus over to you. I sent some COVID over. Because remember, I'm trying to get subs here, right? So look at this deft way that I pulled your audience over to our channel, right? So see, that's how CDC makes things happen, right? They got you looking over here, and meanwhile, you're going where they want you to go.
Yeah. Don't look over here. Don't look at the stuff we're doing over here. Well, and something similar is happening in Canada, right? I mean, am I wrong, or isn't Trudeau, your guy, trying to execute some sort of emergency powers that will give him ridiculous amounts of power and control, like indefinitely, with no sign of slowing down at all? Isn't that happening in Canada?
Yeah, apparently during my time, and look, we've got a lot of people coming in on the stream here now too on RegWatch, which is great. Thanks. And they're saying that Nick has audio video desync here, and that is right, and that's what I'm seeing here. You're a little choppy and a little out of sync, but you're moving fine. So I would think that maybe somehow it is probably on your end. One of the things is that. Well, Skype is such a pig, right? On the CPU. So even with OBS, that might be the issue. You were asking me about Trudeau. Yes, they inexplicably or totally understandably, whichever way you'd want to look at it, the Trudeau Liberal government, which is a minority government, came out yesterday after working on this bill, said, here's the bill we're going to pass, put forward to the floor. For us to deal with emergency powers for COVID. But what it did do is give the cabinet a complete total control over taxation in the country. They could issue new taxes, cancel taxes, raise taxes, blah, right? With no oversight, as well as cancel patents, be able to buy shares of companies, and so forth, right? So, I mean, it was a total power grab.
That's excessive. That's an excessive power grab.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, and it's clear for what it is. The mindset that's operating here, right? They want you to look away. But if you just look and see exactly what it is they're doing, then regardless of whether or not they're doing it on purpose or if it's incompetence or anything else, what they're doing is evil.
Yeah. Feels evil. It feels authoritarian, a little empirical, like the Empire, the Darth Vader. Yeah, 1984. Thought police and things like that. Is that just the natural progression, Brent? Is that just where we're headed?
Well, I mean,
authoritarianism, and we're never going to get away from it because the more longer that time goes on, they just get stronger and stronger, and we get more and more divided.
Yeah, that's true. That is. It's how it happens. It's how it happened in Germany. Yes. And no, Trump's not Hitler. That's not That's not the issue here. That is what happens. And let me tell you why that is. Because the other part of the progressive mindset is one in which the belief is that through social engineering, which is government and education and nudging and rules and don't bully and all of the stuff that's designed to make us better people, right? All of that is like squishing square pegs in round holes. And
Yes.
eventually you have to throw out the pegs that don't fit in the holes you're trying to get them into, right? You smash them, and then eventually you're just done with them, and you got to just throw them out. There was a guy on Twitter today who I don't really know well. He's in my feed, but you know, he's a businessman kind of a guy, and he tweets out, and his name is Arthur Atkinson, and he tweets out, "When this is all over, we need to have a serious national discussion on eradicating conservatism from our political landscape."
What? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, it certainly does if you are a progressive, because eventually you get to the point where for those things that are unchangeable, for the unmalleable, for the ones that are not, see, this is how it works, right? Is this utopia of creating the better man is about creating a better unity. So it's about creating the better society, right? It's about the society over the individual. So everybody needs to be molded within the same manner. And that thinking, when it gets molded together, creates a harmony. And you can see that when you're talking and hearing and listening to progressives, and they've got that kind of doughy-eyed or doughy thinking, and it's about unity, right? Well, it's harmony.
Right.
Harmony is the word. They want harmony. And you can't have frequencies that disrupt the harmony. They are actually death to harmony. So eventually what happens is that this type of thinking moves to the point where eradication of unharmed, like frequencies that are not part of the same, not creating the harmony, they have to go. That's the only way to get the frequency to stop.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a really nice way to put something really very possibly dark. I mean, that's a very hopeless sort of 1984 future of getting rid of people that don't fit the mold and eradicating the frequency that doesn't fit the harmony. And, you know, everybody wants the same thing, right? I mean, the left and the right, we want the same things. We want happy society, a functioning government, and societal norms and things like this, right? We all want the same thing.
I would argue against that, because it sounds like it's the same thing, but it's not. Individuals live in a world where like from an economics perspective. So, you know, Nobel Prize winning economist, you know, sorry, I was thinking Friedman, but it's Hayek. And his concept is called the spontaneous order, right? And so it's because there's so many things that are operating inside the world, the market and everything. It's emotional, it's people, it's individuals. There's no way that one particular centralized organization could possibly keep track of all the variables inside of any given market to be able to possibly control and plan what happens. And so we understand that, and there's a whole world that's built around that, right? And ultimately, in the end, to explain that in the best way would be just to go back to Adam Smith and use the invisible hand. The invisible hand is the simple way to understand the complexity of the spontaneous order, and that is that if everybody's operating within their own self-interest, keep in mind that your own self-interest is also having a strong, healthy society and community, right? So, you know, that's also in your self-interest. But the interest being from the individual, and allow spontaneous order through free market and through social relationships to operate without any centralized control, the world will be fine. But they're on the other end. They're like, no, it has to be a small number of experts and people and localizations of power controlling as many of the decision makings. And actually, you control decisions by limiting options to choose from. So their technique is to limit options to choose from in order to plan and control. So it is two different worlds.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a deeper dive than I've considered on this subject. You know, that's a deeper dive than I've done on this subject. And I have this point of view that I think that people in general, society, I think we have the overwhelming ability to do good. And I think I think we have the overwhelming ability to do good. So it doesn't bother me if we have to make concessions in order to keep everybody safe. I don't mind making some concessions. I don't mind staying home. I don't mind practicing whatever, social distancing. I don't mind washing my hands. I don't mind not touching my face. I don't mind other people having to stay home. Like I said, I'm not an unreasonable person, and we can kind of make some concessions. And this is a very un-libertarian thing to say, and it's a very un-right thing to say, but for the greater good. For the greater good of everybody. You know, I don't want immunocompromised, my 72-year-old dad up in Santa Rosa. I don't want some person going, I don't need to stay home. And go out and sneeze on his hand. He touches a car. My dad touches the shopping cart. Sick. I'm not going to deal with that.
Well, he shouldn't be out. He should be the first to not be out.
He should be the first to not be out. Yes.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Grim, I'm with you 100%. And look, I'm going to make sure that I'm hammering this home. Those that say the right doesn't care about the world and humanity, that's when, as soon as that's out of their mouth, you know that they're ideologically poisoned, right? Because the world just didn't create itself in 1890 when progressives became progressives, or in 1760s in Jean-Jacques Rousseau when he came up first with this idea that human beings are born good and stuff. So I mean, these are relatively recent ideas of mankind in terms of the strength in which that they have captured people and the way they're thinking. It is the French Enlightenment that brought it along. So it's people who are not of that thinking do care about communities in the world. But here's what's missing was that we also care about the economy. We don't want to destroy the economy because we know doing that is going to cause more problems. See, almost always you can tell the difference between a progressive and a conservative. And I'm not trying to be a pejorative here, but one makes quick, rash action without thinking of the consequences. The other one is very deliberative, hard to move, and is constantly thinking about the consequences, right? Yes. You got to find somewhere in the middle before you crash the global economy.
Yes.
And house arrest tens of millions of people. And if we can't find a middle ground in there, then then on either side, you're ideologically fucked, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, yes. Do you think that this is going to be a big unfixable market crash? I mean, the market, if anything, is resilient, and I believe it can adapt in numerous ways to stay relevant now when we're talking about the economy crashing and the markets crashing and things like this. I don't think it's that severe. Personally.
Well, you don't know. I mean, look.
I don't know.
I mean, small businesses, if they're out for 3-4 weeks, you are absolutely. There's no reason why this isn't a Great Depression. Easily. I mean, come on. I mean, we had a stock market crash in 1929 that delivered a full Great Depression. And it wasn't just the crash, it was also the Fed's reaction to it. So it was also the trying to manage the crash that made it even worse. And so we just come out of 2008. The CDC paid no attention to what their language would be in terms of that messaging. So there was no concern to say, don't panic. There's not enough cases right now. We need to institute a 2-week thing. Now, this is going to be hard for everybody, but it's going to end after 2 weeks. Might take 3. They weren't saying that. They were saying months.
Yeah.
Last week they were saying, right. Yeah. So, and then backed up by the platoons in the progressive media, just hammering it home. I mean, Washington Post, not this weekend, last weekend, so the first weekend of it, they've got a huge shot of a cemetery in Iran and said that the burial pits in Iran, the death pits actually was the headline, the death pits in Iran are so vast they can be seen by space. Okay.
Well, that seems excessive.
It was excessive. And not only that, but the picture was so clear, you could also see the guy standing there with the shovel. I'm not kidding.
Okay, that's weird.
Yeah. So I mean, it was like the language that I've got that actual shot here. But anyhow, let me hand it to you and let me hunt for that shot. I'm getting anxious because I'm 50 years old this year, next month, right? And so I went through, I remember in 1979, the absolute total crisis over interest rates. So if you owned a house, you were on really on fingernails because the interest rates were moving from 12% all the way up to 22% interest on a home loan. So Crazy. It devastated, Canadian, U.S. economy and Britain and so forth. And so that ushered in the 1981 recession, which was just brutal. And then a lot of people won't remember this, but there was almost as an equally bad recession after the first Gulf War in 1991. And that was the full-on recession, caused a lot of economic damage and set a lot of people back. And then as things spun up and started going, you have your dot-com one, and that massive, massive pump in the tunes of trillions of dollars into this brand new technology, Global Crossing, laying down fiber optic cable across all of the world, all of the first internet companies popping up. It was massive. And then boom, March 28th, 2000, it crashed. By September, gutted trillions from the market, right? And just set everything back. Nobody even talks about that anymore. But that crash was massive. And then 9/11, right? 9/11 hits, and then the airlines are cut. So, and then 2008. And so now I'm working in the States down there, and we saw 40% of the entire advertising market get crushed. So I'm dealing with MTV, executive vice president of MTV Digital Networks, doing a major deal with them after the 2008 crash. Now we're into 2009 into 2010, and just that was it. It took a while, and then the pin was pulled, and hundreds of billions of dollars gone, and that was 2008 to 2011. So
I remember that.
I mean, there's I've seen these things. And so when you watch the same people that morning are still lying about vaping-related lung illness, that morning, they then go on and light the fire and crash the markets. Sorry, man, there's just only going to be skepticism from me. I'm going to look for every single way in which to call that out and to let all of our viewers know they must be skeptical of CDC.
Yeah. I agree. Be skeptical of CDC and but also be careful. I mean, it's a disease. It's COVID. Wash your hands, social distancing. I'm abiding by all of those things, as I think anybody that has the ability to should be as well. Also take what the CDC is saying. And the World Health Organization.
Oh, yeah.
To me, the World Health Organization is a bigger offender than the CDC is. Personally, that's just how I feel. Especially after vaping and EVALI and the World Health Organization saying that liquid nicotine is not just flammable, highly flammable. Just, I can't think of another way to say it. Just straight up lying, and don't have a lot of faith in the CDC or the World Health Organization in any capacity. And it's going to get worse before it gets better, but I think it's going to get better, Brent. It's going to get better, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, eventually at some point what happens is that this thing, as it operates, will push as far as it can to get as much as it wants, and then it'll stop. And it'll let some things come back, never like it was, and then that advances the agenda for next time. I mean, there are forces on this world that have a vision for this world that are different than ours or others, right? I mean, communist China has got a different vision than I have.
100%. 100%. And maybe even the United Kingdom has a different vision than what we have. And I mean, is this something I'm young, I guess. I'm only 42. I mean, in the past, maybe I just wasn't paying attention, but before other elections, we've had SARS and bird flu and swine flu. and those didn't affect anything the way that COVID has affected just your everyday life. Your everyday life. I don't remember hearing about stuff like this when SARS. We didn't do this when SARS happened.
Well, that's because there was other presidents.
Right. So,
well, in 2003, there's no way something like this could have been happening anyhow, because Bush and the neocons were in power, and everything there was, we were at war in Iraq, right? I mean, we're still there with 9/11. So whatever kind of government state power growth was to happen, which did happen under the Patriot Act and so forth, and national security surveillance and everything else, was happening under Bush and the Republicans. It's really important to point out, though, that from a technical standpoint, when it comes to progressivism, on the right can be just as strong of a progressive, and they don't necessarily like each other. And technically, neoconservatives are actually progressives. They're right-wing progressives. And so when you see neocons battling, right-wing neocons battling with, the left progressives, and they just hate each other to death, that's because they come from a same shared family of thinking, a same shared kind of totalitarian state before individual kind of aspect, because that a neocon certainly believes the state has got more say than the individual, so they're not a true conservative. Bush too ran on compassionate conservatism too as well. You ask anybody who's got a critical eye, and you get a little cringe there, because that's a very progressive message. And Mitt Romney is a neocon, and he's a progressive, clearly.
Yeah. Mitt Romney.
Yeah.
Why do you even have to say that? Yeah. It just gives me the heebie-jeebies.
I know. I want your viewers to know out there that are progressive thinking, that I'm not attacking them individually, because there's absolutely no reason to say that even a large part of what progressive thinking isn't great, right? There is. I mean, for all intents and purposes, I'm a progressive. We all are in some respects.
Ways.
Yeah, for sure we are.
100%.
And 100%, right? So, but that way of thinking can go far, and that's the real critical thing. The third kind of thing out of it is this thinking of historical determinism, this belief that all history is moved to this moment, and in the present, it's clear the forward path, and at the end of history, because progressives believe in an end of history, there will be a kingdom of heaven on earth. There will be a utopia that is man-made, and it's on earth.
Sure. Why shouldn't we be striving for that?
Well, you can only get there through totalitarian control, right? Because individuals.
Okay, well, I don't want that.
Yeah, individuals will prevent that from happening, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, then I don't want that. Then.
Yeah.
I don't want that. So. Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of where we're at. One last thing I wanted to throw out there is, how did North Korea, not North Korea, how did we drop the ball so badly, and South Korea ran with the ball and slam dunked it and tested basically everybody in their country in a span of like 3 days, and no new cases, and they did everything really, really well, and then America just did everything the worst possible way possible.
So, a couple of reasons then.
It's just administration.
Right. So epidemiology is based on data. That's as simple as that. And when you're wanting to achieve a goal, you create the conditions for which the data is generated and recorded and then modeled to achieve your results. And we've all seen that with Stanton Glantz research and all of the other research that's been out there. That's just ad nauseum, completely, totally biased from the start. They're trying to achieve an outcome. So, but when you're having infectious diseases, you have no control over the outcome. But what you have control over is the testing, whether you do it or not. So what did the CDC do when the vaping-related lung illness hit? On August 30th, when they sent out their Health Alert Action Network notice out to all of the medical professionals in the United States of America about this vaping-related lung illness, they didn't ask for any testing. No blood, no urine. Why would they do that? Now, vapors, I want you to remember that. You were up in arms over that. How come they weren't asking for the testing? And you're like, wow. And then the tests come here for COVID, and nobody else can do it but CDC. They drag their ass when they finally send them out. Then they don't work, and then then if it wasn't for the administration saying we have to do these testing last week, last week, mid last week, there was public health was already saying at CDC, well, we're already past the testing phase. We should be concentrating on moving forward and treatment and everything else. And that was just really suspicious to me because what are you talking about? We need to test. So when it comes to the narrative, right, they know that if you test 10 million people and 10 million people come back positive in the US and there's only, 500 deaths, the mortality rate there is crushed and it immediately kills the narrative. Nothing kills the narrative, stops the scare, prevents the destruction of Western civilization, the gutting of the market, the huge transfer of wealth, the huge transfer of civil liberties. Nothing would beat that more than huge in the millions testing.
Right. Actual data.
Well, yeah, because it's going to
data points.
Absolutely. Because they're telling us how many people are dying. So if we know how many, so what's going to happen here is that we've not got any testing data at all for this whole thing, which means that CDC controls the narrative of this outbreak and disease and their response for history, because it'll be CDC next year that'll be taking, okay, we finally got all of our data in that we've got, but we don't really know how many were infected, but we know how many presented and we know how many we threw into the bucket, because there's going to be a lot of people that are thrown into that bucket of coronavirus that were just regular flu or whatever, but they just get thrown into coronavirus. So they're going to take all that and they're going to model backwards to try to get a number of how many people were infected. And then once they have that number, then they can give the mortality rate. And that mortality rate's going to justify all their actions. So it's corrupted from the start. The CDC is going to cook the books with whatever number they want to justify their actions. Mark my words on that.
Consider them marked.
Yes, thank you.
I just always wanted to say that. Well, damn it, Brent, we live in a crazy world. I'm going to go ahead and start wrapping this here up. I appreciate everybody hanging out either here or on the Regulator Watch channel. I'll have a link to his channel in the description of this video, so don't even trip. Don't even worry about that. Watch Brent's videos. They're really great, really educational. He's got his way, and he doesn't flinch. And that's what I like about it. That's what I like the most.
You want me in a foxhole with you. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I do. I definitely do. So if we're going to wrap this up, how long do you think we're going to be on quarantine here, Brent? We're talking about, California said kids aren't going to go back to school until next year. September.
Well, that's California. I mean, it's crazy. The people who love education so much really got lost the ball here, right? Because they pushed everybody out for telelearning. And then 5 days in, all the stories come out going, well, yeah, but any of the work that they do from home will not account for grades because we can't make sure that the equity is there. If people are ableism issues or other learning challenges or whatever, we can't guarantee that those people are going to get the same type of education at home. So because of that, nobody can be graded for their work, right? So, it's a real messed up system, right? Yeah. So, President Trump's message yesterday should not be taken lightly. That came at a time that millions of people needed to hear that there could be, most likely, for sure, an out on this, right? Yeah. Because I think there's some measures in between, right? We've had, infections. We've had wartime actions. I mean, let's pull the country together instead of just shunning them into the house and then allowing people to do shaming stuff on social media. Let's get people back to work. If somebody gets sick, put in a replacement worker. Quickly train them. Think about how many people that still need to get jobs that didn't have jobs that we could be training and putting in as like cyclical workers. We need a plan for when this kind of stuff happens next. And this thing, the way it was handled, can't happen again. So we should get back to work, allow people to get sick, protect the elderly and those that are susceptible to these kinds of illnesses. And let's get on with it.
Let's get on with it. Hey, I agree. Unfortunately, I think we're going to be stuck at home for a little while here in the United States and in California. But yeah, that's just where we're at. It's a crazy world. Let's catch up. Brent, let's revisit. Let's in 2 weeks, let's revisit where we're at with COVID and how the CDC is handling it. Because a lot can change in 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the most can change in 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago, everyone was saying, oh, in the United States, we only have 100 cases or 50 confirmed cases.
Well, I'll tell you, 1 second, just let me say as you're closing, who you have to watch out for is this, because they could come in the next 2 weeks with actions that take us somewhere. That's the thing is, what are the other actors out there planning? Because these people like to plan.
Oh, yeah. Well, 2020 is already off to a really great start. It's only going to get better. This is going to be a crazy year, Brett Stafford. This is going to be a crazy year. One crazy year.
Let's hope we live through
damn it. Yeah, let's hope we live through it. All right, well, we're going to catch up with Brett. Brett, thank you. I'm going to let you go. I'm going to hang up on you now. Appreciate you coming out, Brent.
Sounds good. And let me do this.
I'm going to do some super chats and stuff like that just to close out this stream.
Sounds good. And I'm going to do the same then on my side then, so because I didn't get a chance to actually do that often. So you turn me off, buddy. Thanks, Nick.
Brent, I'll talk at you later, man.
Thank you, my friend.
See ya.
See ya. Bye-bye.
Oh, Brent.
All right. So we've got, all right, guys. So then I guess I've got a group here, I guess, still on our channel. So let me just devote a little attention to you over here. It was so great to have Nick on. And it gives me an opportunity to take a look here at my chat. Yeah, Angela says only young people who have had the virus should go back to work. That's the only way you can have both. That's a fairly reasonable position to have. I don't say that I've got actually anything against that. It's funny though, there is an argument in terms of how far do you go in terms of branding people. It's almost like creating a new class of people, those who have had COVID and those who have not. I personally, because they say it's inevitable. Note this though, and CDC did bring this up yesterday, and it was CDC during the big White House briefing, and it made some sense. She actually corrected a lot of the misinformation that's coming through the media with regard to what percentage of the population is going to end up having COVID, the virus. And she did indeed say 70%, that kind of thing, maybe up to 80% of the entire population will eventually get it. But that number comes in 3 waves, which takes 3 years to get there and is based on no mitigation strategies. So essentially that number in terms of how many people will actually get it, that's not the number you need for herd immunity. That's a different kind of a ratio that gets the herd immunity in place. But so that's a very interesting thing. I didn't know that. And that was something from the CDC. It's not like you can't listen to the CDC. You just have to definitely be questioning. And I'm more questioning the actions still of what launched us into this thing. So that's interesting to note. Would I actually, choose to get it? Well, probably. Why not? I'd rather roll my dice on that, especially if I get a shiny little badge that says I've had it, and then I get access to all these places that others can't go because they didn't have the virus. Trust me, stuff like that is the way that an even greater divided society happens when those who have been exposed to a biological agent, whether it's man-made or natural, right, then achieves some form of priority for access in everyday life. So whereas before human beings could go and citizens could go into a particular area without any problem because they were citizens, now only those who have gotten the bug and have developed immunity to the bug can go into those areas. So it starts to turn into quite a bit of a problem. All right. So, I mean, I'm so happy some people showed up on our channel. I do hope that you check the notification bell and make sure that it's all. We had a lot of reports over our last video, the last couple of videos, that that people were not seeing our streams. I'm going to end this because obviously it wasn't planned to be on mine. I'm going to end our thing with a bit of a 3-minute read. And if anybody has any questions, now's the time to do it. So I'd love to answer a couple questions before. Hold on. Damn it. What the hell? Oh, I've got it in here. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. You know, I'm certain that my brand of critical critique is not everybody's cup of tea. That is for sure. There's no doubt in my mind about that. Okay, 1 second, guys. I'll give you a view here. This is another piece of my research software. This is Evernote, so it's where I'm throwing some stuff. So this particular, that's why. Okay, interesting. Yeah, we'll do this. Okay, this is a little bit good. This is from Soul of the Marionette by John Gray. The Soul of the Marionette, a short inquiry into human freedom. And then this will be the interesting. It's in a single book quote. Yes, it is. So this is written, this is from 2015. The last line here, I got a little bit of a note that says I need to rewrite it when I put this into something that I'm going to use. So, but this is directly from John Gray. The idea of evil as it appears in modern secular thought is an inheritance from Christianity. To be sure, rationalists have repudiated the idea, but it is not long before they can find they cannot do without it. What has been understood as evil in the past, they insist, is error, a product of ignorance, that human beings can be overcome. Here they are repeating a Zoroastrian theme, which was absorbed. That's a very ancient religion, which Christianity actually borrowed a lot from. It's Persian. Here they are repeating a Zoroastrian theme, which was absorbed into later versions of monotheism. The belief that, quote, as the Lord of creation, man is at the forefront of the contest between the powers of truth and untruth. But how to account for the fact that humankind is deaf to the voice of reason? At this point, rationalists invoke sinister interests, wicked priests, profiteers from superstition, malignant enemies of enlightenment, secular incarnations of the forces of evil. As so often is the case, secular thinking follows a pattern dictated by religion while suppressing religion's most valuable insights. Modern rationalists reject the idea of evil while being obsessed by it. Seeing themselves as embattled warriors in a struggle against darkness, it has not occurred to them to ask why humankind is so fond of the dark. They are left with the same problem of evil that faces religion. The difference is that religious believers know they face an insoluble difficulty, while secular believers do not. Aware of the evil in themselves, traditional believers know it cannot be expelled from the world of human action. Lacking this saving insight, secular believers dream of creating a higher species. They have not noticed the fatal flaw in their schemes. Any such species will be created by actually existing human beings. And that's where he really fell off here on a great bit of writing. So right at that very end, right? You know, so secular rationalists, he's describing progressivism here. So it's interesting. Hopefully we get through this, folks. I was very happy about President Trump's comments yesterday. Obama could have made those same comments and I would have been just as happy. No doubt. This is like, we got to not let Western civilization die. And that's as simple as that. So let me just do a quick check if there is a question that I need to get, because I don't normally do this. And I think we're good. Let's see here. Sprazer? I have one. Is all people in USA under house arrest? I'm from Sweden, so I don't have any insight on that. They don't call it house arrest, but it is a lockdown. I mean, unless you're classified as somebody that's needed in an essential service, you're going to get stopped on the street. So California and New York, I believe, is whole states, and I think there's a couple of other ones. So it's definitely in the tens of millions of people that are in house arrest. Philip Gill, hi Brent, I live in Canary Islands in Spain, and there has been a report of a police officer who died of COVID-19, and he was in his late 30s. So it is a bit scary if you get the virus. No. Erase that. So I'm assuming, Philip, you're a vapor. So if you're a vapor, you'll be used to the mantra of public health when every single time vapors in the tens of thousands send in letters and send in, respond through polls and surveys that vaping saved their lives, that flavors are important and all that. Public health comes back and says, yeah, those are just anecdotal stories, man. They're anecdotal stories. We do not make health policy on anecdotal stories. We are population level data. That's what epidemiology is, at the population level. So one person or 10,000 people really in varying places around the world die in different ways means nothing. And the people it means nothing the most to is public health, because they are in the realm of population level data. So when public health's not correcting the media or encouraging that kind of thinking or whatever, they're doing it duplicitously, right? And well, look at it. The epidemic of teen vaping had no data. When that came out in 2018, in September 2018, FDA and CDC had no public data. So they started using anecdotes. So we know that they're duplicitous. We know that they will, on the one hand, say, we're not taking what you're telling us credibly because it's anecdotal. And then on the other hand, they'll go, but if we want to achieve an aim around, epidemic and outbreak and so forth, we'll take one or two cases and we'll turn that into a mountain. So you just can't do that. And by the way, nobody knows what kind of immune system this person had. So his age may not be a variable in this at all. So I would say no. Like, you just got to tune out from that. Because public health's certainly not even considering anything like that. It's all about the big stuff. Good question, though. Stephen Taylor makes a good point. There are 3 processes to stopping the COVID-19 in the USA that will work, each from the private sector, not from government or public sector. And yeah, that's true. Let me bring up here that, the whole hydrochloroquine? The whole issue on chloroquine, right? When I first heard that last week, I knew exactly what that was. That's a malaria drug that has been in the field kit for every single soldier that's been in an area where there's malaria, and figure how much that is, for 100 years, if not more. So it's an old drug. And so that's the thing. This was just days after they crashed the global economy and they started rolling out the draconian totalitarian measures. I mean, these things cause huge breaks in people's psyche and the psyche of our people. And they didn't even bother to look to see if there was drugs out there that naturally you could go to try to help mitigate some of the damage. And that's what the private sector does. That's what we are so good at doing, which they prevented us from doing by pulling the pin on Western civilization like they did. I mean, with HIV, we threw all these different cocktails at it. And that was 30 years ago. So our ability to do that now is even heightened. So I totally agree. It's just is a disaster what has happened. All right, guys. And Cindy Schmidt, penalties for violating order include $250 fine, up to 30 days in jail. For the lucky ones, Cindy, for the lucky ones. No doubt. And hey, Katie, good to see you. Yeah, the whole U.S. is under a national order to stay home. That is correct. And that's what the president is looking to lift. Based on what he said yesterday, I would imagine that that's going to get lifted next Tuesday, if not Monday. So that'll be the 14, 15 days. For sure by Wednesday. Can't happen soon enough. It's going to take so long. The other side, because there is another side that's trying to destroy Western civilization. And they're going to foot drag, complain, point, accuse the whole way through. You know, California keeps the students out. I mean, all the different ways in which that they're going to disrupt this. They're going to disrupt this right through the election. Come on, guys. Look, I don't talk election stuff with this that much because, you know, I don't want to get there yet because, you know, there's so much I've got to say that it's so hard for people, you know, don't want them to tune out right away. But please, this happened days after the president was acquitted in the Senate. Come on. Come on. For 3 years, the deep state has been doing these exact people. CDC they saw the pretext. They just pulled the pin. And then we're dealing with the consequences. But I mean, obviously this has something to do with the election. Obviously. Okay, guys. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate you joining. Oh, Linzak48 says no today. He said longer today. Yeah, we'll see. If you watched the president's briefing on Sunday, you would have got a very staid, hour and a half presentation where he was talking about all the numbers for the beds and the tents and the ventilators and the gloves and all that kind of stuff. And still had that kind of sheepish thing, this is a very serious and we're doing the good thing. By Monday, he's out and that's it. We got to get the economy back to work. Boom, 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 boom. And then there's still another, 8 days to go. So he's not going to continue along with Monday's position publicly because he still has to do what he's doing. I think he's doing a great job. Honestly, I support, I'm a Trump supporter because of Trump. But the thing about Trump that I support is the thing that is the most important thing. Everybody gets Trump wrong on the other side because they're ideologically poisoned. But they do know something that other conservatives or people in the middle don't know. And what they know is that Trump is that the dominant hegemonic ideology of the day, which is progressivism. It's no longer capitalism. It's no longer, classical liberalism or anything like that. We are in the grips of a brand new dominant hegemonic ideology. The ideology is not new. The dominance is new. And they really, and rightly so, as an ideology, as this thinking, ideologies they fight for hold and power. It was nailed. I mean, it was over. If Hillary had won, for sure, over. But the election of Trump is not a true conservative in that sense. You know what he is? All you have to do is just borrow back throughout the last 250 years of history. We have it from the French Revolution forward, and there's a name for it, and that's a counter-revolutionary. And that's what I am. I mean, I'm not, I'll use the word conservative because it's an easy word to use and it's best compared to anything else. But what the true sense of it is that I know who the enemy of Western civilization is. I know who the enemy is that wants to steal my liberty. I know who the enemy is who wants to control my thinking, that wants to force me into a position where I can say what I can say and do has to first be filtered by state action or some other kind of threat of power. I mean, and for hundreds and hundreds of years. It's been the same. And they are a revolutionary body. That's what they say they are. That's what they are. It's all about reform. It's always a revolution. The issue is never the issue. The issue is always the revolution. Okay, I agree with you. And I'm a counter-revolutionary. I think that your way of doing things is going to destroy the earth. It's going to kill hundreds of millions of people. It's going to sicken people. It's going to ruin lives. So every ounce of my body and being is going to go to disrupt whatever you're doing. I don't care what it is. I'm going to disrupt it. And that's what Trump is. He's a counter-revolutionary. It makes it a little easier to think about it because when the opponent switches positions, you don't get startled because you're expecting them to switch positions. And you can go ahead and switch your position. I'm going to be against it. Well, how could you be against it? You had the other one before. You don't understand. The issue isn't the issue for me. The issue is that you're poison and I'm counter-revolutionary. That's how you got to meet these people there, because that's where they are. And counter-revolutionaries throughout the world. So that's really what it is. Embrace the counter-revolutionary. Don't run with the herd. Be outside the herd. Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. At times it seems like it will never end, the stream of shameful, slanderous, pseudoscientific research belched from the halls of academia and the darkened corridors of public health. With each new study, the same old rehash of claims chips away at the truth that vaping is a safe... No, wait, I'm talking about climate change. Actually, maybe I'm talking about COVID-19. Really, guys, this all might be the same issue. That is the same crisis in science. So joining us today to help sort this out is Mark Morano. Morano is quite simply the world's #1 climate contrarian, a dogged opponent of historical science, and a denier of the prophecies of climate doom. He's the author of the best-selling 2018 book, The Politically Incorrect Guide to Climate Change, and the award-winning producer, writer, and host of the 2016 hit film, Climate Hustle, which rips the mask off global warming hype and exposes the myths and exaggerations behind the science propping up the climate scare. Mark, thanks for joining us today on RegWatch.
Thank you, Brett. I'm happy to be here. I'm self-quarantined in my basement here, much like, not Andrew, but Chris Cuomo on CNN. Of course, I don't have the virus like he does, but I'm hunkered down here, obeying my stay-in-place, shelter-in-place governor's command for the moment.
Well, and you're in the heart of it, where the real troubles are, and you always are on the front lines of these things. You've been battling climate change now for many years, and before we jump down the rabbit hole, which is climate change, and talk that, and then of course talk COVID, let's first start with how our paths crossed. It was last September 2019, just after the U.S. Centers for Disease Control launched its campaign to implicate nicotine vaping with the illness and death caused by what the CDC dubbed as an outbreak of new vaping-related lung illness. Considering our audience is keenly aware of issues around vaping, let's first start there. What do you know about vaping and the progressive battle to crush it?
Well, interestingly enough, I didn't know anything about vaping. I mean, I've always been a pipe and cigar smoker, and I never inhaled. So I never smoked cigarettes. I have none of that history. I had seen a couple of the Cigalikes years ago. But actually in the last year, I started getting the e-pipes and the cork-tipped vape cigars and really enjoyed them. I liked them because you could vape in a car, you could vape in hotel rooms, you could vape, and you got great flavors, especially the e-pipes. I mean, I've found e-pipes with naturally extracted tobacco that in many ways are more enjoyable than real pipes without the fussing. They glow red. You have all kinds of flavors like butter pecan, pistachio. Anyway, so I became quite passionate.
Mark, I'm going to get you to just get a little more headroom there on your shot. Do you see that?
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Just go ahead and adjust your camera there. Your seat. That's a good way to do it. So you were just about to say. So let me put words to that. Why are you passionate about vaping?
Well, I just thought it was a very awesome concept of harm reduction because I didn't smell. I'm not inhaling anyway. In my case, I know a lot of vapors inhale, but I was treating it the same way I would treat a cigar or pipe. So you could it sort of complemented cigar and smoke, and I found myself cutting way back on both any kind of real cigars and real e-pipes. So I'm like, wow, this is an amazing technology. So I actually then started buying Cigalikes, I guess you'd call them, the ones that look like traditional cigarettes. And I was trying to give them to people who were smoking and telling them, hey, this is going to be much healthier for you than combustible tobacco. Well, so I'm doing all that. And I'm also following the global warming debate. So what ends up happening is I see the whole health scare start. And when I get into an issue, I start looking at some of the regulatory side to see what's happening. When the health scare started last summer, I was very interested, not because, I was going to become a vaping lobbyist or because I was, anything like that. I've never had any involvement in tobacco, cigarettes, anything. People like to paint me as being a tobacco denier or anything. But what happened was I saw the same campaign cause from public health officials that I'd seen from United Nations scientists and United Nations bureaucrats and officials and the climate campaigners. Immediately what we saw was this narrative that all of these guys in the white lab coats were claiming is that, your teenager is at risk. And they were. A lot of teenagers were at risk. I'm not downplaying the lung outbreak. But the obvious thing about it, which was shocking to me, these were illegal black market vapes. It was pretty clear early on that was the cause. And to see the CDC, to see public health come out and just never bring that up and recommend no one vape, and then to see all the cities banning vaping while allowing cigarette smoke to still go on unfettered, and seeing whole countries, I believe it was India that banned it. It was just shocking to me, and it was all sort of this hysteria. So the other thing I would do is check all the local news. If you want to see really bad media, I mean, we can laugh about CBS, NBC, and the mainstream media, but you want to see really crap bullshit reporting at the lowest level, just check any random city across the United States, local newscast, and the stories they were doing, completely omitting black market, completely omitting all the stuff, all the facts that these were THC and black market with this additive that's not in any registered or monitored e-juice. It was an amazing thing. So I realized right away what was going on, that the fix was in. And ultimately it led to the CDC, even long after the FDA acknowledged this, CDC holding firm. So the CDC plays politics. People out there need to realize they're a lobbying organization. If there's nothing else, they are concerned about public health. There's a lot of good people there. The organization as a whole tries to do the right thing, but they are subject to this lobbying tendency where, again, no dissent is allowed, like we've seen in the climate debate, and no break in the narrative. And it is a narrative, and the media just eats it up. And then you have all these different studies that come out and they hype just like climate, an extreme scenario, extreme stat that becomes the headline without explanation. And we're seeing that now. We've seen it in climate change. We're also seeing it now in the coronavirus a mess here with even President Trump. I couldn't watch the press conference last night with him saying over and over, I think it was 2.2 million. We've saved that many lives by doing this. They pick extreme scenarios of any study, and then they allow that to become, the mainstream pick. In other words, I always use it in climate, I like to do the butterfly scientist. A butterfly scientist no one's paying attention to, so he starts doing research. He doesn't have journal publications. He's not in the media. So he does a study where he has 3 ranges of what may happen to butterflies 50 to 100 years from now. One is moderate, one is mild, and then one's this extreme scenario based on models. And that scenario then gets picked up. In fact, I've had scientists, and I feature in my book, they spend more time. This is not an anecdotal story. This is the reality, actual documented. They spend more time working on the press release for their scientific studies when it comes to climate than they did on the actual study. And I actually have the scientists admitting that in the book. So what happens is they hype the press. Suddenly, butterflies are doomed based on the extreme outlier prediction 100 years from now. Suddenly, they're getting book deals. They're getting published. They're getting media attention. They're getting funding. They're getting invited to Bali and Cancun and South America and all these iconic UN climate summit destinations. Well, the same thing's true in public health. The same thing's true in the science world when it comes to vaping or anything else. You have to look at what's happening behind the scenes. And I think President Eisenhower laid that out in 1959. 1961, and his leaving, his farewell inaugural address, when he warned of the scientific technological elite, where a government contract essentially gives you the certainty that you can essentially become a unelected ruling class. And that's what I'm afraid we're seeing happen here, particularly with the coronavirus. And of course, with everything I mentioned about vaping, that all led to a slew of legislation. Just to sum up on vaping, I'll have one last line. It was ironic to me that you would shut down legal vape shops all because of an illegal black market THC vape that people were buying off the street. So you did nothing to solve the real problem, but you made the actual legal, safer product completely unattainable in many cases with outright bans. Well, combustible tobacco and cigarettes and other things completely went unfettered in countries and in cities. It was just logic, science, everything turned on its head, all because of public health advocacy.
So in the climate debate, to call it that, I don't think anybody on that side actually calls it a debate.
They don't acknowledge a debate. Yeah,
no, they don't. Right. So, but on that issue, there's been a slew of science, obviously, over the last 20, 30 years that really is just one-sided and comes down one way. And vaping seems to be the same case there. So when coming from your experience on the climate side, this is a science question now, not just technically a vaping one, is that did you see parallels there that kind of shocked you or surprised you, or did you go, oh my God, it's the same operation happening in terms of science?
No, it was the same formula. Again, they'd come up with a crisis. They would hype. We're talking about the lung ailment. They would hype the extreme scenarios of the kids dying in hospitals. And it was horrible and tragic, and absolutely the media needed to get the message out there. But once it was clear what was going on, there was the absurd thing, and I think you covered this here, but in Canada, where the doctors would be like, well, we have a patient here. We can't tell you whether it was an illegal THC. We're not going to tell you that. But if you contact us, we have a list of suppliers list of companies that will tell you whether you can give us a list and we'll tell you whether that was on what he bought. So they played like this cat and mouse game because they couldn't come out and say, no, these are black market illegal vapes. And then the media would not have been able to report it in the same way. Politicians would not have gotten the same message to regulate. So it's all about controlling the narrative. And the samest thing is absolutely true of climate. You hype the extreme scenario, you downplay or hide the information that's not going to build your narrative. What I like to say, it's like a campaign. If you're a campaign spokesman running for a congressional district or some local office, you're only going to hype and allow the news that's favorable to your candidate, and you're going to quash and destroy anything else. The problem is this is done through government policy in the white lab coat world, and that includes both public health and scientific world, particularly when it comes to climate change, and now even viruses. I mean, we're finding the doctors who were trying to dissent on this are just viciously attacked, marginalized, even though there's some very prominent researchers from Stanford and everything else, basically saying, we don't know if the government clampdown like we're doing is going to be a good thing. But let me just give some caveats here. This is a very serious virus. It's as bad as a severe flu or much worse. We don't even know that yet. People are absolutely dying. It's in a pandemic phase. No one wants to get it. It's spreading around. The issue that I think a lot of people have, and one of my heroes on this is Peter Hitchens, who writes in the UK, the brother of Christopher Hitchens, now deceased. But Peter Hitchens has been just phenomenal on this, basically saying that governments are surrendering their liberties in an afternoon to the state of Big Brother, and that we're giving, decades-old liberties just overnight to this hysteria without any evidence that it's as bad as they're claiming initially. Again, we're talking millions of deaths they claim, then they revise all these downwards, and they say, well, that's because of the steps we took. There's no way to disprove or prove anything they're saying. So my problem is not that the virus isn't serious. It is, and all kinds of precautions should be taking place. I have a 96-year-old aunt who's in essentially quarantine at a assisted living. I have a near 90-year-old mother who's self-quarantined. There's all kinds of vulnerable populations that need to be protected here. But the question is, how far do we go, for how long? And then there's the whole flip side of this, of what you do on the other side, which is, people losing their homes, their cars, their livelihood, suicide, depression, family stress, prolonged economic depression. These are questions that are legitimate to ask, but at this point in the media, there's just absolute sort of conformity in the mainstream media on this. And, I'm not even saying I have the answer to that, but I'm saying these are legitimate questions. Like, I go back to the Peter Hitchens line, surrendering our centuries-old liberties in an afternoon because of a virus scare. It's pretty powerful to see what's happening here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this had been set up for some time. You could call it a conspiracy, or you can just talk about it how we would here at RegWatch, which is the way dominant hegemonic ideologies work. And the progressive ideology is now become the dominant hegemonic ideology of the day, meaning the people that are inside and believing the ideology do not know they believe in something. It's been naturalized.
Yes,
and so...
Same thing with the media. They don't believe they're progressive. Steve Malloy, who runs junkscience.com, wrote a book, recently on the EPA. He had a great line. He said he knows of no conservative libertarians who go into public health anymore. He said it's the equivalent of not knowing any conservative teachers who go into teaching anymore, because you're going to be so outnumbered. Any views you have are going to be crushed, and it's become the purview of the progressive left in many ways. I'm not talking about the actual doctors in this case. I'm talking about the sort of the bureaucracy in public health. And so what it becomes down is it becomes a self-interested lobbying organization where no dissent is allowed. For instance, the World Health Organization in 2018 just posted tonight on my website, Climate Depot, called climate change the greatest threat facing the world in the 21st century, basically bar none, the greatest, not one of, but the greatest threat in 2018. And now the World Health Organization, of course, has singing a different tune, and rightly so. I mean, obviously the virus, this coronavirus, COVID-19, is significantly and radically a threat, but the idea that the World Health Organization is the trusted World Health is outrageous. They've done so many crap promotion of these climate change health studies and even the psychiatric stuff. You have so much stuff in the realm of health when it comes to climate where they claim, it's going to cause increase in depression, and they go beyond this. It's going to cause vehicle theft increases, rape increase. I mean, the wackiness which these studies go is just mind-boggling. But this is the world in which we're faced, and if you dissent on this, you're labeled a denier. Your career is over. There's a Canadian scientist, Dr. Dennis Rancourt, who's featured in my film Climate Hustle. University of Ottawa, I believe. He talks. It's actually fascinating stuff. He was a professor who basically didn't want to. I hope I'm not misinterpreting this or misrelaying it, but he didn't want to give out grades to his students. Got at odds with the administration. Ended up leaving his professorship over this because the students. He said that the current university system is training obedient intellectuals who will never question anything. It's not about learning. It's not about keeping an open mind. It's about being an obedient intellectual that's going to essentially serve at the pleasure of the powers that be in the state. And that's what he was protesting against. He's had a whole series of videos and highlighting reports and analysis on the whole COVID-19. So I defer to scientific experts on this, and there's many of them. In fact, I believe people have been collecting all the people who think not that this isn't a serious threat, but that our reaction to it is not helping and may actually be more harmful. And some of the things that can be more harmful, old people who need to get out to get fresh air, to walk around, they're now being homebound. A lot of times with not even having caretakers check on them. You're going to have massive depression, which leads to heart attack. You're going to have people who are losing mobility as this continues to go months. In Virginia, we're on lockdown until early June right now, allegedly. And so what they're doing is you're not allowed to leave your house. You're going to have the potential of some places have police roadblocks set up. DC's offer, warning of $1,500 fines to keep you locked up in your house. They're closing beaches. Now, I can understand party beaches or people MTV style college break, but a beach where you could actually limit the number of people, a beach gives you vitamin D, sunshine, healthy air. Why keep people cooped up in the time of a pandemic virus? Inside. And then some of the absurd things I'm seeing are people walking out, wide out in the open with masks on, with no one within 8 football fields of them. That doesn't seem to make much sense to me. I can understand wearing a mask if you're going in a store or somewhere in close contact, but government does rely on hysteria. It's how you get obedience. And I think this virus scare, and we can talk about this in a minute, is unbelievable. The climate activists must be grieving because they tried for decades to get government to do all the things that happened virtually overnight in this coronavirus situation. And now the climate people are like, what did we do wrong? How did we miss this boat?
So let me ask you, Mark, make the case for why our viewers should be skeptical about climate change.
Okay, so we'll back up here. Okay, basically, climate change, in the 1890s, we had a scientist in Sweden who talked about the greenhouse effect. And so what you'll hear people like former Secretary of State John Kerry say, this is, 19th century settled physics and about high school physics, and there's no doubt. What he's saying is that carbon dioxide can have a warming effect on the atmosphere. And they turn that settled physics, if you will, into we're going to face a climate emergency, a climate crisis. The Earth is going to heat up 3 degrees. We need a UN treaty. We need a Green New Deal. We need carbon taxes. We need regulations. We need every aspect of our lives centrally planned based on that. Now, as we went forward through the 20th century, we had the global cooling scare in the 1970s. People like Stephen Snyder and NASA scientists literally said, yeah, there's a warming effect from CO2, but carbon-based fuels, i.e. fossil fuels, coal, oil, gas, were creating aerosols, which were essentially blocking out sunlight. And this was a greater effect, and this was going to cause a global cooling. And we're already overdue for the next ice age. So in the 1970s, you had a slew of reports, including CIA reports and others, warning of this essentially global dimming, global cooling effect, to the point where they wanted to put soot on the Arctic to help the ice melt so it wouldn't freeze up too much. They blamed hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, droughts on man-made global cooling at the time. And interestingly enough, they actually wanted the same solutions that we're hearing about today. There was like primitive Green New Deals. They wanted wealth redistribution. They wanted international treaties. They wanted all sorts of restrictions on the economy and energy at the time to stop global cooling. So you fast forward, by the late 70s, you had scientists on both sides. The New York Times actually reporting on this, that we were battling between global cooling climatologists versus the global warming meteorologists. And they had this big battle. And actually, Freeman Dyson, who just died, the successor to Einstein at Princeton University, was on the non-global warming side. He wasn't really on the global cooling side. But he talked about how they lost that battle, and he says it was because of funding. Now, this was interesting because the other side got the funding for the modeling studies, and that essentially paved the way for global warming. So by 1980s, Al Gore, I believe, had his first global warming hearing, 2004, if you will. They called it the greenhouse effect back in the U.S. Senate. Maybe it was a congressman, but it was back around 2004. By 1984, sorry. And by 1988, you had NASA's James Hansen come out, testify to Congress. It was also the same year the UN put their climate panel together. And this is where the science gets truly bastardized when it comes to climate. Keep in mind, carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas, but there's literally hundreds of factors that influence the climate. CO2 is but one. You can't, at the margins, manipulate one factor, carbon dioxide, and then expect to have any outcome like they're claiming, like we're going to have, we had Senator Chuck Schumer on the floor of the United States Senate. Everyone knows that we've done more on climate with these hurricanes wouldn't be as severe. They actually believe that they could have passed a carbon tax 10 years ago and we'd have less hurricanes. Obama administration was famous for these claims. We need the EPA climate regulations because the storms are getting worse. But yet they never subject them to a cost-benefit analysis because they wouldn't even affect global CO2, let alone global temperature, if you believe CO2 controls the temperature. So By 1988, once the UN gets involved, you basically have a self-interested lobbying organization that has to find carbon dioxide is the control knob of the climate causing dangerous climate change, or they cease to have a reason to exist. Now, in the case of the UN, not only do the scientists get to have a panel where they can manipulate the data and actually have the summaries signed off for by United Nations delegates, bureaucrats, and world leaders, and that's the actual truth there, and they admit this. Only like 52 scientists sign off on this central claim of CO2 essentially being the control knob, and those have to be agreed to in the summary with the politicians and bureaucrats of elected officials. So what happens is the UN is in charge of the science. They can't find it's not a problem of CO2 because they cease to have a reason to exist, and this is the cream of the crop. Not only are they in charge of hyping the problem scientifically, but they're also in charge of solving it policy-wise. So you get a double self-interested organization, this science side of the UN and the policy side. And of course, the policy side began with the abominable Rio Earth Summit in 1992, which Republican George H.W. Bush went and committed the United States to, and the Senate passed in 1993, ratified the treaty. And essentially that led to the creation of these UN climate conferences and the Kyoto Protocol and the Copenhagen and now, of course, the Paris Climate Agreement. And so the United Nations, completely vested, self-interested lobbying organization, has had their opportunity to, by the way, thinking of clips, if you want to show a clip, have me testifying in the United States Congress against the former UN climate chief. They gave me about 7 minutes of video, and they actually shut me down. The Democrat chair had to shut me down. And the hearing was so successful from a climate skeptic's point of view. This was last spring. I was there with Patrick Moore, Greenpeace co-founder, and he and I went up literally against 5 of the other side. And the left even did analysis. Patrick Moore and I had more speaking time. It was such a rout for the other side in terms of us exposing the agenda as the UN Climate Species Report, that they quietly, 3 weeks after that, announced a new hearing with the same United Nations officials that had to fly back into the United States to do one this time without any dissenting guests on Capitol Hill, because they didn't get their hearing because there was split media, there was controversy, they hated it. The UN former chief, they were livid, angry about it. So they came back, redid the show, and then they finally had their, show without dissent. That's what they want, no dissent. So anyway, to make a long story short, climate is not controlled by CO2. My movie has that. I did a report of 1,000 dissenting scientists many years ago proving this. I have a Nobel Prize winning scientist give me the foreword in my book, or as a blurb in the book. It is an amazing thing to see. Yeah, thank you. And by the way, that was reissued last year with a whole bonus chapter on the Green New Deal and updated. So anyone who wants to get that, it's available on Amazon. You can actually see the template for why the coronavirus is such a threat to our liberty right now, because the same playbook applies. Never let a crisis go to waste. And in the climate world, that is a hurricane, a tornado, a flood, drought. Just let me finish on climate. One more blurb here and I'll be finished. Everything from polar bears, which are at or near historic population highs. And this is one of the cons they'll do. It's much worse than we thought for polar bears. How? They're at record population. They never counted this many. Well, our prediction of 50 to 100 years is much more dire for polar bears. So when current reality fails to alarm, what they do is misdirect and make scarier and scarier predictions of the future. And that you see time and time again. But if you're talking floods, droughts, hurricanes, tornadoes, is either no trend or declining trends on climate timescales, 30 years, 50 years, or more. And that's actually in the United Nations climate reports. It's buried in the reports. You can cite the UN to debunk climate fears, but it's not in the UN summary for policymakers. It's not in the UN lead spokesman scientists, people like Michael Oppenheimer who come out. He got hundreds of thousands of dollars, more than $250,000, maybe more than $500,000 from Barbara Streisand when he worked for the EDF, Environmental Defense Fund. And these are scientists that are peddled out as having no skin in the game. You have the President Trump allows the National Climate Assessment, the media loves to say, Trump's own scientists even said Trump was wrong on climate change. These are reports that have been authored by the federal government authorized since the Clinton administration. And what happened was the Union of Concerned Scientists, a progressive left-wing environmental group, has scientists in charge of this federal report who've hijacked it. And guess who coordinated it? None other than Obama's lead coordinator for the United Nations UN Paris negotiation, Andrew Light. So that's who Trump's own scientists are. It goes through the Trump administration, already pre-started, like when he starts his administration, this is reports coming out. No one in Trump's administration will speak ill against it because they don't want to be accused of censorship by the New York Times. So my point is, this is how the sausage is made. They do these reports. There's no dissent allowed. I have a whole chapter in my book on former UN scientists who turned against the organization. UN officials, UN scientists actually on record as saying, and I have the quotes, "We'll make the next UN climate report so alarming the world will have to act." That's using science to lobby for political goals. And that's essentially all you need. People always say, "You're not a scientist." Aha, but I play one on TV. I can buy a white lab coat just like anyone else. No, I'm not a scientist. My background is political science from George Mason University in Virginia. But that's
so
all
let me interrupt there.
Let
me interrupt there, Mark, because you're making some great points. So I want to make sure that I'm connecting some things for our viewers.
Sure.
First of all, is great point. Science is corrupted, but people who think that if you agree with that statement, you may think that that's a recent thing, but it is not. The concept. So whenever you hear somebody say, "I trust the science," you hear this all the time from progressives.
Yeah.
During all of this whole thing, "I trust the science. It's evidence-based. I trust science." It's the science. What about the science? Science!
Yeah.
Right? So they completely lost what they don't know. For the ones that do, that, are practicing, sophistry and stuff like that, they know. But they're taking something that is a process that is designed to be doubtful, always and skeptical, always at the front, and then with a hypothesis that you go in and you try to disprove. So you're not actually supposed to be trying to prove your point that you're going into the experiment with. You're supposed to have a hypothesis and do everything you can to disprove it. And that's the null hypothesis that every statistician knows, every scientist knows. It's the basic thing. And your method is the method in which you create that experiment, the hypothesis, the experiment, you conduct it, you measure it, and then you do your analysis of it. And that is the scientific method. And coming out of that, it should be something that resembles some form of truth, right? At least in terms of that particular science in its isolation. And then all of the other scientists out there then grab it and then try to replicate it, again, trying to disprove it. And if they can't, then the truth hardens around it. The problem is that science is a truth-making process. And what the postmodern progressives have done here in a Machiavellian, deliberate way is change that meaning of science without redefining it to the end public. The end public still sees the output of it as truth, while they change the actual process in there because they've corrupted it all along the way. They've corrupted it with the presuppositions going in. They've corrupted it with the hypotheses going in. And then in the whole process, they don't respect the data. They pick and choose from their data. They decide what to put in their models. And then when stuff comes out that they don't like, they bury the study or they bury the conclusions deep down, but the press release up at the front still is claiming alarm and hysteria.
And that's exactly what the United Nations has done. Michael Mann, the Penn State professor who came up with the infamous hockey sticker, which it's the hockey stick, which shows the northern hemisphere temperatures basically steady to the 20th century skyrocketing. Steve McIntyre and Ross McKittrick, these two researchers in Canada, reached out to Michael Mann basically, and he didn't want to release the data to that study, and there was no way to replicate it, but it was used in all the UN reports, all hype. And then I have a whole chapter in my book just on that. Even Michael Mann's fellow United Nations climate activist scientists were all saying they didn't believe it, they were skeptical of it. And then what ends up happening is it doesn't really matter about the details. It becomes the iconic image used for lobbying and PR purposes. You're absolutely right. The scientific method is lost here. I just gave you a stat earlier about, literally empirical data, even in United Nations reports, even in the report I referenced about Union of Concerned Scientists, the National Climate Assessment, have to admit that extreme weather is not increasing. So how do you get around that? So what they'd end up doing is they look at a storm like Hurricane Harvey or Hurricane Katrina a few years back, and they'll say this storm was, X amount more powerful due to climate change based upon our modeling studies and blah, blah, blah. So instead of actually looking at the fact that hurricanes aren't getting more frequent, more powerful, the 1940s had some of the worst, most powerful hurricanes that we know of. The accumulated cyclonic activity, the ACE measurement, which they do for hurricanes, is showing that this is not the case, that there's a climate signal in it on timescales. And these are all there. But what they do is they do these weird I'll say weird because they basically torture the data. So they'll say, well, because of climate change and our added CO2 in the atmosphere, we've made events like this tornado outbreak, 5 times more likely by this year. And so then the media will report extreme weather getting worse, when in reality it's not. Or in the case of these climate groups that try to co-opt TV weathermen, they'll say, since 1970 as a baseline, our local city has increased this much in temperature. If this trend continues, we're going to be up this high by whatever. Why are they picking 1970 as a baseline? Because that was one of the coldest years of the 20th century during the global cooling scare. If they had picked the 1930s as a baseline, in many cases, they'd be showing declining temperature or flat temperatures or a slight increase depending on your location in the continental U.S. So they've got the science, and what they've done is essentially everything is caused by climate change. So if you want to talk about falsifiable science, which Karl Popper, the scientific philosopher, would go into, you cannot prove or disprove this. When they claim now that global warming will mean less snow, except, we have blizzards, record snow in the East Coast United States, then suddenly Al Gore does a thing, this is what we're seeing. Global warming means more snow. It's heavier, more blizzards because of this. And then they'll basically claim both outcomes. So in my book, I have a whole section on global warming causes more hurricanes, more malaria, less malaria, more fog, less fog, saltier seas, less salty seas, more colorful foliage, less colorful foliage, will shorten the time of day, lengthen the time of day. They literally have predicted every outcome. This is their climate science, which you can't question, or they threaten to put you in jail. And by the way, I have that in the book and the movie. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. went to jail, climate deniers. Bill Nye, this science guy, in quotes, thinks it's a great idea and we should look into it. He's not opposed to jailing climate deniers. But if you don't agree that climate change can cause opposite results, then you're a denier. And so the problem is there's no way to falsify this theory. If they say global warming means children won't know what snow is, which is what they've said, and suddenly you're getting record snow, and then they say global warming means record blizzards and snow, where can you go to say, okay, how do we falsify your theory? Because no matter what happens, that it fits their theory. And that's why it ceased to become a science. That's why your audience, Brent, should be skeptical.
Well, that is disturbing. That's all I could say. Let me, we're going to go to a clip that I've got from a video that I did, RegWatch did in the summer of 2017. We had Dr. Robert Spencer on. He's from NASA and literally the man in charge of the Aqua satellite system, right? That monitors and measures the ice caps and sea levels for NASA at the North and South Pole, and obviously the oceans around the world. And at that time, he was clear. He called himself a lukewarmer, but that's because all these scientists are being forced to right. Basically do that. But I mean, he outright said there is no global warming. I mean, it's not there. You can't differentiate any kind of warming that might be seen really from, he was committing heresy, really, actually, pretty much. But before we went into that interview, I've got just a 2-minute clip here of where I was outlining to vapors the connection between vaping and climate change. The key reason why I want to play this is because those connections are the same connections that we see at RegWatch with what's happening today with COVID. And it's definitely worth it, and it'll take us into the next part of our conversation here. So, most are called skeptics or deniers, despite the fact that doubt is the starting point of all genuine scientific inquiry. There are 2 operating principles at work here, which are hostile to sound science, yet power the anti-vaping and pro-climate change movements. The first is a Machiavellian precept: the end justifies the means. That is, a virtuous outcome excuses any wrongs committed to attain it. For climate change, almost every policy and action is justified by this precept, including the deliberate manipulation of climate science and the unrelenting propaganda spewed from the mainstream media. Skewed science and biased media is of no surprise to vapers, which have the climate change movement to thank for breaking down the firewalls protecting journalism and scientific integrity. Specifically to vaping, the end justifies the means provides the support to ban flavors. While the goal to protect the kids is righteous, it's also indifferent to the outcome, which puts the immediate health of adult vapers at risk. The second operating principle at work is called the precautionary principle. It was born from the environmental movement and codified in direct partnership with public health at the Wing Spread Conference in 1998, held in the state of Wisconsin. It's now law in the European Union and lies at the heart of every international agreement on climate change. The precautionary principle states when an activity raises threats of harm to human health or the environment, precautionary measures should be taken, even if some cause and effect relationships are not fully established scientifically. This means a policy may be enacted to prohibit or restrict an activity, even if there is no scientific proof it causes harm. The only prerequisite is scientific uncertainty and a suspicion of risk. Precautionary principle is really the smoking gun that links the tactics of the climate change movement with those of the anti-vaping movement. How often have vapers heard, "We just don't know enough about the risks of vaping, therefore to be safe than sorry, let's enact regulations to hinder or even ban vaping altogether"? You've got to give credit where credit is due. Activists insist on the one hand that the science is settled on climate change, yet on the other, they insist scientific proof of cause and effect isn't necessary, thanks to the precautionary principle. They've really boxed civilization in from both ends, and if this sounds a little political, well, that's because it is.
Yes.
Well, and it's true.
Very well said there.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, we only have time to, script it out and then a couple of days of editing. But that's like really the key thing here is that people don't understand that there is a policy that was developed in partnership between environmentalism and public health. Why are those two together? Because they're together. Because public health is a progressive movement. Progressivism is public health. There's no daylight there. And same with environmentalism. Yeah. It's progressivism.
It is. Now, there's always been the Teddy Roosevelt conservationist has always, and that's what people don't understand. They think that anyone who is against modern left-wing progressive environmentalism is not for the environment. I grew up loving the environment. I actually grew up, watching those documentaries on the Amazon rainforest and all the trees being cut, how many football fields a minute. I ended up doing a documentary. It was eye-opening. I went down to Brazil several times, and I did a documentary that was released about 20 years ago called Amazon Rainforest Clear-Cutting the Myths. And the New York Times came around on my site. Essentially, it was the most intact forest for every acre cut. Now, at one point, 50 acres were being regenerated. So this whole concept of the idea that that humans in modern life is destructive to the planet, and then they put up the indigenous populations. In fact, I interviewed the author of a book, Robert Whalen, called The Myth of the Eco-Savage, and he talks about how the indigenous people would run animals into extinction, deforest, cause fires, but yet they're considered part of Earth, whereas modern man, because we use fossil fuels, we're the invader, we're the parasite, and
we're the virus.
We're the virus. Yes, yeah. And by the way, there's been some people happy about this virus on the extreme end. That this is going to cull the herd, if you will, of humans. That's how anti-human these are, and that's what Patrick Moore says. The modern environmental movement is essentially an anti-human movement. And why? Now, I could cite the work of climate researcher Bjorn Lomborg, who, using the precautionary principle concepts, he debunks all this. In other words, the UN Paris Agreement was estimated to be the most expensive treaty in world history. And I believe the number was, I want to say 100 trillion now, but I don't have that, may not have the exact number that he estimated. But
that sounds familiar. That sounds familiar, yes.
Yeah, if we use that money to actually help with development and getting energy access to the developing world, over 1 billion people don't have running water and electricity. I mean, this is like, you want to talk about doing less harm and helping people. You go in right now, one of the biggest threats are people burning burning dung in their huts. They're polluting their local rivers. You bring in fossil fuels. The third world, which is politically incorrect to say, but the developing world actually improves because they're not clear cutting the forests and they're not burning dung. They're better air quality. They're not dumping, their waste into the local river. They build infrastructure. They get modern medicine. It's one of the most pro-human things you can do. But we have instances where the World Bank, the Obama administration was stopping development in places like Africa because of climate concerns. We can't let them develop the same way. And this is where it gets really weird in the whole climate debate. In fact, the first movie we have in the second film too, we have Al Gore warning that there's essentially going to be too many Africans on the planet. He says that Africa will have more people than China and India combined by mid-century. We need ubiquitous fertility management. Would President Trump get away with saying there's going to be too many Africans and we need to figure out a way to limit their number? Now, Gore said this at a Bill Gates-funded event. It was at a Bill Gates conference. This is the kind of stuff we're seeing. Paul Ehrlich, a hero to the climate community, a hero to the environmentalists, the author of The Population Bomb, suggested putting forced sterilization agents in the drinking water to keep the population down in the late 60s, early 70s. This is the kind of stuff that we're dealing with. That's the base of what the climate movement is springing from. And, to go a little bit further, like the precautionary principle with climate it's an amazing thing because they want to shut down all of human history. We have United Nations officials on record, the climate chief, Cristina Figueres, on record essentially saying that we seek a centralized transformation that will make life on planet Earth very different. So because they think a 1 to 3 degree temperature is going to be cataclysmic 100 years plus from now, that we need to make people's lives now strictly under permanent government control with limits on transportation, development, your home appliances, your home thermostat settings, the kind of car you drive. We had Democratic candidates recently based, again, on the precautionary principle of we must stop this harm from coming in the future. We don't exactly know how bad, but to err on the safe side, we need to ban the personal ownership of automobiles. One of the Democratic candidates running in the U.S. suggested a roving fleet of electric cars instead. This is, of course, not even mentioning the fact that electric cars, I think it's 70% of the world's cobalt comes from the Democratic Republic of Congo, which the mines are run by Chinese company, which Amnesty International is claiming there's child labor abuse is going on. So there's all of that going on as well. But essentially, we have Elizabeth Warren, another Democrat candidate, wanted to essentially ban home building unless it passed sustainability requirements. So you couldn't build a new home unless it was sustainable based on essentially UN guidelines, precautionary principle. So this is just infecting every aspect of our life before the coronavirus came.
Right. And so to be clear on the precautionary principle, it's enshrined in EU law. So the European Union has enshrined it. So it's a must. It must be considered for all development of regulations and approach policy and everything else. It's enshrined in Canada. It's not enshrined in the US, but it's considered. I think that's the right way to put it. It's recognized, but it's not enshrined. Excuse me. So what the key thing about it that is so insidious is that it's in the absence of scientific evidence. So when there is no evidence of harm, but there is a belief by the experts, the technocrats, as Tucker would say, the professional class, right? If they believe that there's a harm or can sell the hysteria that there's a harm, then you can take the action. And that's exactly what drives all climate change, because none of the science stands up.
In fact, when they say that the majority of warming was caused by, humans, that's an expert judgment, which, in the words of Lord Monckton, the former Thatcher advisor, is a show of hands of basically UN experts who say, because of this, we're projecting, the majority of the warming is caused by humans, therefore it's going to be X, Y, Z. So that projection then means that we have to take precautions as a society and shut down essentially life as we know it. And that includes meat eating. The UN climate chief has now said that, we need to banish meat eaters the way we banish smokers to their own section in restaurants, that we need to make meat eating as expensive as possible. Al Gore timed his public IPO of the Beyond Burger to the big UN meat eating report, agriculture report that came out, and it was one of the biggest IPOs. And my question is Al Gore's quest to become a fake meat billionaire, because he's promoting these burgers, which actually nutritionists say aren't healthy, but it's all based on the climate scare. So we have to change everything now. I remember John Stossel, who's, by the way, going to be in my sequel, Climate Hustle 2. You can go to climatehustle2.com, and we had scheduled for April this year, but of course Corona shut all the theaters indefinitely, so we're planning it for the fall. But John Stossel, years ago when he was at ABC, did a segment essentially, which was a precautionary principle concept of, if the bicycle were introduced today, based on our current environmental and safety and health regulations, given how many kids it has killed and given the amount of injuries it causes, it probably never would have been approved. This would have been seen as the most dangerous invention in the history of childhood inventions, and it would have been banned right off the face. No one would have been willing to take the risk. But thankfully, it was done before the great nanny state took over our society and tried to regulate every aspect of our lives. And it's only getting worse here, because with climate, our sequel, by the way, the first movie you mentioned, Brent, that was Climate Hustle 1. That came out in 2016. That deals mostly with the science, and nothing's really changed. Some of the stats may be different, but the gist of it is the same. We go through all the scientific method, the extreme weather. I compared it to witchcraft. There's a whole section in the first film, which basically, and it goes through, there's actually scholarly studies that show that accusations of witchcraft increased during the Little Ice Age in Europe, when crops failed, economic hardship, bad weather, illness increased, and they blamed it on witches. And so now with climate change, essentially, this is akin to blaming bad weather on witchcraft. They're blaming it on our SUVs. They're blaming it on our thermostat settings. They're blaming it on fracking, this hurricane, that tornado. We really have not advanced scientifically since that time. But our sequel deals with the UN climate agenda, Climate Hustle 2, which will be at theaters this fall. You can go to climatehustle2.com to read more about it. Kevin Sorbo, the actor's in it. In this film, we go in great detail of what's behind the agenda. We go behind the scenes of the Green New Deal, which, by the way, two of the architects admit it is not a climate thing. It is about a change the economy type of thing. We have the United Nations climate officials admitting that this is the climate treaties that we talk about, the Copenhagen, Paris, are not about the climate at all. They're about redistribution of wealth. They're not even related to climate. They admit that openly. So you quickly realize that climate science is actually climate lobbying, and it's not about the science. It's not about the climate. It's not about the environment. This is about essentially controlling the economies and central planning, and this is what the progressive left bureaucrats dream of. Never let a crisis go to waste. And that's what we're seeing with this coronavirus crisis. They are not letting it go to waste. They are jumping on this with unbelievable. The climate activists, and I have a whole bunch, the former UN climate chief actually said that this could be a good thing because emissions are going to be down. There'll be less commerce, less trade. Other people are looking at this and saying this is exactly the model we want to follow for the climate emergency.
So
the corona lockdown.
Yeah, well, absolutely. And so we're going to just quickly pop over to RegWatch here for a second and take a look at this. All right. So two things, Mark. I'm going to just walk people through here so you can, I would say, have a vape. This would be the time I'd say to a guest, have a vape. You're off camera.
I don't want to promote bad habits. It's still a bad habit. I don't want.
Yeah, no.
It's harm reduction. So
absolutely. So, sorry. I want to do this. This is what I want to do because quite frankly, everyone's going to just sit back for a minute and a half. You too, Mark. This is a series of little quotes that I've taken from James Burnham's book, The Managerial Revolution, which was written in 1941. This is 1941, folks. And so let me just rip the scab right off of this. This is fascism that we're seeing fully flourish here in the West. That's how they were able to completely do what they've done, because fascists are bureaucrats or managers. That's kind of a little bit of debate here. But no matter what, it's totalitarian. It's total. The whole thing is total. And if you just spent a second thinking about the progressive ideology and just think about your life and how you're surrounded by a total narrative. That narrative is total, right? And you dare think past it, you are toasted, right? This is totalitarianism. And so what we're seeing here is the implementation of the direct control of the individual. And I'm sorry, but we're living in martial law here. If you're not recognizing that and you're going, oh, what about Italy? What about Italy? Oh my God, Italy! Yeah, that's hysterical. You're hysterical. This is James Burnham, 1941. Russia, Germany, and Italy, which have advanced furthest towards the managerial society, social structure, are all of them at present totalitarian dictatorships. And when you hear dictatorship, you've been programmed out there, folks, for the leader. And everyone, the left was calling Trump a dictator. Dictators do not gut regulations. That's the first thing. You want to know if you've got a dictator that's running your country? They're not the ones gutting all the regulations. That's opposite dictator, right? Others have been as severe within the limited realms of social life to which the dictator extended. In our situation and in the others, there's no one single Lenin's strong, sure. Hitler's less strong, sure. But it takes the entire population and this cadre of managers and bureaucrats, the technical class. What distinguishes totalitarian dictatorships is the number of facets of life subject to the impact of dictatorial rule. What distinguishes totalitarian dictatorships is the number of facets of life subject. So when you're thinking coronavirus, I mean, it's already right down to when I'm grocery shopping, I'm forced to stand 6 feet away. Even in my own condo building, they've got barriers up now and tapes, and anybody who sticks a sticker on a public or a private business's floor designed to stop you from moving, that's fascism. And so I'm unconvinced that this COVID thing is anywhere near the kind of disaster that makes this kind of stuff happen. And it's only going to grow worse until April 30th. And then who knows after that? It is not merely political actions in the narrow sense that are involved. Nearly every side of life, business and art and science and education and religion and recreation and morality are not merely influenced, but directly subjected to the virus regime, to the public health regime. So totalitarianism presupposes the development of modern technology, especially of rapid communication and transportation. Without these latter, no government, no matter what its intentions, would have had at its disposal the physical means for coordinating so intimately so many aspects of life. Without rapid transportation and communication, it was comparatively easy for men to keep many of their activities or even their entire lives out of the reach of the government. This is no longer possible or possible only to a much smaller degree when governments today make deliberate use of the possibilities of modern technology. We're almost done. Totalitarianism is so striking a feature of the present social transition that it seems to many persons to define the character of the transition. They tell us that the issue is totalitarianism versus democracy. This is 1941, remember, a time when actually people were talking about these things, right? Let me just scoot through here. Everyone has such powerful feelings, such acute moral opinions for or against totalitarianism that scientific understanding is gravely hindered. It is legitimate to believe that there is often an element of hypocrisy or illusion in these findings. And we kind of lies, cruelty, terrorism, brutality are, after all, normal, not exceptional ingredients of human history. For the purposes of our analysis, for the clarification of our central problem. So he's saying in 1941, the central problem of the Western world is between totalitarianism and democracy. And now there you go. The managerial society, blah, blah, blah. The Supreme Planning Commission. Yeah. So, I mean, this gets all into, exactly everything that's happening here. There is not going to be a single aspect of the Western world that does not get touched by public health or virus planning. It is all going to be, is all touched already.
Well, let me say, first of all, 2 points on this. In my film, Climate Hustle 2, we have a running theme, a running theme comparing the climate agenda, which is essentially the bureaucratic states agenda, to 1984. And we have liberal use, under fair use, of course, clips of the Edmund O'Brien, I think 1950s version of the George Orwell classic 1984. And it's eerie how many parallels there are to this agenda. The idea that you're always fighting this enemy, that you have to be in wartime. Have we heard, this is the greatest threat? They talk about climate change being the greatest national security threat. We need a climate wartime president. The enemy is essentially unseen, but everyone's got a sacrifice. And there's clips in the movie where they have to turn the lights out at a certain time. They have the movie where they have the kids turning in the adults for, quote, suspicious behavior. So we parallel all of that. And then, of course, we show the modern kids with Greta Thunberg and these whole kids that, we had them testify here on Capitol Hill last September. And they're essentially saying mom and dad trashed the planet, their generation. Thanks, mom and dad, and we have to fix it. It's pitting generations against younger generation against older generation. So the 1984 totalitarian state was strived for in the climate world. Now, I'm going to talk about Václav Klaus in a minute, the former Czech president. But before I get there,
just one second. Let me just. Sure. What was that last point you just made? I got it. So they blame the old people for wrecking the world and their future, yet they are destroying Western civilization to save 85-year-olds with cancer.
Yes, well, now you're getting into the virus. So the thing about the virus is the climate activists, and if you go to Climate Depot, you'll see unbelievable. There is a lust by the climate activists to basically scratching their heads. How in the hell did the public health, pass us by overnight and get everything we wanted times 100? And they're still trying to figure it out. So they're trying to decide. They're taking notes. They're trying to piggyback climate onto it. We now have the United Nations claiming that viruses are going to be worse with global warming because of it. Even though in fact, in my presentations and in my book, I show you that they claim all these different viruses are going to be more because of it, less because of it. All the studies contradict each other. So again, if you're betting on a big Super Bowl or a sporting event, if you bet for both teams to win, you can always claim you were right and you picked the winner. That's what the climate activists are doing. But it's so shocking how fast this is. Think about this. Last fall, the biggest thing was flight shaming. You had Greta Thunberg taking expensive, carbon fiber plastic yachts across the Atlantic, even though the crew had to fly back and forth in airplanes. Hey, the image was great because she was in a yacht, going on the Atlantic and not flying. So you had all the flight shaming going on. And now what's happened? Flights are grounded. Again, climate activists' wildest dreams come true. So they're trying to piggyback on this, and they're going to try to keep people in this wartime state. The scary thing about this virus is we already know from big public health in Washington, D.C., that they're going to talk about multiple layers of clamping down. So that even if they we're going to be on Stockholm syndrome, we're going to be so grateful that our captors, public health and the government and these governors that put us into self-quarantine and shut down all aspects of human society, will be so grateful for any loosening that will just be like, oh my gosh, thank you. And then they're going to tighten down again when they see fit and tighten down 2, 3, 4 times in the future. They're talking about never relinquishing this kind of control. So the question then becomes, Brent, will the public, will the masses, as the bureaucracy likes to refer to people, be willing to accept this kind of government control over a virus into the future?
Yeah,
I can't answer that.
No, it's tough to know because seriously, this is so bad that the kind of pushback has to meet. You have to meet force with equal force in some manner or another.
And you can't really oppose the government, though. What are we going to do? I hear people buying guns. Are we really going to have a shootout between National Guard troops and state police and people barricaded because they want to go out, to the local park? I don't know if that's going to happen, but this is unprecedented territory for the modern era. And people like to point back to, we can't have what happened in 1918. Well, if you look back at 1918, you had overcrowded, troops training in the South or Midwest, going over in trench warfare, fighting in a war without any, in horrible conditions in the trenches. And then they come home and then tenement housings where 3 families are living. You have a rapid spread, poor health care. Even if you look at World War II, I can't remember what percent of the recruits in World War II didn't even pass the physical because they were malnourished. So imagine 30 years before that, you had a generally less healthy population stuffed into in a very record cold winter, if I recall, during the 1918 when they were training the troops, well, it was 1917, probably training troops to go over to fight World War I. So then they were forced into these little tents with heaters. The virus spread. Then they had overcrowded field hospitals. Then they sent the virus over to the trenches. So then it spread. And to think that that is applicable to modern society, we have so many tools. They didn't even have complete quarantines then. They did in certain places and locations with varying degrees of success. But we have a modern society now where we can protect the vulnerable. There's many other options we can take here. But the fact that Anthony Fauci can go on TV and just say, well, a complete clampdown, he's talking as he's an unelected leader who's now in charge of everything, and just at his whim, we can shut down human civilization. This is a scary time we've entered. But to finish on this point, well, go ahead. If you would, I
was just going to say on the precautionary principle. I mean, both Fauci and Dr. Deborah, whatever her last name is, they said both many times. They said, well, in the end, there's just so much we don't know about this virus. And that's exactly why you don't shut down Western civilization. But because they think precautionary principle and public health believes it's their job to prevent disease instead of, managing, instead of dealing with, no government in this world can protect a population from a virus.
Well, it's like the speed limit debates. I remember we had the 55-mile-an-hour speed. If it saves one life, it's worth it. And, you had Wyoming, Montana, all these wide open places. States wanted to be able to set it here in the United States. Well, why not set the speed limit at 15? How many lives would you save? If your only concern is saving human life, let's have a 15-mile-an-hour national speed limit. Now, you're in Canada, so people are probably trying to do conversions here. But this is part of the nonsense. And so people like the CDC right now, the people that Trump has entrusted, they're not looking at the whole picture. They're not experts in the whole picture. They're not looking at the economic side. They're not looking at the mental health side. They're not looking at the physical side of the quarantine. They're not looking at the long-term effects of a prolonged depression where people are going to be losing their homes, and they're not looking at the effect on healthcare, on technological revolution, on people's coverage. I mean, this is just a devastating upending of society for this virus. And again, the climate activists are lusting after how successful this was. Right. But on the same thing, I mentioned 1984. I just want to make sure I mention this. In the film and in my book, I flew to Czech Republic to interview Václav Klaus, the former president of the Czech Republic. He was part of the resistance against the Eastern Bloc communist takeover by the Soviet Union after World War II. He was a leading I always mention that, a member of the academy, and he was essentially banned from teaching because of his heretical views against the communist regime in Czechoslovakia. And we draw the parallels to what's happened to the climate scientists who dissent. They lose their careers, they lose their funding, they lose their stature, they lose professorships, they get fired. It's unbelievable. Well, Václav Klaus actually said the greatest threat we face from individual liberty is what he would call the ambitious environmentalism in the face of the climate movement. Since the fall of the Soviet Union, that's the greatest threat we face. Well, I would add to what Václav Klaus is saying, the greatest threat now we face is the using of viruses now to get our civil liberty, because now that they have this unprecedented steps in place on global level, and there's a few places not experimenting. I believe Sweden and a couple other places are actually going to sort of let the virus spread and see how the economy and people absorb it. But we'll be able to hopefully we'll have some comparisons that we can do test traces. But this is pretty scary. Viral fears is going to be the new catchphrase, because this is not going to go away when anyone in power. And I leave you with this. Here's what I would say. If Hillary Clinton had won and beaten Donald Trump in 2016, and Trump was running again, and this was an election year, and Trump was the nominee, would he accept Hillary Clinton deferring to public health and shutting down the entire United States economy? I don't know. Would Republicans in general accept that? I don't know, because I think this is a weird time where Trump did not want to do this. He ended up reluctantly doing it. And because he did it, all of the commentators and Republicans essentially went along with it. It's also led to unprecedented World War II level debts in the United States. Here's a mockery for you, Brett. Brent, we had a Tea Party election in 2010 based on Obama's $900 billion stimulus, which included all the green stimulus, which led to, all the failures, Solyndra and all the solar failures and all the other things Obama did. It goes to a lot of Democratic donors, and also the Obamacare healthcare plan. But anyway, we had a Tea Party class elected. These were not politicians. They beat establishment Republicans. There was all this fire and verve. But basically, Trump carried that same fervor to election. This vote on the $2 trillion first of three likely stimuluses was only opposed, from what I understand, one congressman who was a Tea Party congressman. Everyone else, including the Tea Party leftovers, all voted for it. So because of this virus, because of the shutdown, because of this now, we have essentially put ourselves in untenable debt for as far as the eye can see. And the congressman's great line was, why don't we just have a 350, I can't remember the number now, whatever bailout, then we could each give each American $1 million. And then we would be able to solve this. So this is what's happened, is it's indebted us now financially, crippled us economically, altered our lives in a way. And, young people now are going to defer to the government. These are people being raised to yes, sir. Oh, the governor said we can't leave our house. My own kids are asking me, Dad, are we allowed to go outside? I mean, these are young kids asking this, but this is the question. Whoever thought we'd live in an age, Brent, where people would ask you, are we allowed to go outside legally? Are we going to be arrested?
So, I've actually I kind of figured something like this was going to happen. You take one look at, certainly since 2014, and just the sheer hysteria coming out of the progressives and growing every day, that there wasn't a single ounce of me that was surprised. Maybe about how soon. I thought it might have happened after Trump got reelected. After Trump got reelected. But nevertheless, though, it's not surprising. When you think about it, this is pure communism. And I think that people here in the West need to start to get reacquainted with what the dangers of communism looks like. It's not just simply owning the tools of production. It's social justice is a communist mantra. That's kind of where it comes from. And it's a Marxist, socialist, Lenin dogma. And the concept of empathy, in which our kids have been taught now for 2 generations, is also rooted in communism. It is a process where you're not allowed to make any distinctions. You're trained to put yourself in somebody else's oppression, because remember, Marxism, socialism, and communism is the oppressor narrative. That's where it comes from. Where does all this oppressor narrative come from? It comes from communism. It's just right there.
Yeah, so yeah, go ahead.
No. You're saving me for my show by interrupting, of course, right?
No, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say Václav Klaus said the exact thing. He actually linked environmentalism and the climate activists with everything he'd been fighting for. He said it's the same message. And I interviewed a Czech member of parliament from the EU who said, this is incredible. As we become free from the shackles of Eastern Bloc communism, we are now having the same forces, or the similar forces, coming now from above, coming from the EU, these dictates on environmental climate mandates. So essentially, Václav Klaus actually says they are masterminding from above. That's what he sees this as. Yeah. And that quote stuck with me, because that's what they're doing. And they don't think free people should be allowed free choices and everything. And that's what this is so great. When you can have a police roadblock, for them, it's so great. Where are you going? We're having reports in England and even in the U.S., people being pulled over, being shown the ID. Are you really going out for something essential? Where are you headed? They're threatening fines in D.C. of $1,500. This is the hallmark of a totalitarian state. I don't care about a virus. I don't care about an emergency or wartime. This is not the America that we want, and this is an America that should be as temporary as possible. I do have a lot of faith and hope in Donald Trump. You want to see, here's a prediction, Brent. President Trump is not going to obviously kowtow to public health for much longer. He can't. He is going to break, because he is not going to allow the economy to continue to tank endlessly the way the public health is never going to loosen the grip. There's going to be a split between public health and Donald Trump.
Yep.
When that happens, they're already talking about Democrat impeachment. That's going to be of Donald Trump a second time for failing to take public health seriously enough, number one. And number two charge is going to be for splitting with public health and trying to reopen the economy. There's no way this relationship between President Trump and big public health is going to end amicably. It's
No,
going to be an ugly divorce.
I agree.
Ugly divorce is coming.
There's plenty. There's plenty. Well, there's plenty of good people in public health. That is no doubt. But we've said since Scott Gottlieb got up there in September of 2018 and announced there's an epidemic of teen vaping and that it posed clear and present danger. So I said it then, I've been saying it till I'm blue in the face, is that those are the terms that public health uses to institute quarantines, to stop people from moving from one place to the next. And then for that to go for 12 months, and then for CDC to use the pretext of what is a tainted product scare to basically run, which was the narrative campaign of COVID. So the entire campaign process and tweaking up the media and every single day, new dramatic announcements of new cases of vaping-related lung illness, new cases of vaping-related deaths, day after day after day after day for 6 months. I'm sorry, but this is the same people, the same organization. They're lying to you like crazy. If you're a vapor and you aren't questioning COVID, shame on you.
Yeah, let's just hope let's hope that this COVID thing is nowhere near as bad as they've claimed, and we start to see the death tolls decline, and we can start lifting. And then once we're through this, this oppressive lockdown, we can actually start debating the merits. And hopefully President Trump and America and a lot of other world leaders will have a different perspective, and we could go forward in a way that makes sense. I mean, you think about it, the bureaucratic state has prevented. In fact, Fauci himself, I remember being at events back in the late 80s, early 90s with the ACT UP AIDS activists would scream, Fauci is a liar, CDC. They were so mad at him for not allowing enough vaccines quicker or treatment for AIDS patients.
That's right.
So he's been at war. In fact, there's an article out about how progressives have had major problems with Fauci's whole career. But I think everyone's falling in line now on the progressive side because they don't like free people being free to do what they do. They think they're harming the environment, they're harming the planet, and the more they can control the free movement of human beings, that's what, this is Václav Klaus's message. This is in their DNA. This is what they want, and they wait for the crisis to come, whether it's climate, whether it's a bad storm, or whether it's a virus, or whether it's teens dying from this vaping illness, and they go and they pounce. And again, there's always kernels of truth in what they're doing.
Sure.
Obviously, the virus is bad. Obviously, the teenagers needed to be warned not to buy these vapes, and especially the black market THC vapes, and teenagers shouldn't be vaping in the first place. But they turn that way beyond anything that's from the original cause, and that's where the crisis mentality comes in. And again, AOC, Ocasio-Cortez, and President Obama all saying they wanted that wartime footing on climate. Well, they got the wartime footing now on the virus, and we see what they're doing with it. And they're not going to give up wartime footing anytime soon. We've already been greatly damaged because the precedent's been set now.
Oh, unbelievably, yeah.
And I loved your point about President Trump, Brent. A president is not essentially a fascist or authoritarian who comes in and starts deregulating. President Trump was like the greatest deregulator. I think he exceeded even Ronald Reagan's 1981, year in terms of deregulation, or at least rivaled it. That's not what dictators and fascists do. It's the other way. So it scares you to think of the next. And by the way, I'll make a prediction. If Andrew Cuomo is not the Democratic nominee, then the Democratic Party has no clue. I can't even believe Joe Biden is still on the ticket at this point.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I like Andrew Cuomo, but he's their media darling, and he would do much better. I just can't imagine Biden is going to be nominated against Trump at this point. So,
and I agree with you on that. I want to make sure that the two things, one, I'm going to make a point, and then we're going to go to a website here that I want to show you. The first one is that progressives desperately seek the moral equivalence of war. They take every issue, no matter how small, medium, or large, right, and they turn it into the moral equivalent of war. And that's why it's all the issues. Well, how could they be so crazy?
Drugs, war on obesity, war on whatever, just fill in the blank. Yeah.
War on plastic straws. Like, how could plastic straws? Yeah, because it's a moral equivalence of war. So the virus presents, obviously, because human beings on this planet, there's only a couple of things that guarantee to kill us: bacteria and virus. I mean, so, virus and disease are politics. It's the oldest politics. Couple of points I'm going to make is crazy because, one of the things is that the very people that say, that blame
Western white civilization for coming in and killing all of the natives with your disease, right? They're so whacked over this disease that the position doesn't seem right to me, right? Like I think that they're going to be okay with a certain amount of disease killing. It's just, when is it going to be the right people? That's my deepest, darkest thing with these people, is that they are fine with people dying. It's just got to be the right people. But wait, it's my show, so I risk getting taken off the air. So this is interesting. This is the American Public Health Association. It's a 150-year-old organization. I think 1880, I think, is when it started. And so this is the professional organization for public health. And, well, what do? Well, I mean, almost the majority of their stuff is all advocacy for non-public health related issues, in my mind. Their thing is for science, for action, and that's the fascist word there, and then for health. Great, they got health at the end. Public health has got health at the end. And then if you go into their facts sheet, so this is their main sheet with all of their facts. Look at that. Look at how many climate change fact sheets they have.
Yes.
So
it's completely co-opted the public health, also psychological health. Interesting, all this stuff about climate change is going to bring you depressed. Climate change is going to cause all sorts of psychiatric disorders. I mean, some of it's just so laughable. Al Gore types all this. Anything they could tie to, because this is all about, we didn't really get into funding on this stuff, but funding is what rules the day. So that, if you're a scientist and you're not hyping global warming in your area, you are just not getting funding, you're not getting attention. It's that whole premise. And now, are you kidding me? Viral research is going to go through the roof. And maybe that's a good thing. I haven't studied it. I don't know how much they get now. But the problem is going to be a race to fear, a race to who can scare you the most, who can get the most dramatic headlines, who the media is going to tout. And the media is only going to be interested in scary scenarios of billions dying from new mutations. That's what's going to get the lion's share of the funding, if you ask me.
Oh, I totally agree. Yeah, I mean, it's corrupted. I mean, the focus that they have, public health has, on activism around climate change is immense. And it's not just climate change. Let me just swing back here. It's not just climate change. If you go to Public Health Canada, it's all diversity, inclusivity, and equity. And so why are our public health organizations, right down to training at the college level, infested with these communist ideas? These are not public health ideas. They are, well, I mean, they definitely are poisonous ideas. And so I wonder, if part of the treatment that's happened here in such a blanket application of lockdown is not done because we have to meet equity guidelines. So they can't be seen, and it's against their religion, right, to treat any one group differently. So if they were to treat, healthier people of the higher class, so forth, in an area where there's not likely going to be any virus, you can't treat them different than the poor people down there because they're on top of each other and you really got to get them to follow. So to get them to follow, everybody has to get locked down. And it's the same thing too. They kick everybody out of school and all this telelearning, 3 or 4 days later, all of a sudden New York Times, oops, nobody can get any grades, because if you grade one person and the other person doesn't have access to the computer, then it's not equitable. So nobody gets grades, and then all the kids are losing 6-7 months of education, but they're still being told again right now, telelearning, they're going to school. But meanwhile, no grades because of equity.
Absolutely. Some of the benefits could be the higher education could take a major hit here, more telecommuting, more, online schools. It's just, this is one of the benefits potentially of the lockdown. Also, hopefully the FDA will start fast tracking drugs much more to the market and, lessening all the barriers that have happened. We're hopefully seeing that, especially with President Trump as president. But ultimately, this is I did some research on the 2013, if you remember, the Boston Marathon bomber. And what happened was, I can't remember the governor's name now at the time, but they were looking for one lone bomber in the entire city of Boston. and they told everyone to shelter in place, and no one could move, and they shut the entire city down while police searched for one gunman. I believe the police didn't even end up finding him. It was a guy who found him hiding somewhere, a private citizen. But the idea that a city like Boston would be shut down because of one lone bomber loose somewhere in the city that no one could move and had to shelter in place. I just said, we deserve totalitarianism. We deserve this. If we are willing to serve our masters without dissent. And no one really complained about it. I remember screaming at the time, I can't believe a city is allowed and able to do that. And I can't believe the population is accepting it. But this is the age in which we live. It's always been that battle. You went through the 1941 excerpt there. The 20th century was the age where we thought we would have learned about, the greatest threat to freedom has been governments. The greatest killer of people has been governments, not viruses, not climate. And the 20th century taught us that. You think that would be our lesson. I don't know that it is. I am just really, I feel like President Trump has been badly misled on this clampdown and to the extent of it. And I'm hoping he recovers. But I'm just not, as seeing what happened to the Tea Party and just, they had success, they got elected, and then they just fizzle out, and, nothing matters from what they voted for, and allowing us, and more stimulus coming. The debt bombs this is causing, there's nothing really good about this, other than it should be a warning never to let it happen again. But the problem is we're already in stage here for second, third, continued government clampdowns as needed now for new mutations of the virus. You'll always have that. So they have an instant crisis anytime they want. Scientist discovers new mutation. We are looking at another lockdown, quarantine. So we had to shut down this travel. And by the way, have you noticed emissions are down? And by the way, the planned recession, folks, a whole group of people your audience probably never even heard of, the degrowth movement. And I've interviewed these guys at UN climate summits, people like Kevin Anderson. They stopped showering in order to fight global warming. They believe in planned recessions to fight global warming. And this has now made the mainstream. The mainstream media is just reporting on this week. And I did a whole report at Climate Depot. I think it's still my headline. But the gist of it is the climate activists and the people who believe in that there's too much economic growth and prosperity want to have planned recessions in order to lower emissions and fight climate change and to help, a more equitable and just Earth, essentially part of social justice. And now they're getting that with this virus. So it's another example of how how this virus has been piggybacking on the efforts of the climate activists.
Yeah, and I mean that's true. And they are going to get their way, I think. And the last thing I want to
Yeah.
Well, let me just point out one thing here too, because it's not just the climate. First thing in my mind that happens with this is the realization that once you create this kind of instability, once you remove people's power, individual sovereignty, then for those that do that, i.e., the power that's operating here. I don't want to just say it's public health, but there's a deep state that's operating here that is at a global level, right? What we have is an opportunity, obviously, for Antifa and for all of the radical groups that, were quite happy to be starting fights and doing what they've been doing forever. And they were just doing it moments ago. So to think that they're not planning right now is crazy. So we've got a herd out there that is just dulled into fear or empathy, or a combination of fear and empathy, and they're focusing all their attention on any people that might be considered a contrarian to part of the narrative. I don't deny the virus. I don't deny anything. I'm just pointing out what's going on. What's going on is opportunism that leads to totalitarianism that's going to lead to many more deaths than what this little measly virus can do, because I understand human history and I know what the human being is capable of. And so once some of the darker forces decide that they're going to destabilize our society even further, that's the real concern. I want to know why no reporter's been asking President Trump what's in his daily security briefing. That's a question that should have been asked every single day since this thing started. No one's talking about what he's seeing in his security briefings. I'd like to know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. And this is, again, they're going to do the impeachment based on President Trump not taking enough action. One of my favorites was Joe Scarborough at MSNBC, who was, who apparently never even mentioned the virus on his show until months later, but he's saying President Trump should have known about it. This is one of those things, reminds me back at 9/11, where you're constantly getting warnings. Like, I love that people send out the tweet, Bill Gates warned of this in 2014. Who couldn't warn of this? They've been warning about this since the Spanish flu in 1918, and long before that, the Middle Ages plague. People have always warned of viruses. This is the kind of like the climate con thing again, where many bad things will happen because of global warming. And then guess what? When something bad happens, we warned you, we predicted it. It's like going to a fortune teller on the boardwalk. You will have many trials and hard times in your life. And then when you have setbacks, that fortune teller was a genius. She predicted it. Who cares? People are actually impressed that Bill Gates predicted a global pandemic years ago. There's always a chance this could happen. It's inevitable that it's going to repeat, and it's going to happen again and again. Some of my favorite are the coronavirus will stick around. It's going to stick around like the cold virus and the flu virus. It's going to become part of all the other viruses humans have to deal with. You can't have a war against a virus in that sense. You're not going to eradicate it. But there's so many other things to think of. And right now, it's this madness that's descended upon Washington and all these governors. I'd like to just see one governor, and maybe your viewers know it, or maybe someone can see it, who's reluctantly imposing this lockdown. I'd love to see someone say, it is so easy to exert power as a member of the government, the executive branch who controls the state police and has all this power and authority and National Guard. I reluctantly do this. I don't like to see government. No one's even done it. They do it with lust in their hearts. They do it with vigor and excitement, and the media loves it. They love to see the governors in action, shutting down their states, threatening the people. How dare you go out here? We had the Louisville mayor in Kentucky, calling people names, bad names that you can't print. Being basically calling them morons and idiots for going out and not obeying the order, and then other people cheering them on, thinking it's great. These are people in power that represent force. Government does one thing very well, force. We shouldn't be cheering on government exercising unbridled force, and that's exactly what the media is doing right now, and what these governors. I'd like to see the reluctant, leader, hesitant to use force. That's what our founding fathers would have liked to see, not what we're seeing now.
Absolutely. Let me we're going to wrap it up here shortly, but I want to make sure that we get a chance to do a couple things. First of all, I got to do a little bit of business here and remind everybody that, of course, we are supported by you, the great viewer, and with millions and millions of people filing for unemployment in the U.S. Well, once you start getting some of that money from the government, send it over to RegWatch's way. That's just really, honestly, because until there's more people like us helping to fight the government, which I guess can only happen with words, because any other way would be just a nightmare, you definitely got to give us a hand, because we're at the bottom of the trough here. So, but we're still doing good. Demand Vape, obviously, is our anchor supporter in the U.S. and right there with us, John Glauser, rock solid. And many of our supporters are still doing what they can to help, and some have had to drop off, and that's just the way it is. So we've been hurt, but we are still here, and we are not going anywhere. So go to support.regulatorwatch.com and kick in a few bucks. Mark, so can you leave the audience with any kind of hope? Because I can't.
No, we're screwed. Gosh, hope. Well, I feel like an idiot, Brent. I used to go, I'm sure my critics will love that, but I used to go around and warn the Green New Deal, the UN Paris Agreement, it's going to cause central planning, it's going to cost the economy, that's going to affect this, it's going to take away your liberties, they want central planning. That all went out the window in about 4 days with the coronavirus. All my warnings at a level that no one agrees. So I'm still adjusting to that. I've been warning everyone about the climate, the climate change con, and how they were using it and had nothing to do with climate, and this was all about centralized planning. And then meanwhile, the virus slips up and basically takes their playbook on steroids. And so to give you hope, I'm hoping, keep in mind, right now the government has everyone on isolation. So it's very easy. It's very hard for the public to start dissenting what's happening here. We're not meeting in town halls. We're not, if you think of all the old movies, people, social movements, social justice even, they all require meetings. Against the old Soviet system, you had the secret meetings. Against the Vichy France during Nazi occupation, you had the secret meetings. No one can even have a secret meeting now. You can't even get together to talk to get your neighbor's opinion of this. We're all just afraid of the virus and hunkering down. So I'm hoping when this clears and people can start like coming out of the post-traumatic stress disorder that we're going to be in as a nation and as a public, that people will start questioning this and saying, wait a minute, viruses are going to be infinite. Mutations are going to be infinite. Fear is going to be infinite. We can't allow this to happen again. That's my hope. But I don't know if it's going to happen. I just see people as growing increasingly like sheep, people not caring about liberty, people choosing security over liberty, and whether we have good Wi-Fi during the lockdown. That seems to be the biggest concern. So I don't know. I'm doing my part by going out every day. I'm going out, leaving the house. I'm running. I'm going to my office. And I look forward to the day that I run into the police roadblock, because it'll be my chance to do my chance of civil disobedience. So
I was thinking the exact same thing yesterday. The exact same thing. I cannot wait for the first time I get stopped and I refuse to clear an area.
Well, we'll be in jail, and that's where they've always wanted us, Brent. The Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Bill Nye, the science guy, UN officials, they've always wanted to jail the dissidents. And talking to Václav Klaus and Czech Republic, there's a long history of jailing dissidents, and that's not going to change because they're getting in the way. And it's funny because the same people that say that climate deniers, in quotes, have gotten in the way. People like Tom Friedman, New York Times, who wrote, the Chinese government is much better on climate. They don't have to, they can just do what's needed to secure the environment without having to worry about any roadblocks. Yeah, one party rule is fantastic. And that's really what they want. They want one party rule. They don't want dissent. And right now, unfortunately, in the United States, President Trump is giving them one party rule as the executive branch is in lockstep with public health. As I say, that public divorce is going to be spectacular and ugly.
It will be.
Happens. And it has to happen. It will happen. You've heard it here. I don't know when. It might be 3 weeks. It might be a month. I'd say within 60 days it'll happen. But I just can't imagine. I can't imagine Anthony Fauci saying, yes, it's okay to open the economy now. They might say, yes, we can slowly, let off the collar. And we're going to, again, Stockholm syndrome, where we end up loving our captors. We're going to be so grateful. We can leave the house up to 50 yards. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Master Fauci. So I actually tweeted out totalitarian in chief Anthony Fauci at one point, just because of the cavalier attitude he had about, we're going to shut down everything and then we'll keep shutting it down. Who is this guy? We didn't elect him to anything. So this is.
Well, you nailed it.
Yeah. Hope, I don't know. The hope is people get pissed off. That's the only hope we have.
That's the hope.
I don't even know. In this day, keep in mind, they're trying to dope us all. Legal marijuana is legal everywhere, but they're trying to ban vaping. And I'm talking about actual marijuana everywhere. The idea of a compliant, subdued public is fantastic for these politicians. It's not an accident that every CBS sitcom promotes, marijuana usually in some way, as in some casual way. This is what it's sort of the public way. They want us a subdued, calm public that's not going to resist. And what a better way than making sure that marijuana dispensaries are available at just about everywhere now.
I totally agree with you. I'm
against decriminalization, legalization. I'm just saying
that's right.
Push. Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
You can be for marijuana, for decriminalization, and everything else.
I've never even tried it. I've never not inhaled. I never even had it. I never tried marijuana. Never interested in it in a moment, ever, not once.
Neither have I. But I live in the province of British Columbia, so there's a contact high just living here. That's for sure. I'm making no comment. But let me just say this. So I've said it on the show many times. Always be suspicious of a government that prefers its citizens to be stoned. If the government prefers that, then
yes, there you go.
Yeah, that's the thing. So, well, look, Mark, we're going to have to get you back on the show at another time because literally we could keep going. But first, let me just thank you for coming and keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you. The books, Politically Incorrect Guide to Climate, Climate Depot, and ClimateHustle2.com. You can watch the trailers. More on that later. We've been delayed to the fall at this point, waiting for all this to clear. Hopefully our masters will allow us to resume normal life at some point. By the way, in Sweden, movie theaters are still open as of tonight.
Unreal. I already know the 60 Minutes piece on that they're going to do. They're going to go over there and they'll do this unique thing that they tried to do, and some people were saved and kind of this, and then they'll rip it apart in the 60 Minutes. I already know. I can already see that 60 Minutes.
We've weaponized a death count. We've weaponized the death. I mean, have we ever done that with the flu? I mean, that's death toll coming up, and there's all kinds of reports coming out that people are not dying of coronavirus. They're dying with it. In other words, if you're a terminally ill patient and you happen to test positive, they're saying you died of it, even if it didn't kill you. There's all kinds of different things like that. They can do all kinds of things that are within the realm that they're counting differently than the flu. These are reports. Peter Hitchens and others have reported on this happening in the UK. I don't have the reports in the United States.
We have it up on RegWatch. We've got a couple of stories curated up there. Actually, early on, there was a study out of Italy that said 99% of all the fatalities all had pre-existing conditions.
They only found like 2 or 3 people that didn't have the pre-existing. But let me read you the words of Al Gore. He was on TV a couple years ago when the latest UN climate report came out. And he actually said, it was to Chris Wallace, of course the latest UN report has torqued up. How else do you get the attention of policymakers? And we have that in our movie. But there's Al Gore basically calling the science of climate change presented by the United Nations as, quote, torqued up in order to get the attention of policymakers. So they're going to use some level of torquing up the stats here to create that fear in order to get the attention of policymakers so they can essentially be important people on some level. Now, I'm not saying they're not concerned about public health, saving lives, and there's a lot of good work that they need to do, and they need to figure this out, everything from what's effective to quarantines to vaccinations to treatments. And I'm not dispelling that. I'm very worried about this virus. I mean, it's a nasty, virulent virus, but to see what it's done to America, they said the cure has been successful, but the patient is dead. That's what I'm worried about. And the patient being freedom, liberty, economy, and an American way of life, and a way of life just that humans deserve, the dignity of being free. This can be abused by governments. If the 20th century has taught us nothing, it is that. And just beware of the government, because they are the greatest killer of mankind in the history of the planet. Essentially, this is the dangerous precedent we've set, and I want to see President Trump recover. President Trump can lead the world against this, the same way he did against the UN Paris Agreement and against climate change. So let's hope that he follows soon.
Well, that's good. So we almost rescued the hope there. So Mark, just stay right on the line here for me when I just close out. And thanks again, terribly much. Thank you very much for coming on. And that is it for this edition of RegWatch. And before you head off, please go to support.regulatorwatch.com. That's support.regulatorwatch.com. Consider making a financial contribution to our coverage. It's easy. Just dig into your wallet and find a few dollars and toss them our way. You'll be happy you did, and so will we. And while online, don't forget to like us on Facebook. And please do follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brent Stafford. Hi, I'm Brent Stanford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. Just over a month ago, it appeared radical environmental activists were close to achieving a long-sought goal: to shut down Canada by strangling the energy and resource sector into oblivion. Across the country, protests erupted and blockades were erected, paralyzing Canada's national transportation system in support of the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs who called for the cancellation of the $6.6 billion Coastal GasLink pipeline project in northern BC. What the protests failed to accomplish in February may be finished by the coronavirus and the unprecedented shutdown of the global economy, made all the worse by a massive drop in the price of oil, which threatens the very existence of Canada's energy sector. And joining us today to talk about that on RegWatch is Chris Sankey, a prominent First Nations leader here in the province of British Columbia and advocate for the energy sector. Chris, thanks for joining us today on RegWatch.
Thanks for having me.
Chris, we were speaking about getting you on the show to talk about the Wet'suwet'en protests, and then COVID hit, and what a disaster, obviously. But before we get into that, the issues and impacts, please fill our audience in a bit on who you are and what you do.
Sure, thank you. Chris Sankey from Lochwilams. I'm part of the Coast Tsimshian Nation of Lochwilams and Metlakatla. I was elected for a number of years, for 6.5. The term was a total 8, but I decided to move on from my elected role and go back into the private sector. Part of my role was to help move economic development projects forward in the energy sector, as well as I was one of the negotiators. There's 4 of us that worked on the file. I helped facilitate the $36 billion LNG opportunity that evidently was canceled, which was P&W. That was it was a big hit to the community. I also was one of 2 that helped negotiate the first ever environmental monitoring agreement for the Coast Tsimshian on our side of Lochwilams. There's 2 of us, so that was between us, the feds, and BC. So it was a quite precedented monitoring agreement. It's still online. Anyone could access it, and hopefully, if anybody wants to access it, they could actually, if they want to improve it, add upon it. Great. I think it was a great model to start. So, but I've been involved in the energy sector for a while now, going on 8 to 10 years. Been around it, most of it on my political life, political career, and now I just I'm focused on the private sector. I have a company called Blackfish Enterprises that can provide strategic advice for the energy sector, Indigenous, and government. As well as I have a heavy civil contracting company where I'm a shareholder with 4 other gentlemen, as well as I'm involved in sustainable development projects such as agriculture and aquaculture.
So let me ask you, Chris, would you characterize First Nations in British Columbia as pro-resources or anti-resources?
Pro. They're pro-development. I think a lot of Canadians got the North and West Coast, they got us wrong. There's a lot of pro-development communities on the North Coast. Even those communities that have opposed resource development, a lot of the times they were misunderstood. I know in speaking to communities, a lot of them felt that they weren't being a part of the opportunity. Or not enough information come forward, so therefore you got a lot of those that protested. But I think one of the things that Canadians need to understand is that out here, a lot of Indigenous people felt they weren't prepared for this, even though many of us that were fully engaged, especially with the Coast Tsimshian of Lochwilams and Metlakatla, you look at Haisla and the communities that were fully engaged with industry, it was right in our territories. And I think what ended up happening was a lot of those communities that weren't within the corridor or close to Tidewater where the negotiations were taking place were opposed to the project because they felt that, one, the GHG emissions would impact development and more ships would pass by their communities. So they felt that they didn't have a say, I guess, if you will. So it was a trying time at the time. I had mentioned to a few people that at that time that when we were negotiating P&W, There was a combined total of about $650 billion of proposed projects alone, just in the Prince Rupert area, which is the Coast-Sipshean territory. And that didn't even include a few of the other projects that were not on the books at the time, and which is now we have Volpac, Alta Gas. It didn't even include some of the local already industry projects that are here, which is the coal, grain, and CCAN container terminal.
Chris, just as we got some of this footage up here, explain to our viewers the feeling that you had and the people in your community about the protests that happened that were shutting down Canada and by echo militants, really, you know, they're very extreme.
Frustration. I think there was a lot of misrepresentation by the NGOs, which was very frustrating because I think the broader sense Canada received, in particular back east, they felt that we were all on the same page. There was a lot of these NGOs that hijacked the narrative for their own personal gain. I've always said I support solidarity. I support that our communities come together to work together, to find common ground, to find common interests, to rid political risk. But we had a number of interest groups outside of Canada that decided to think otherwise. And unfortunately, Canadians went for it and thought that all of us were on the same page in support of these road blockades, in support of their protests to shut down Canada. And that's not true. It's further from the truth.
Yeah, I mean, definitely in our reporting, that was clear that it was a small number. It's hard to even say agitators. When we were going through some of the groups, and some of them were U.S.-based groups, they were seriously calling for pure anarchy. They aren't, messing around, to use a polite term.
Yeah, look, there are so many of us, Indigenous leaders, both elected and business leaders, are very upset by that because it put a black eye on Indigenous communities. It presented to the world that we are against development entirely and that we are part of the push to shut down Canada, and that's not true. What was frustrating in that whole process was that the elected body that signed on to those agreements were unable to tell their story. It wasn't until later on when the protests were coming to an end that the elected body along the corridor, along the route of CGL, were able to tell their story. And even then, I didn't think that they got a fair shot at it. But look, at the end of the day, I've always said that individual First Nation communities, in particular the Wet'suwet'en, they're going to solve this thing on their own. I hope that that's what they're doing. I still know there's opposition there, but I've always stressed that it's extremely important for interest groups to stay away from challenges that we have within our communities and leave our challenges onto our own. I think we're more than capable enough of handling that. We're more than capable enough of handling land disputes. Look, and I believe that the hereditary has a play, but again, it's up to the individual communities to solve that matter on their own.
So let me ask you, right now on the ground in Prince Rupert, which for those who don't know is in fairly northern BC. BC can go up pretty far north. So when you say northern BC, it sometimes can be just like the middle. But I'm actually from Prince George originally, so I do share some of the I share some of the mosquito bites. That's for sure.
A lot colder up there.
That's true. So let me ask you this: what is it like on the ground in your community now that not only has COVID hit, but it locked down?
Quiet. Just like many communities, there's some essential services that are open. Not much. Insurance places are closed. You have to call in to get your insurance online or over the phone, car insurance or house insurance. Some banks are only taking appointments only, so you can't physically go in there due to the social distancing that we all have to abide by, making sure that everybody stays safe. There are some banks that are still allowing people to come in and do some business. But again, it's a six foot distance that you got to stay. But people are out, not in great packs. It's the quietest I've ever seen our community. The port is still operating. There are a number of businesses still operating, but not at full capacity. Unfortunately, a lot of people, I should say, have been laid off, and lots are still threatened to figure out a way to see if they could sustain themselves through this crisis over the next 3 months or so. So it's a lot much like many of the communities, if not all the communities in British Columbia and Canada, that right now it's important for everybody to stay safe and just, don't panic, but stay safe and just try to do your part to make sure that we get through this together and we move forward together and do what we can to beat this virus.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good sentiment, but we've got a bit of a darker view here. Let me ask you, do you think, when you look at the preponderance of evidence that's out there, whether or not A, the world has overreacted, B, Canada has overreacted, C, British Columbia has overreacted?
Oh, man. I want to go back to my conversation I had with some leaders just as this hit, just before you and I had chatted. And we were talking about the roadblocks that had disrupted right across Canada because our companies, our community companies were greatly impacted. The port here was greatly impacted, and unfortunately, workers that were lower parts of the board of the port, which, as you know, is the union, a lot of those workers weren't able to work due to these strikes, with the rail strikes. So, as to quote some of the leaders, without going into too much detail, and these are very influential leaders that I respect, they felt that their lives are being played with.
Being played with?
I think it definitely, I just feel the conversations I've had, and then based on my conversation, in my opinion, this it's unexplainable what we've been feeling. I've always said that I feel like I'm in a fictional movie. I just don't even know how to grasp what's happened to us, but the leaders I spoke to felt that a lot of the stuff leading up to this unfortunate circumstances with the pandemic was greatly organized, and it has been organized for an extremely long time. And you add the pandemic to it, it was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Do you think there was some organization around the pandemic in some way?
I can't comment to that. I don't know. There's a lot of conspiracy theorists out there, and I'm no medical expert. It's here. There are people that have been greatly impacted by it. The loss of life is just it's very sad for the community members that have lost loved ones in this pandemic. I hope that this gets fixed very quickly. People get back to their normal lives and try to move forward in a productive manner. Like I said, I'm no medical expert. It's just a really unfortunate circumstance for Canada that we had to not only deal with the shutdown Canada approach by the NGOs, you add the pandemic to it, and now families are in a lot of pain. The energy sector is a lot of pain. It's not just the energy sector. This is retail, customer service. This is government workers. This is teachers. Everything you name it. Everybody's been impacted by this, and it's unfortunate that the small businesses and even large businesses, I believe there'll be significant amount of business fatalities that are just not going to make it through this pandemic.
Through the aftermath of this, exactly.
Yes.
And then there is too, add on top of it, is that we've got a near collapse, if not collapsing as we speak, world oil market. So a pandemic and a price war have together brought energy markets to a crisis. And this is titled The Oil Collapse. And just for those of you who don't know, which is going to be probably everybody, Daniel Yergin, the author here, is the preeminent historian on the development of the entire oil industry as we know it. Anything that you've ever seen that has been fantastic about the history of oil and the machinations around oil, Daniel has written that. So you can't have somebody else write this of any more stature. The global oil market has never in history collapsed as precipitously as it has right now. The oil and gas industry, which provides almost 60% of the world's energy, is engulfed in a double crisis that would have been dismissed as unthinkable at the start of this year. A price war with producing nations battling for market share has become lodged into the larger crisis of the coronavirus pandemic and what will likely be the worst recession since World War II. The resulting collapse in demand will be bigger than any recorded since oil became a global commodity. Oil prices are already down 2/3 since the beginning of 2020 and still falling. The decline in global consumption in April alone will be 7 times bigger than the biggest quarterly decline following the 2008-9 financial crisis. In the areas that lack access to storage and markets, the price of a barrel of oil could fall to zero.
That's I don't know if people truly understand just how devastating that would be. What you're talking about is a negative price, meaning you got to give it away. You're not making anything on it. The big concern right now is the consumption of oil right now that's being flooded between Russia and Saudi Arabia. There are oil tankers right now sitting at bay because there's no home for it, and these ships are filling up. And so if you are at full capacity and the market can't accommodate the oil because we can't move it, we can't sell it because it's less than coffee, you're going to be at a negative just to move it. And that could be catastrophic for businesses that don't have the balance sheet to survive this. And what that does, though, what people need to understand is the energy industry is the single largest tax contributor to this Canadian economy back to the government. And if our energy sector tanks like this, it'd be devastating. Canada won't be able to keep the lights on. I don't think people truly understand just how important our energy industry is, just how intricate this whole industry is and interconnected the industry is to keep us going as Canadians, from corporations down to mid-size to the small business to the mom and pop shops, tourism, you name it. I don't think people understand just how incredible the impact would be if we got to that point. We need to find a way to solve this matter. I'm hopeful that the United States have that meeting with Saudis and Russia. They're supposed to be meeting to combat this flood of the market campaign between Saudi and Russia, and it's going to be devastating for Canada. I mean, look at our WCS right now. It's unbelievable. I'm very new to the energy industry, but I've never seen anything like this. I've seen unit pricing go down in gas. I've seen price in oil go down. I've never seen it like this before. It's devastating. I feel for the people that have been doing this work for a very long time. You think about the guys and women that work in the energy sector that have done this all their lives. I feel for them. So I feel for everybody. It's going to be impacting everybody.
Yeah. Well, I can imagine. I mean, every Canadian, certainly, and there's no doubt. It just strikes me as just, this is not a conspiracy issue because things happen. Obviously, we're under assault here by an ideology. It's clear, there's a totalitarian thing that's happening. We're under martial law being controlled to the point of, washing your hands. That's quite a bit of control. Overall, it seems that if you were to look at the end game of some of the more radical environmentalists and climate change, advocates, which actually is pretty mainstream actually these days, some of what used to be radical, the world of that they were picturing and painting for us is a world without fossil fuels. And that looks like the world we're going into.
Yeah. Well, if they think that Canada's going to become one big national park, it's just not going to happen. We need the oil and gas sector to survive. We need energy to survive in this country to live. It's very hypocritical of anybody to think that fossil fuels is going out of date today, tomorrow, simply because there's a price war. Look, there's no magic to this. The fact is that there is a price war. And unfortunately, two of the biggest exporters of oil and gas, in particular oil, they're going to look to crush some big corporations out there. They want to be the mecca of all mecca, to make sure that they're the one last man standing until they can figure out what they need to do. It could really hurt Canada. But the saving grace here is the fact that, look, Canada is a strong nation. We have some pretty unbelievable business minds that are out there that are looking out for everybody's interests, even those that are opposed. They don't understand just how many unbelievable business people and government elect are doing their best to make sure that they keep the lights on. This is an unprecedented impact that nobody's ever seen before. You think this is going to be the biggest impact. You know what my biggest worry is? Suicides and social dissidence and disobedience, and you get people that are in desperate times, and they're don't know what's going to happen, and they get worried about putting food on the table for their kids. You don't know what a man or a woman would do when you get desperate. You do, and you make some really stupid decisions, and that's a frightening thought of itself, because nobody wants to starve, and it's just unbelievable. The fact that we shut down within hours. I like to say hours as a metaphor, even though it took a couple of days. But the fact that it went from the rail blocks to this so quickly, I felt that there was not enough due diligence on this pandemic to warrant a complete shutdown within a week. Airlines, transportation, Trans-Canada, vehicles, bus lines, ships, ferries, our tanker ships. It is unbelievable, the precedence that this is the impact globally. And Canada, I've always said, I've always been so frustrated in what is happening to us with these outside influences leading up to this, is that Canada itself should have never been in this position. An example would be if we had even gotten one project out of the gates. I'll use Enbridge, for example. Even I used to be against that project until I started to understand what that actually means. Now, granted, Enbridge could have done things differently. I think they could have improved in a lot of areas. But, for example, if that project had went, we probably wouldn't be in such dire straits as we are right now. The revenues that it would have been able to produce to keep people working, I'm sure there still would have been an impact, but the revenues back into the country in terms of taxation and back into infrastructure, healthcare, education, mental health, senior help, all of those dollars would have been there. So it's just devastating to see what's going on. And I've spoken to a lot of small business owners, and I tell you, the worry is unbelievable. They don't know if they're going to stay afloat in 3 months. That's not just here in Prince Rupert, but that's everywhere. And people that I've talked to, the concern is unbelievable. The people I know are pretty calm individuals, and I'll quote a good friend, business associate of mine, like he just said he was ready to snap. And that mentality is what scares me more than this pandemic. When you stand between a woman and a man's ability to put food on the table for their families, man, I've been there when I lost everything in my first business, and I tell you, it's a horrible feeling. And that's when the economy tanked in 2008. And then you see something like this. The first thing I always think about every day when I get up now is, I got to make sure my kids eat. I got to make sure there's a roof over their heads. I got to make sure there's food in the fridge. The bills are paid. I'm a small business owner myself, and I got to take precautions just like everybody else out there. And I tell you, it's stressful. It's stressful.
Yeah, it certainly is. And it is for everybody. You know who it's not stressful for, though? Those who work in government and deemed essential services. If you're lucky enough to be receiving government money to work, well, you're essential, and that's all good. And that does bother me. It seems that the only people that are not essential in Canada are people who work in the private sector.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. Like, I mean, I'm not a big enough entity to say, okay, I could post funds every year to collect EI. I mean, I haven't been on employment insurance in over 25 years, if not more. I've always worked extremely hard, and And I've felt on tough times, but I've never felt this before. Look, I'm still afloat. I think there's a path forward to all of this. We've had
before I don't want to go down a path forward. We're going to save that for the end to make sure that we try to end on hopeful. So just tuck that away, right? Because we've still got some, drastic, hard things to talk about. And one of those is the federal government. Now, you've worked closely with the federal government in negotiations, First Nations issues, resource issues now for some years. So you've got an idea about how they handle things. And are they handling this response right? And let me caveat that with the point being that government tends to be extremely incompetent. So can they possibly be trusted to manage this amount of money that they're planning on giving out, even effectively? I mean, I don't even think that they're going to be able to effectively give that money out, but I hand it to you.
Look, putting your name on the ballot box to run as a government official is not easy, and no matter what level you're at. You get a significant amount of blowback and pushback no matter what. It doesn't matter what government that's in. You're gonna hear it no matter what. My frustration, as I mentioned in previous videos I made, is that I felt that the government did not act quick enough, just as what happened with the roadblocks. This particular pandemic was known about since November. There's people still coming in and out of the country via airport, international flights, and I felt that there was not enough done. That being said, I'm trying very hard to be optimistic that the federal government will get this money out in a timely manner. I know they made some announcements this morning to help out those that could do direct deposits into their accounts. But I mean, to put this into perspective, if you ever buy a tickets online, say for rugby sevens, and you at any given time in the stadium, you could have about 40,000 people. Well, if you try to get a hold of somebody on the line and to talk about your tickets and your seating, well, good luck. Well, in 1 week, we had almost 1 million people call Revenue Canada to apply for EI benefits. So, and that was just in 1 week. I don't know what the numbers are at now, but they're saying they're trying to get this money into the economy. But I mean, man, there's 36 million people in Canada. I don't know what the number is now for people that are being laid off or jobs that are being lost or businesses that are shutting down. I just don't see how quick they're going to be able to get this money out in a timely manner in order to help save some of those businesses and save people's jobs. And they're wanting to do this subsidy. I know they talked about direct deposit and stuff for small business and people have lost their jobs, but it's like they say, time is money, and in this case, time is everything.
No doubt.
People need to pay their rent. They need to pay their mortgage. They got to put food in the fridge and food in the tummies of their children. I'm hopeful they're going to be able to meet that demand, but I tell you, I just don't see it happening in a timely manner that everybody's expecting this. I think there's a lot of layers that the people within government are trying to get through right now, and they're trying to probably fast track stuff. I've worked with government. I know it does not happen as quick as you want it to be. I just hope that patience for people is a virtue, that the government makes things happen in a timely manner, because I've spoken to a lot of people already, and there's panic already sitting in for a lot of folks, and I'm hopeful that somehow they get through this while they're waiting.
Yeah,
the waiting part is the worst.
The waiting part is the worst. I mean, look, the government has taken over every aspect of our lives. There is not a single aspect of our lives at this moment that is not being regulated by the government. And then as they roll out this money and they roll out their whatever their economic plan is going to be to make this work, they are going to touch every single sector, every business, every worker. How can this possibly be a way to run our economy?
Well, it's not. I mean, I'm a big believer in the private sector. I'm in the private sector. What I've been able to do in the private sector for my family, I've only ever dreamed about. And I always try to dream big in hopes that one day my family will never have to worry again. The private sector is what runs this country. The private sector is what provides jobs. Private sector is what puts mom and dad back to work. Private sector is where the money's come for tuition. The private sector is what is pumped into taxes to help with infrastructure. The fact that we're in this position right now is just unfathomable, but we're here and we need to move forward.
Absolutely. Let me ask you a question. This is it's a serious question. Where does dignity come from?
Personally, you got to have your self-dignity for yourself. And as an Indigenous person that grew up on the reservation, I'll tell you a story about myself because I like to use myself as an example first.
Perfect.
I grew up on income assistance from my parents when they got laid off from the fishing and forest industry. My stepfather was back and forth from fishing and forestry. My mom was a fish plant worker. She worked in the cannery at the time. And then that whole industry took an absolute tumble. And my parents, they were laid off. And I remember going into income assistance lineup with my mom. I was very young. And I didn't really quite understand it then, what she might have felt like, because when I had to leave home at such a young age, I was leaving the reservation and I didn't know what I was going to do. I just knew I wanted to get away from an environment that was extremely toxic. At the time, I was only about 16, 17 when I left home. And I remember walking into an income assistance office, and I swore I would never go there because I saw what my parents went through. But I was young. I didn't know what I was going to do to survive. And it was probably my dignity was stripped. And even then I knew. So then it made me think about how my parents must have felt as adults when your dignity is stripped of your ability to provide for your family.
So is there any, so the government always says, the government always says this, and our prime minister says this routinely over the years when he says that we are going to give dignity to First Nations. We're going to give dignity to the poor. We're going to give dignity. Is dignity something government can give, or is it something, as you said, gets stripped?
No, it's. I mean, look, it's dignity is a person that has values and morals and understanding of what it takes to be independent, to be self-sufficient, to be proud of your proud of your culture, proud of your language, proud of whatever heritage you're from, whether you're Chinese or East Indian or First Nation, white or black. I mean, all those things is what encompasses you as a person. You strip all of that and someone says, I'm going to take care of you now, and I take away your job and I take away your culture. I take away all the things that are meaningful for you to fulfill this joy you want for your family. You take that away. What do you have? You're stripped of your dignity. You're stripped of everything that you felt that was important to you. And there's a lot of scared people out there right now that are trying to be brave through this pandemic. But this is not the answer. It's a temporary, which I'm hoping right now that the government understand this is a temporary fix, short-term fix. But this is by no means going to get us past 3 months of this unfortunate circumstance. Like I said, I know we're going to get there in a moment, but we have to focus on the economy after this. We need to get people back to work. It's not a good situation for a lot of people. And you talk about dignity. Well, talk to any First Nation that lived on the reserve during the years of the residential school. You'd ask them about how they felt when their dignity was stripped.
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of people are feeling it.
It's a fundamental problem we have. There's a whole chunk of our community as a nation who believe that government can bestow dignity onto people. And one of that ways of doing that, the essential way, is by taking care of them. So protecting them, providing safety, providing, job, providing food. I mean, we are talking about here a planned society, and they see a planned society is a way of bestowing dignity on people. To make that plan work, like you said, you need to strip it. And I would dare say that every Canadian right now is in the process of being stripped of their dignity.
Yeah, I mean, what can you look? It's frustrating as heck for everybody to have to go through this. People have to tap into their savings. I mean, even myself, I've had to pull out insurances. I've had to make sure that that anything that was usually an essential bill at the end of the month, I made sure to take care of all those via either deferred payments or insurances that would take care of stuff, because you don't want to drain your cash flow. But it's extremely difficult for so many people. Luckily, we have dual income in our home, and even though I'm a small business owner and I have other entities out there with other business partners, I tell you, you still got to prepare for this stuff, and it's not easy.
So I'm gonna ask a terribly incendiary question, but I have to do it, right? Because for the longest time, of course, with regard to First Nations relationship with Canada, Canada's been seen to be the oppressor and to have done a lot of oppressing. And I'm wondering whether or not if they're trying to turn if they're trying to just apply some of the same methods and kind of sensibilities to the rest of Canada. They're leveling the rest of Canada down to kind of one level.
I don't think. I really hope that no government ever thinks that way, because I tell you, the way we were treated in past tense, was horrible. When I said this before, when you take away your land, your ability to work where you want, when you want, your ability to take care of your family, the ability to speak your language, your ability to just be a man and a provider for your family, you take that away, you're just a shell of a man trying to find identity. It's no different for a woman. Like a woman wants to be able to be there. A mother always wants to be there to comfort their children. And the man still in today's society still feels that responsibility that we have to make sure all the big bills are paid in terms of our mortgage or house, to make sure our kids and family can go on vacations and kids' sports are taken care of. It's extremely frustrating for me to see this, because Brent, that I've talked about the UN, and I've never been a big fan of the UN. Just understanding the history of the UN, how it was started, and this whole one world government thing. I got to tell you, even Indigenous leaders are talking about it. The pro-development, responsible development Indigenous leaders are not liking this. I don't know. Like I said, I feel like this whole thing has been planned for a very long time. It's unfortunate, this whole pandemic thing. I hope I'm putting trust in our medical professionals that this is going to get solved and they're going to find a vaccine. In terms of the economy and our ability as a country to have this many resources, to have this country built on resources, stop like that is just unfathomable what's happened to us.
Yeah. How long do you think you can hold out? How long can this shutdown last before it gets apocalyptic?
I'm hoping that this could be, I hope money and things can start moving within 6 to 8 weeks, because I've heard talks of into the summer or longer, and that I just don't see how much longer it could last. I just don't see it. I wish I had a magic crystal ball of what's happening. I mean, if you take a look at all the energy companies, they've all cut back. Pembina, as you heard, they pulled out of Prince Rupert or deferred their projects, and it's up to $1 billion they've cut in spending. They deferred the expansion project here. They deferred any potential LNG opportunity here. Then you take a look at the big energy companies. Suncor cut their spending by about 26%, and they keep cutting. And how much more can a person take? How much more can a company take? What bothered me about this whole thing about the package and its emergency package is not so much what the intent is. Everyone's going to have their discretion on how that money should be spent. But what bothered me about it is that so many people were attacking the energy industry, yet the government has deemed the energy industry as an essential service, that it's the heartbeat of our country, that it's essential that they stay afloat. So why is it now that you say that the industry itself has been the essential service of this country, the biggest taxpayer ever to pay back into the government for programs and services, it has been so difficult to get anything built in Canada.
Okay.
So how could we say that we're this essential, the energy industry is this essential service, but you put up all of these policies and regulations and this red tape just to get anything built here? I know firsthand when we were negotiating P&W, the frustration that you had to go through from these NGOs and the whole big Green Deal. Every time I thought we were done, one part of the process to get a closer step to FID, a community or an interest group would come in and put in a submission opposing us to get to the next step.
And I've just got up here right beside you here, Chris. Just make sure you take a look here at your screen. This is on regulatorwatch.com, and this is our COVID-19 coverage. And we've got a special section on climate change. So the convergence of what's going on here, because many of the radicals, whether this was planned or not, they know certainly, gosh darn well, that this is the opportunity to implement their exact plan. And so looking at, outbreak reveals radical climate idea of economic degrowth. Some climate-focused economists see the COVID-19 pandemic as an unwitting experiment for a radical strategy to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions. The concept is called degrowth. It involves a planned slowdown of economic sectors that emit large amounts of global carbon dioxide. Those sectors would scale down until the broader economy meets, quote, sustainable emission levels, close quote, advancing long-term health and environmental goals. So stopping the spread of coronavirus is paramount, but climate action must also continue.
Look, I've never been a fan of this radical movement. Do I believe climate change happens? Well, yeah, it's been happening for millions of years since man walked the earth. Before that, I'm no scientist. I'm no climate change expert. I believe there's climate change happening, but to the extent that this radical movement has put it, I'm going to take that with a grain of salt, and that's my personal opinion, just based on not just my personal opinion. Sorry, let me correct that. Based on some of the scientists that I've spoken to, that said, "Look, calm down a bit here. There's no need to panic like this. The sky isn't falling tomorrow. There's ways we could do this." But what I have not seen from the radical movement is the fact that not one of those groups have been able to come forward and give any sort of plan or any sort of opportunity for a transition of jobs. They just think it's okay to say, okay, we got to go green, we got to go to wind farm, we got to go to geothermal. Well, that's all well and good, but I know firsthand that if we get into geothermal, you're not creating very many jobs. You're not creating revenue that gets back into the government's hands in terms of collecting tax back. People need money back into the economy now, and what's going to happen is this green push or the environmental groups think that all of a sudden we could go to green energy like that and it's the be-all end-all. That's not going to happen. The government needs a revenue back source, and the resource sector is the source of revenue that can get back into the government to repay back a lot of this emergency funds they're going to need. As you saw the Prime Minister, which I was very shocked about, that he's thinking about implementing this carbon tax, and he's going to up it 50%. So that tells me doing that they need cash, they need revenue flowing badly. And so to the climate activists out there that think that this country is going to survive on air, well, good luck. Good luck with that. Let me know how you make out, because I'd love to know it too. If you can give me a crystal ball and tell me that this country is going to survive on fairy dust, and hey, let me have some of that dust so I can move on. Because right now, none of those groups have provided this country with any solutions other than going back to media posts, or they go onto social media and they condemn the industry and they provided no solutions. They only talk about it and they don't have any idea how economics work, and they go about their business like as if the energy industry, well, too bad, so sad, let's move on. That's not how it works. Without the energy industry, this country would not stay alive.
So if you follow along in the end game of the ideology that drives this, they're not saying that they aren't going to use fossil fuels. In the end, as long as they control everything, They can hammer down demand. So that's what degrowth is all about. So that's actually, the degrowth plan has nothing to do with solar panels and hydroelectric power or any of the other green energy. It's the opposite, in fact, actually. It's saying, okay, instead of trying to replace fossil fuels with these, inefficient energy sources, which just haven't been working, we're just going to crush demand by crushing consumers and citizens, and then institute degrowth that way. And then that's the way that you can drive down the emissions. And quite frankly, if you've got that kind of control over the economy and the populace, well, you're going to basically take control of the resources. You're going to nationalize the resources. You'll put them to work on behalf of the nation. That's what has always happened in history. I don't see why that we're not witnessing at this moment a true kind of socialist takeover of the entire resource sector, nationalizing it, and they'll still put it to use.
Look, yeah, I mean, you've heard me talk about.
You don't need to answer that. You don't need to answer that.
I do. Like, I always hear this word about universal income and universal housing, and people want to continue to spend taxpayers' dollars, which is evidently all the families we know in this country are going to be paying for something. Well, that's not just sustainable. You need a revenue source to come back to pay for all that. Without the energy sector, I could guarantee you that a big piece of the emergency fund that's going out to Canada right now to keep the very same people alive and thriving in this country is coming from the energy sector's tax dollars. So it's unfathomable to think how people would think that without our energy sector, this country can't survive could survive. I mean, Canada was built on resource development. That's who we are. And there's a lot of opportunity right now in the back end of all this. And I hope people, in particular, Canadians and Indigenous communities alike, could understand that there'll be an influx of cash into the marketplace. And there's an opportunity to build new businesses and move forward and be a player in the energy sector. And then for Indigenous people in communities, or Indigenous or not, unfortunately, I hate to say this, but businesses in the transportation industry, tourism, customer service, a lot of those businesses are going to go out. Unfortunately, they're going to fall to this. So what's going to happen is there's this big push to get people back into those businesses that have failed or businesses that just couldn't survive. And there's going to be this mass hire to get Canada's economic engine rolling again. But again, I keep going back to the one industry that's going to help propel all of that and help our country get out of this current situation, and that's the energy industry. And so there's ways to do this.
Let me ask you take you back to a topic that you had touched, and then once we do that, I think that we can start talking about some of the hope and planning and moving forward. So there's kind of two issues here wrapped up, but it's about this globalist agenda that you had mentioned with the UN, and I mean, how much of a danger is that? And roll in the discussion with the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous Rights, because that seems to be a framework that was, pre-COVID, but kind of designed to kind of handcuff the country in ways in which that, meet the globalist agenda.
Well, UNDRIP has been, as you know, UNDRIP's actually been around since 2007, and I actually know some of the people that actually worked on that to adopt it into the BC legislature. And what it was UNDRIP, obviously, came from the United Nations. United Nations, they actually have offices in BC, and they fund organizations like UBCIC. So they were leading this whole push to bring in UNDRIP. And UNDRIP was the framework to help Indigenous communities and people to get into mainstream economic opportunities, social, language, culture, housing, you name it, was to have an even playing field for Indigenous people to have an opportunity to get involved in the growth of Canada, to what it feels to be meant to be Canadian. But a lot of people, even the people that I'll put together, knew that at first I was extremely against that, because rights and title supersedes that. And so when I asked the question about, well, what is going to change to get informed consent, free, prior, informed consent? Is the policies and laws going to change from UNDRIP? And the answer was no. That it's a framework in working process. It's a work in progress, and it's going to take 10 years or more to implement. So if UNDRIP wasn't going to be the one that changes policies and laws in this country for Indigenous communities, then what was its purpose? And I'm still asked that question about overall, and it was the framework. I get all that to get to shared prosperity. We were doing 80 to 90% of that work already to get free, prior, and informed consent. But what I think Indigenous people, not just Indigenous people, but what I think Canadians misunderstand is that they think UNDRIP is going to be a veto. UNDRIP will not be a veto. Again, it's a framework to help Indigenous communities and their negotiators to have a nation-to-nation relationship, and to have a framework to follow to get to free, prior, informed consent. But that, at the end of the day, what that still doesn't mean is that if you and I disagree at the end, and you say to me, well, I really didn't like that, and you want to take me to court, or I want to take you to court because I felt that you didn't give me a fair process to get to free, prior, informed consent, that doesn't mean that I stop the project. That's not how this works. Free, prior, informed consent is that the industry and government must give Indigenous communities a fair process to the end result. It doesn't mean that at the end, if I don't like you or if I don't agree with you, I just stop a project. That's just not how it works. It means that I or Indigenous communities must have a fair process to an end result. And we could get through that. Look, there's a lot of ways we could get through that. It's just making sure there's Indigenous collusion right from the beginning. As you can see, Indigenous communities have won virtually almost every court case there is in Canada when it comes to rights and title in Section 35. So that supersedes UNDRIP. So again, it was a real tough one for me. It wasn't that I was against UNDRIP. I was trying to understand its intent and purposes, given that we are already doing it. So, I mean, I've had so many discussions on this, and I believe in shared prosperity. I believe that there are communities out there that are not along the corridor that otherwise wouldn't get those opportunities with big business, that are out in the middle of nowhere and wouldn't have had opportunities for revenue, for growth in their community. They should be a part of those opportunities and somehow bring them along. I get all that, but my biggest concern with the UN is, like, you always hear them throwing around this one world government. Well, I don't support that. I just don't support that. And a lot of people are just finding out now what I was talking about, and I send them information. Even Indigenous leaders, very prominent, successful Indigenous leaders, were not even aware of the UN 2030 agenda. Now they're coming into the tables to talk to our communities. Like, for example, the climate change initiative. Well, there's UN scientists coming to the table, and there's now a bit of a pushback from Indigenous leaders saying, wait a second here. The sole purpose of the table for Lac-Aux-Lambs, Metlakatla, and Haisland and Nisga'a is how do we reduce emissions of getting product to tidewater? That's the purpose, and get these projects built. And some of these guys have come in and I think they harp too much on the climate, that they're forgetting the fact that, one, we need jobs to live, and two, the purpose of this was to get these projects built, reduce emissions, create employment, create a revenue source back to the province, back to the federal government, and get people back to work and get these things built. It wasn't there. It's this table. I want to make it clear to everybody, and the table will tell you itself. The purpose is how can we reduce emissions, Canada's emissions, which have been the top in around the world. I think it's 0.1%. But the purpose was how do we reduce emissions while building these projects and get our product out to new market. It's not to stifle them. It's to get them built effectively and with the best, environmental standards in the world is what their intent is.
Do you feel you're squeezed to have to placate some of the climate hysteria?
I'd be lying if I told you no. I feel now There's a lot of buy-in from it, but I also feel it has forced the hand of industry to really think hard about greenhouse gas emissions. But look, I tell everybody all the time that if Canadians only knew just how hard industry is working to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. It's not that they don't know what's going on here. They'll be the first ones to help develop R&D in order for their company to help their company reduce greenhouse gas emissions, or a better way or a better method of transportation. It's not these NGOs or the Green Party, if I may, that's coming up with the R&D. It's the unbelievable minds of the energy industry, the people that have been in this industry that are finding new methods, safe methods to produce oil and gas and transport it safely to tidewater while reducing emissions. It's not the green push that's doing that. It's the incredible women and men that work in our industry every day, the brightest minds in the world. They're the ones that are the innovators to find this. So we got to celebrate those. Look, like I said, I'm.
Well, you can go ahead and start.
supportive.
Hold on for a sec. You can go ahead and start painting a hopeful picture, because we're wrapping up here. So let me ask you, where is there hope? How can anybody even possibly have hope right now?
Well, look, this is a great country, and there's some good people out there, some like-minded business people. I try to absorb everything I listen to, and I believe there's a path forward here where we can have inclusion with Indigenous communities. Now's the time that Indigenous communities have always wanted to get involved in big business. Now's your time. But one of the things that have just came to light and an understanding of what they're trying to look at now, instead of trying to find investment, let's look at tax pools and take from the tax pools. That way we could be reinvesting into capital. Usually there's a tax pool out there that normally goes for about 45 cents on the dollar. I think what I'm finding out now is that businesses are looking and speaking with government by buying at, say, 10 cents on the dollar. So if you're buying, say, $1 million, say you got $1 million in outstanding tax, and if you pay 10 cents on the dollar, well, you got $10 million for reinvestment in capital into the energy industry, into small business. And that way it doesn't put so much pressure on the federal government, doesn't put a lot of pressure onto this, the private sector. And there's some amazing minds out there that are working towards putting that option on the table. There's a path forward here, and now's the time to really come together. And for the businesses that have unfortunately pulled the pin, I still believe that there's an opportunity for businesses to come back right now, to start looking at ways to start the conversations with Indigenous communities and leaders to start developing that relationship now. Do it while things are down. Because right now is now the time that, because everybody's jumping ship. A lot of people are not thinking about a planned recovery. I just saw on the news today on BC that the Horgan government now wants to put a team together to look at a recovery strategy to make sure that BC, should there be a project that's put forth to the BC government, that they're in a position to handle those that opportunity. So what I think we need to do, though, is that Canadians and British Columbians need to understand now that because what we went through with the roadblocks, the protests, this climate change, the regulatory review, the policies that just put so much red tape, we got to be cognizant of the fact that if Canadians want to attract global investment, we got to, I'm not saying make it easy for them, but put out a path that is efficient, that's goal-oriented, that has a step-by-step of how the federal government, the province, First Nation, and industry is going to get through the process to get these projects built in a timely manner and get things rolling and get people back to work. You get revenues back into the country, you get revenues back into the communities, and get people training and employed. Because it's going to be a big push. There's going to be a lot of capital that's going to be coming out in the back end of this, and now's the time for Indigenous leaders to really think long and hard about a good strategy, and to work with the province and to work with the feds to say, look, we got to have a council meeting here, a meeting of business leaders, government elect, private sector, and you take a look and you sit down. This is what we need to do for X company to get through the EA. boom, 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 boom. This is what we got to do to get it efficient. Because right now, history has shown us that because of these regulatory reviews, when you think about Bill C-69, I mean, if I was an investor coming in from outside of Canada and I take a look at what the process the Canadian government wants me to go through, and I look to the south of the border and you take a look what's happening down there, they're going to say, well, why would I go here if they're going to put me through the same sort of process, but just not as stringent and red tape? Well, I'm going to go to good old Uncle Sam and take my investment elsewhere.
Yep.
And so now what's happening is now there's going to be this big push to get Canada's economic engine rolling again. And that's why I'm saying to the Indigenous leaders, now's the time to really put together a good strategy and a good business sense group of people, and in terms of a committee and a strategy session, and saying, okay, look, we know what went wrong last time. We've gone through this before. Lessons learned. Let's go forward. And it's the private sector, business-minded, the groups, the individuals out there that understand this industry that can help not only the Indigenous communities get involved, but help Canada on the path to economic prosperity through the private sector. And it's the energy sector that's going to help us do that.
And Kristen, let me just say that I think my advice for anybody in the private sector, yes, you have to fight for your life economically, but more importantly, you need to fight for your life, for your right to exist as a private business person, because I truly think that is what's under assault here. Chris Sankey, thank you so much for joining us today on RegWatch, and we'll be happy to have you back anytime.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
You bet. Now just hang tight right there. And that is it for this edition of RegWatch. Before you head off, please go over to support.regulatorwatch.com. That's support.regulatorwatch.com, and consider making a financial contribution to our coverage. It's easy. Just dig into your wallet and find a few dollars and toss them our way. You'll be happy you did it, and so will we. And while online, don't forget to like us on Facebook and to please follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brent Stafford. Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. Even before the coronavirus pandemic hit, forcing over 50 million school children in Canada and the US out of class and into lockdown, the strain on North America's education system was already showing. Suffering from the pernicious influence of woke ideology and a relentless assault on individual achievement, many had wondered if the entire system, K-12 through university, was already broken. With the announcement that 48 U.S. states have ordered or recommended schools remain closed this academic year, and with the province of Ontario following suit, what damage is being done to our children's future under the auspices of safety? Well, joining us today to help us answer that question and more is Dr. Duke Pesta, a tenured professor of English at the University of Wisconsin-Oshkosh, academic director of the Freedom Project Academy, and one of America's foremost authorities on the dangers of Common Core. Dr. Pesta, thanks for joining us today on RegWatch.
Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate it.
It's great. It's good to finally meet you. I actually discovered your videos on YouTube back in 2017, and they helped me get my head around some of the issues with regard to what's been happening in education under, shall we say, the progressive influence. Now, Dr. Pesta, you've got a show, the Dr. Pesta, is it the Dr. Duke Pesta Show? Is that what it is?
The Dr. Duke Show.
The Dr. Duke Show. So I've got a little bit of a clip here, so I'm going to use this to kind of introduce you, and then we're going to jump back here in a sec.
Public schools and universities are already considering the cancellation of school for the rest of 2020. We'll explain why that's madness, while still urging you to pull your kids out of public schools once and for all. I'm Dr. Duke, she's Katie, and this is the Dr. Duke Show. Anybody who criticizes big liberal institutions is immediately accused of wanting to see things fail. You know, you're taking advantage of this, you radical right-wingers, you just want which is ironic, right? You think about the degree to which schools and governments have been taking advantage of the corona. Well, look at the new bill that Nancy Pelosi just put forward, $3 trillion. You got the Green New Deal, you're giving all sorts of goodies away to illegal immigrants, so you're doing all sorts of things that have absolutely nothing to do with addressing the people who are suffering. That's taking advantage. Here we are in May, and to try to decide what we're going to do in September is ridiculous. And the people who want to decide now to cancel things are the ones who are taking advantage, right? In Wisconsin, we have Governor Tony Evers. You may remember that in Wisconsin, the stoppage of work, the mandatory quarantine was overthrown by the Wisconsin Supreme Court. So what is Tony Evers doing now? He's trying to go back legislatively and give us 157 days with no school, and then another 200 days. He wants to go basically an entire year. This is what they do. Even when the Supreme Court of the state of Wisconsin steps in and says, you have violated the Constitution of Wisconsin, you have violated the United States Constitution, rather than give it up, he's trying to find legal ways he can extend for almost a year the time that kids will not be in schools.
Almost a year. Wow. What's going on in Wisconsin?
Well, you know, we lost Governor Scott Walker to a very close election. And I actually have said many times, I think one of the reasons Governor Walker lost, and he lost to the Department of Public Instruction guy, the guy in charge of the failed schools of Wisconsin. So what a shame. A lot of us kept trying to get the governor after he passed Act 10, had a real victory over the teachers unions in his second term. He just quit. He wouldn't touch education again. And it's a cruel irony that the person who won the governorship is the guy who brought Common Core into the state. So Evers is a doctrinaire progressive. He's all about power and control. And so being a governor of a state and having a virus, that seems to make him think that he's pretty invincible.
Now, that is a trifecta, isn't it? I'm going to get you to explain for our audience from your professional point of view what progressivism is in a second. Before that, though, it's really important. Your PhD is in Shakespeare and Renaissance literature. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Now, that means you understand the history of the West.
Yeah. Excuse me. My shtick is teaching the classics, right? And you can imagine how hard that's getting. I teach everything from the Bible to C.S. Lewis. I teach the great Christian writers, Dante and Milton, Shakespeare and Spencer. So I feel like I'm a missionary, not a professor. I've said this many times, that you can go into the darkest jungles of Borneo and you'll find a more receptive people waiting to hear your message than on these college campuses. You are really struggling to get any kind of message across.
So explain, and for our viewers, thank you for doing the show today. I understand that you've got a little bit of a scratch. Yeah, I mean, is it COVID?
No, I actually decided after a month of having a bit of a chest cold, I got one of those stupid free exams. I found out today I do not have COVID.
Oh, really? Today? Well, that's good news.
Today?
I don't know. Actually, for me, though, I've been licking doorknobs for the last 2 months, praying that I get it, because for a while there, progressives were threatening that the only way you were going to get out of lockdown is if you already had it. But if you were in lockdown, how did you get it?
Well, licking doorknobs. I mean, why is it when I hear that I think of, how did Kamala Harris get where she is? Bading cha.
Oh, that's a very good way to start the show. Explain for our viewers some background then. So you speak everywhere. You've got your teaching. You've got the Freedom Academy. You've got the stuff on YouTube. Give us the grand story here for us, Dr. Pesta, and
Sure.
no humility. It doesn't work for TV.
Well, I'm a 27-year university professor, so I have been for 27 years fighting these battles. Back in the early 90s when I entered my PhD program, a lot of this stuff was just beginning. A lot of the worst aspects were beginning to be made manifest. So I've seen it all, and I've watched how this has evolved. So that's primarily what I am. I'm a teacher. I'm best in that role. That's the thing that I do better than anything else. And everything else I do, I try to bring that teaching sensibility to bear. Again, sorry for the coughing. But beyond that, I figured out pretty quick that by the time the kids got to me at college, by the time these kids got to me from high school, they were already largely completely sold down the river. They were anti-American, whatever faith they may have been born with, they've rejected it. They become progressive and secular and atheist and angry. They had been trained already by the middle schools and high schools to hate the West and to hate America. And so I figured if I was going to be able to have an impact, I had to get involved with education on lower levels. So we created Freedom Project Academy. I'm the director. It's a complete online homeschool aid for parents. We start in kindergarten, go all the way through high school. We're fully accredited. Our kids are going to college. We're classical education online, and the teachers are live. They come over the screen into your computer in your living room, and your kids have a virtual classroom. They've got classmates all over the country and the world. We've got kids in 14 different countries now. We've been around for about 10 years. And we deliver a classical education based on Judeo-Christian values, no high-stakes testing, no data gathering, no high-pressure career readiness nonsense, just good old-fashioned education that allows them to become what we believe God meant them to be. So, taking a cough again, I'll cough myself out of this, I promise. It's not going to be an hour and a half of this. It'll just let me settle in here.
No worries.
But beyond that, too, we've also got, besides being the director of Freedom Project and a professor, I am also the host of the Dr. Duke Show. You played some clips from it. We're kind of unique. We do 5 shows a week, half-hour shows, and we give you the latest education news from kindergarten, pre-K, all the way to grad school. We just keep you informed. We deliver the news. We explain what's going on. I'm the I'm the professor. Katie, my co-host, interesting story. She is a high school teacher. She was taking some of my classes at the university, and she was one of the few English majors I had, who was as conservative as I was, who was as disgusted by progressivism as I was. And so we got along well, and after she graduated, we brought her on, and she's doing great stuff for us, great little discovery there. And then the other thing that I am is 10 years ago when we created Freedom Project, right? Finding alternative ways for parents to educate kids out of the public school systems. At that time, about 10, 11 years ago, right when we created this, Common Core was chugging down the tracks. The Fed, once Obama took office, the whole thing was scripted. It's funny. Obama took office in January of 2009, and by March of 2009, the entire program of Common Core had secured funding. It was implemented immediately. They had been planning this for a long time. And so I have given about 1,000 talks on Common Core in 48 states. I give talks regularly about FedEd, the rise of Fed, because what's what Common Core was. Forget everything about standards and math and stuff. It's bad math, it's bad standards. But what Common Core did was to finally, for the first time in American history, elevate the control of education away from the states and local communities, and they, by law, fix it at the federal level. And you know what happens, you've seen it in Canada, you know what happens when the feds are in charge of anything like education. It's going to get less effective, more expensive, and highly political. So we've been fighting that battle for 10 years too. So I've done a lot of those things, but in the abstract, I consider myself a teacher, and that's mostly what I do.
So with regard to Common Core, and I'm glad that you mentioned Canada, go ahead and have a drink if you've got something there for your throat. Yeah, perfect. Because you're on pretty much all the time. So I will do the same. Our guests at Vape actually are always pleading for me to go to. All right, so Canadians are not going to know what Common Core is. Our American audience, mostly, I would say, has maybe heard of it, but you won't understand what's wrong with it. Isn't it just some benign good thing that that people like to have? So in Canada, so it's centralized control federally. And so Canada already has that to some degree. Yep. Provincially, our provinces do control the education system, But, the uniformity across the country is pretty strong. There's no doubt. And I just think Canada is just more lefty than we're just.
Well, I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, but in Canada, they're actually telling Catholic schools, Christian schools, that they better not be citing the Bible on sexuality in private schools, which means they're not really private anymore.
Yeah, that's right. There is a whole bunch of state intervention into the private school system, and private schools generally are mostly on the religious side. There's no doubt. So in the U.S., when Common Core came in, what were the top complaints that you all had about it?
Well, it's Common Core didn't materialize out of nothing. It's been going on for really there's a reason the founding fathers of this country made no provision for public education. They did that because they knew they were all privately educated themselves, or they learned in one-room schoolhouses and paid for by local communities who hired teachers. They knew from their own experience with lack of liberty, lack of educational control, that when a federal or a state entity completely controls education, they're going to educate kids not for your benefit, not for freedom or liberty, not for your local religious concerns. They're going to educate your kids for their own benefit. And this is something that's been going on since 1850. It wasn't until 1850, about 80, 70 years after the founding of the country, that we actually had a public school system. And the man who put it together, Horace Mann is his name. There's statues for him in every state in the Union. This guy, he was very clear. He did it not to educate kids, but to separate them from their parents. He did it not to make kids better scholars, but to make them more pliant to the state. In fact, when Horace Mann was putting together his American public school system, he looked for a model. And you know what his model was? He chose the Prussian model of education. Prussia was, of course, a 19th century Germany, segment of Germany, very militaristic. They took their kids away from the parents at very young ages, educated them at the state dime, turned them into warriors for the state. In reality, Prussia was what would become the Hitler Jugend in another couple of generations. That's the system he wanted this system to be. And it's taken a long time to get here, but as so many things in Western life, Canadian and American life, it sure does seem like those radical progressive ideas are starting to roll downhill, right? They've played the long game. They've infiltrated the schools, infiltrated the universities, infiltrated the media, infiltrated Hollywood, the arts. And so now our kids are being sent to public schools, both in America and Canada, and every metric here in the United States shows that over the last 11 years of Common Core, our kids are reading and doing math worse than ever. And they weren't doing it very well 12 years ago. In fact, we're at the bottom, low 20s in the way that we educate our kids in math and reading. And we spend almost more education on kids than almost any country in the world. I mean, the South Koreans, who educate their kids at phenomenal levels, spend about $3,000-$4,000 a year. In this country, it's got to be $18,000 or so that we spend. And so it's not a broken system. Common Core was designed to transform education. No longer, you and I would call it broken, because Common Core demonstrably is not teaching our kids how to read very well. They're keeping our kids illiterate. It's giving our kids horribly low math ability, so much so that they can't even begin college math. It is so poor in terms of its history impact that 89% of American kids know almost no real civics or American history, according to a recent study. And they're just this is the design. If they're not teaching academic excellence, if they're not teaching kids to find their niche, what it is that appeals to them, what are they doing? What they're doing is two things. One, they're using the schools to drive a wedge between the parents and the kids, as Horace Mann wanted. They're appropriating from parents. Give you one example. This radical sexuality education that's all over the Western world, we're teaching 5 and 6 and 7-year-olds that their genitalia doesn't mean they're this or that. I mean, seriously, think about that. You got a 6-year-old kid, 6-year-old. The mind has not developed. They can't even think abstractly. When you tell a 6-year-old, it doesn't matter what's in your diaper, your pants. You are whatever you say you are. There's no possible way children can come to grips with that. You're forcing really dangerous ideas down the throats of kids because you think it's better that they grow up brainwashed and unable to think for themselves than to let them discover these things on their own. And,
do you think the opposition to that is strictly a religious thing, or could secular people be totally disgusted with that too?
I would think so. Look, how long in Western culture, how long have we educated? How many thousands of years have we educated little children without telling them how homosexuality works or how heterosexuality works? That's the word I should have said. How long have we spent? Thousands of years. We never sat down 5, 6, and 7-year-olds and explained to them what heterosexuality is and why they should consider themselves sexual children at those ages. We never taught 5 and 6 and 7-year-olds how to put condoms on bananas because it was age inappropriate. And I'd like to think there are a lot of liberals out there. Look, kids aren't stupid. The elementary schools in both of our countries, the middle schools, are so progressive. Why are you afraid of letting kids get to high school before you spring this on them? Let them decide for themselves. And the answer is because too many of them won't. Too many of them won't go the way they want them to go. And so with Common Core, and I think in your country, it's different names and it's happened in different ways. But what's ultimately taking place is that education is no longer, and here's the thing, and I know you've heard this, education is no longer about excellence because excellence and grades and achievement is not inclusive. I've warned people for a dozen years that notice how quickly no one's talking about diversity anymore. For 10 years, diversity was everything. But guess what? We're diverse. I mean, America, you think about America's immigration history, there's no country, none, in the history of the world that has taken more people from more parts of the world. And yet your kids are being taught, our kids are being taught that we're white supremacist, we're exclusionary, that it's just utter nonsense. We've had high-ranking officials, billionaires of every stripe, gay, straight, you name it. But we're teaching kids we're not. And what we're doing is we're telling these kids, we're giving them a view of history of their country. Diversity has been replaced with inclusion. Think about what inclusion means. That's the new buzzword. Inclusion means if you exclude anybody, you're a villain. And if you're giving these kids A's and those kids C's, well, you're excluding those kids from a certain set of. If we don't let every kid go to college, even if most of them can't do it or don't want to, that's exclusionary. So in the name of inclusion, and I've seen this firsthand, what are universities doing? The middle and high school kids are undereducating their students. Guess what? The university's perspective is good. In the name of inclusion, we'll lower our standards to take those barely literate kids and give them a college education. And inclusion is the liberal buzzword, right? And it's funny, and you know this to be true. The only thing you can exclude from your inclusive worldview is anybody who's not a progressive. Tolerance, unless you disagree with us. Inclusion, unless you happen to be a Christian or you happen to be a conservative. Then you are the enemy of inclusion, and we can with a clean conscience, we can exclude you.
And that is true. And the excluding is happening as we speak, and it can be quite vicious. Let me walk you over to something that we have curated here up on RegWatch. And this is an article that came out just a couple of days after the lockdown. So lockdown hit on March 14th. Really, that's when it impacted for everybody. The 13th was the Friday. How about a Friday of the 13th, like that one, eh? And then the next day was the Saturday, and it was like ghost town, in so many places. And so just a couple of days after that, on March 19th, the Wall Street Journal wrote a great article. At schools closed for coronavirus, online work won't count. Because administrators can't guarantee all students will have access, some schools call online work, quote, enrichment, and not part of the curriculum. So for all the talk of online learning during shutdowns due to the coronavirus pandemic, many U.S. public school students will find that the work they do while at home is actually optional. It won't be graded and it won't count. It's an equity issue. If you can't guarantee all your students have online access, nothing is graded, said Tim Robinson, a spokesman in Seattle Public Schools in Washington, which closed schools and plans to broadcast not for grade educational activities online and by TV. Quote, our goal is to keep the students from going into a summer slide. I mean, really, dear God. So there was like tons of parents. There were secular progressive parents that were all excited about teaching at home and doing that. And then realizing, 10 days in, the nightmare of keeping their kids interested in learning when there's no reward.
And listen to the absurdity of that. Basically what they're saying is an analogy here. Look, 320 million Americans are going to get sick. We can save 290 of them. But to do so means we're not going to save 30 million. Therefore, in the name of inclusion, we have to let them all die. That is literally what they're telling you. We can't give everybody the same education. And by the way, you never will be able to. The seriously misguided thinking of these progressives that every kid is the same kid, that every kid has the same capacity, that every kid wants to learn the same things. What makes us beautiful is our diversity. I stunk at math. I was great in books and reading. That's why I'm a professor of English. I'm not hurting anybody. No math professor's offended that I can't add or subtract. And meanwhile, when I get math kids in my classroom who don't read very well, so what? We're not the same. The thing, and that goes back to Common Core. You know, it's very seldom when progressives actually name their big government takeovers what they are. But in Common Core, they did. Common Core literally means lowest common denominator education. What is the lowest we have to pull down high achieving kids so that all kids will feel included? Note, you're never going to pull, I don't care how much, you could have resurrected Pythagoras from the grave and gave him to me as a math tutor. I wasn't going to get it. I don't think that way. And what they're telling you in Common Core is we can't lift up the low performing kids. You know, everybody's bad at something. Nobody's equally good in everything. So in the name of inclusion and social justice, we have to hold down the high achieving kids. Give you an example, if I may. When I was in third grade, I had a second grade math education, right? I just didn't like it. And you want to know why I didn't like it? Maybe I have the mind to do it, but here's why I didn't like it. I went through all the trouble of math, and it was always a number was the answer. All that work for 3 times pi over 6, right? And it just didn't do anything for me. I admire people who can do it. But to me, reading stories and engaging with ideas, that was a bigger deal. So in third grade, I had a second grade reading math level. But also in third grade, I had an 11th grade reading level. And back then, they let me read 11th grade books. Can you imagine under the new system what they would do? First of all, my second grade education in math in third grade would be ahead of where these kids are now. Now, third graders are learning first grade math. And there's no way on God's green earth they would have let me read any books over my age limit, because that would have been socially unjust. So my one talent would have been stifled. The one thing that I did well would have been artificially tamped down because all the other kids couldn't do it. And that which I failed in was the standard by which kids who could do math had to be held down. That's what we're doing. That's what's common about Common Core.
Right. And I think that all parents would recognize, whether they've got a child who might be gifted, to use probably what is now an inappropriate term. But the fact is that children know when they're being held back. Bright children know when they're being held back. And so the way that you do that is you by creating this, well, for one, you have to obviously teach them to hate themselves, certainly if they're white, you know, and because they're guilty of mass oppression. So and then if you're male, if you're a young male child, you know, you're really getting nailed with that. So you add these layers on, which designed to, you know, certainly if you're bright and stuff, you might not feel like you're being left out or screwed. You might actually feel guilty that you've got some extra capability, because that extra capability is making you stand out, and it's not being rewarded. And in fact, it's being muzzled. So, you know, it really makes you hate yourself. I think there's some real psychological damage going on with kids outside of the sexual stuff and everything else.
And I see it at the universities. These kids come to me, like I said, they hate their country. They don't know any history, but they know we're bad. Give you an example. They don't know, my kids, like 80% of my students don't know that slavery existed in places other than America. I have to tell them. Or 8 out of 10 of my kids, I'm the one who tells them that, you know, and they have it drilled into their heads that that's our shame. Oh, and you know this, only white people can be racist. It doesn't matter how that minority who's screaming how he hates you because of your skin color, who's threatening you, he's not racist because you have power over him, right? The absurdity of this. And notice it's all collective, right? That's the other thing. And I know you're going to ask me at some point to define progressivism, and this is where I would start.
Yeah, well, that's going to be the next question, so let's do it.
Here's what it is. To me, my definition of progressivism starts with this. It is, as the Western world moved away from the idea of God, and Judeo-Christian values, as the Western world over the last 200 years walked away from believing in that, because I'm going to go on record and say this, the single greatest force in the history of the world promoting the individual was the teachings of Jesus Christ. If you go back and read the Gospels, Jesus didn't get thousands of people together and heal them, right? Jesus's ministry of healing was with individuals. And he didn't cater to the rich, the Sietes, detritus, those who were forgotten. He met them where they were. He treated every beggar, every leper. He treated them as human beings, individual. I think the reason the history of the West up until recently has been a history of greater and greater independence, greater and greater liberty, is because of those values. And when we walked away from those values over the last 200 years, what replaces them? Collectivism, right? Utilitarianism. We don't value the Common Core. We don't let Dr. Pesta be good at English because he's good at it and somebody else be good at math because that's unequal. We're going to look at them not as individuals made in the image of God. We're going to look at them as little robotic ciphers that can be programmed, right? Very materialistic. And one of the two things are at the heart of progressivism for me. One, Dostoevsky, the great Russian novelist, said, and I totally agree with this. Dostoevsky, of course, if you aren't familiar with him, wrote Crime and Punishment and The Brothers Karamazov, which I think is the greatest novel ever written. Dostoevsky lived about 50 years before the Soviet Revolution that Bolshevized Russia. He died in 1881. And he constantly warned in his novels, as Russia became more secular, as Russia looked to the secular West and started to get rid of its religious heritage, the secular Russia was moving towards what he actually named communism and socialism. And he said, and I believe this, socialism is first and foremost, it's not an economic theory. First and foremost, Dostoevsky said, socialism is the question of God or no God.
Right.
Because when you disavow God, right, then the value of the individual of necessity resides, right? You get the utilitarian arguments of Jeremy Bentham, right? That if you have to kill 100 people to make 1 million people happy, you got to do it.
Right.
What did Vladimir Lenin say, right? When on his deathbed, when he was asked about having any remorse for the lives he had slaughtered, about 1 million people.
If you want to make an omelet, you got to break a few eggs.
That's right. And compare, if you got to kill 10, if you got to break eggs, if you got to kill people to bring about universal happiness, contrast that again to I'm not even talking about religion right now. Contrast that to the philosophy of Christ, where nobody is expendable. Christ didn't die for the rich. He didn't die for the intellectual. He died theoretically for everyone. And the degree to which that philosophy dominated for a couple thousand years, we weren't perfect, but we kept moving in the right way, right? When the Catholic Church became stale and oppressive, it was reform, right? When the you had movements, right? The founding fathers of our country were deeply, deeply religious men, all of them. My kids come to college and they're convinced that the founding fathers were all atheists, despite God here, creator there, all over the founding pages. They actually read, I'll give them passages from the Constitution and the founding document, where it's talking about a creator and God and liberty that derives not from men, but from the creator. And I'll ask them after they're done reading it. Now, what do you believe the founding fathers believed vis-a-vis religion? Oh, they didn't believe anything, Dr. Pesta. They were all secularists. So for me, progressivism is first, Dostoevsky's right, it's the question of atheism. Again, not religiously. The question of atheism in terms of where do we put our faith? In a world beyond our own or a world of materialism? Right. And secondly, because we've chosen materialism, the commune is better. And it's even in our science fiction. What did Spock say? The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the one.
Star Trek 2. Star Trek 2.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the Vulcans, as we know, were pure logicians. How many books, Brent? How many books have been written in the 20th century by liberals that warn us about a total faith in reason over everything else, right? That would get 1984, right? Yeah. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. These great dystopian books, Brave New World. What's the one thing that even liberal authors warned us about for the last 100 years? Don't believe for 1 minute that human beings are primarily rational creatures. If you do that, you will destroy them. And sure enough, completely ignoring that, that's where we find ourselves. The progressive elite are making a whole lot of omelets, breaking their entire generations of kids are being cracked on Humpty Dumpty's wall to be cooked up in these secular, liberal, atheist, progressive, one-dimensional, monochromatic, one-size-fits-all education camps.
Sure, and let me add that they seem absolutely not even just incapable, but there's a visceral reaction that they have individually and collective as a group, and then of course as an ideology, the dominant hegemonic ideology of the day, to use a Gramsci term, is the fact that they refuse to compare alternatives. So there could be several alternatives for action to take, and rational people, because especially we're looking at mitigating risk. I mean, every decision of any consequence is all about assessing the risk and then judging and comparing the alternatives based on mitigating that risk. And if they're loony on this safety issue, which is, obviously clearly that's why it's not true, because they don't actually compare alternatives towards risk and then use a rational logical brain to then come up with decisions to go forward. They just literally irrationally, through emotion, pick a side or a direction, and the herd, they move and the herd moves with it. And even if they know immediately that they've gone the wrong way, they can't stop. And that's where we're at with COVID.
And I want to say this, if you've got progressive listeners out there, please don't be offended what I'm saying, because it's fair is fair, right? You mentioned Gramsci, right? We've talked about Marx, Dewey, all the great progressives who are pushing socialism. Don't get mad at me for taking my definition of progressivism right back to God or no God, because what was the first law of Marx? There is no God. Religion is the opiate of the people. What did Gramsci do? He saw religion as the great myth that destroys possibility in the here and now. Every one of your progressive heroes who have given us this brave new world started by the God question. I'm just pointing out what the other side says, right? If all of those thinkers who have led to this kind of radical, I would argue quasi-fascist sorts of paradigms, taking little kids away from children like the Prussians did, like the Nazis did, the Soviets did. And that's the thing, right? You couldn't have had communism, socialism, Marxism, Bolshevism. You couldn't have had it before you got rid of God, right? You had, and what happens? When God goes, even if you didn't believe in him, right? The medieval kings and queens, right, who used religion to subject the masses, still on their deathbed had the sacramental rites because they were frightened.
Well, and no one says that the masses don't want some subjecting. I mean, let's just take a look at the masses today. They invite it. So it's not even necessarily a pejorative to say that ideology or religion or some other, meaning-making system. I mean, human beings need to understand, secular people, progressives need to understand that meaning-making systems as strong as religion exist today. And in fact, their meaning-making system is as strong as any religion.
It is utterly cliche to point it out, but with the cult of global warming. I'll use my students. These are 23, 24-year-old kids, juniors and seniors at one of the best university systems in all the country, right? This Wisconsin State system is very highly regarded. And these guys, when you talk to them about this, I ask them about climate change, right? I say to them, okay, can you name a single climate scientist? Not one of them can do it. Seriously, not one. Name a couple of climate articles you've read. They can't do it. I asked them, okay, all right, you're not scientists, most of you. So tell me, why do you think it's happening? Give me an opinion about what's taking place. They really don't know how to answer the question. And so I say to them, look, I'm not saying that global warming doesn't exist. I'm simply saying, how do you know it's true? Well, because the scientists say so. My response is, they say what? Well, Dr. Pester, 98% of scientists believe in global warming. Okay. Well, 98% of science, the vast majority of that 98% aren't climate scientists. Does it really matter what a pharmacist thinks? Does it really matter what a neurosurgeon thinks? But look at your attitude, I say. You've already decided that to be a scientist is like what a priest used to be, right? You hold this key. You're a doctor before your name. You wear a lab coat. I mean, and you have absolute faith in what they tell you. And I point out to them, how many times in your lives has science backtracked on what they said was true? How many times in your life have eggs been good for you and bad for you? How many times has a glass of wine been useful or non-useful? How many times over and over again? And why is it that we don't hold science to the same standard? You expect religious people to make mistakes. Faith is an inaccurate thing. Right. But when science keeps making mistakes, when I was 1970s, when I was in elementary school, that I was actually taught in 1976 in second grade, I was taught that the world was going to freeze, global ice age. That they were wrong. But whenever science makes mistakes, it's always done with the best of intention. So in other words, these kids have been trained to see science as not as a rational and empirical tool that requires veracity and truth and experimentation. They see it as what God used to be. It's religious for them.
Well, and let's be honest. I mean, that comes straight from Marx because, the Marxism is based on science. They redefined the term, or even defined it actually probably in the first place to a large extent. And, the social science, the science of social engineering. That is, so when the left, when the left and progressives talk about science, they're talking about the engineering of a better human being through all the different areas. And so let me add, from the progressive side, it's not just progressivism is very strong. It sits right underneath romanticism. So romanticism is, I would say, the kind of the larger kind of a thing that's operating. And from there, that's straight out of Rousseau. That's a belief, of course, that human beings are born good. So you're born good. You think about that. I mean, that's where the God break happens. Because if you believe that human beings do not have the capability of doing great evil, only if social institutions, faulty social institutions, culture, or ignorance, well, those can make somebody do great evil, but somebody born in nature as a clean canvas is incapable of doing that because that is against, that's the tossing away of the God. Is that not correct?
Yeah, it is. I have to think about the romantics. I think the romantics were actually superseded. I think what you mentioned earlier, that a lot of progressivism is based on emotion, that I think is the residue of romanticism. But I think it's been swallowed up now by this progressive utilitarianism. And I have, that's just my thought about that.
Well, let me just add this one thing, because as a point of theory, as we, because warning to the viewers, I want to get into some of the academic stuff with you. It's like looking at romanticism, though, as German egoism. Then you can
that's better.
Yeah.
Because of course, out of that sprung Wagner.
Right.
Out of that sprung the Prussian. Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And I go a little bit further and say that with regards to the progressives, virtue, right? That's romantic. That it doesn't matter what you do. See, in Christianity, Jesus made it clear: if judge them not by what they say, he said, judge them by what they do. Hypocrites. In postmodernism, in this progressive age we live in, you can be a Hollywood megastar like, who's the guy that won the Oscar for environmentalism? Leo DiCaprio. Remember this? A couple of years ago, Leo DiCaprio gets a special Oscar for environmentalism. Like, what does that have to do with making movies? Nothing, but he got one because Hollywood was virtue signaling. He's this great lover of the planet. So what does he do? He leaves with his trophy, gets into a limousine, which drives him to a private plane. He flies all across the world to France, gets off his private plane, gets on a limousine, drives to his yacht in the Adriatic, and parties. This is, for the progressive, the feeling of virtue is everything. You don't have to do anything. Dostoevsky, who I've raved about already, Dostoevsky said the difference between the progressive and the Christian, rightly understood, again, we're not talking about Christian hypocrites, the world's full of them, but people who take seriously the faith. The difference between the progressive and the Christian is that for the Christian, it's always about what you do, right? How many times did Christ warn, if you're going to do alms and charity, do it when no one's watching it. Don't, because you have your reward. If you get trophies for your activism and everybody feats you, and like Al Gore, you made $1 billion peddling global warming, maybe it's time to consider, Christ said, that you have your reward. The difference with the progressive is the feeling is everything. Political correctness, which, by the way, was coined by Mao, Chairman Mao. That's his word, political correctness. Comes directly from his writings.
Oh, I know that.
He thought it was a good thing, right? That you are a good person, no matter how many you kill, if you believe what the state believes. And that's a huge difference. The one is focused on the individual, the other one's focused on the collective. I can be collectively miserable to people if I have the right idea, versus I, from the philosophy of Christ, I, as a believer, must become the servant of others, not the dominator of others.
So the way we kind of describe things here at RegWatch when we're talking to our regular vaping viewer, to try to explain a little bit about why there's such a ideological reaction to vaping and to the concept of tobacco harm reduction, and that vaping is a safer alternative to smoking, because it really is a public health issue. And public health is a progressive movement. I'll say this over and over and over again. Our viewers are pissed off that we keep talking about progressives, but they don't understand. The progressive movement created public health. Public health is known as the progressive public health movement. They are inseparable. So once you realize that, you have to start picking out, where do they come from? How do they think? What are they doing? And remember, at its base is that you have people that long for careers where they engineer people, where they tell people what to do about some of the most finite little things of their life. And so it takes a certain kind of person to do that.
Well, look at it this way, too. Look at how spectacularly wicked, over the last 150 years, a significant number of radical people who identified as progressives. I'm talking about Woodrow Wilson with his nasty racist regime. I'm talking about Margaret Sanger, the founder of Planned Parenthood, who's on record as having said that she wants abortion available to eliminate black and brown-skinned babies. There's still people, the liberals are still celebrating these people, right? Anybody who ever had a Confederate in his history has to constantly apologize, right? Anybody who is linked 1/60th to a slave owner is still tainted. But Margaret Sanger, who was a flat-out Hitlerian eugenist, not a word. Rachel Carson, who basically used fake data to kill millions of people. The war on DDT, which we now know DDT was relatively harmless. The things that they said DDT was doing, ecosystems were collapsing, eagle species were going out, eggs were not being hatched. It's all BS. But Rachel Carson used the influence of her progressive position, published that book, Silent Spring, and within a few years, everybody had banned DDT. Here's the thing. Western countries could afford more expensive chemicals, which actually killed more native species. But places like Africa couldn't afford it. DDT was cheap. And up until Rachel Carson, levels of malaria in Africa, tropical Africa, were almost completely wiped out, very low. The minute DDT was banned and African nations couldn't afford the bigger chemicals, tens of millions of people died of malaria over the next 30 years. But she's a hero. At the University of Wisconsin, there's an endowed chair in her name. That would be like saying the Joseph Goebbels endowed chair at the University of Wisconsin. You'd never get that, right? Progressives know why they should hate Nazis, right? But what they don't know is how much modern progressives have with the Nazis in common.
Well, and for our vaping audience, they should understand this too, because the public health movement that we know of has direct links right back to the National Socialists. When it comes to the hygiene, when it comes to cancer, when it comes to a complete hate on tobacco, it stems directly from that.
Yeah, I agree. And so again, look, I've already admitted that people who believe in God can be big jerks and that religion has caused a lot of chaos in the world. But I would say with Christianity, for instance, that when people are lying and cheating and stealing and killing, and a lot of Christians have done that, you go back and read the scripture of Christ, you will not find any injunction to that. It is contrary to the faith. But you look at the last 150 years where we've moved away from God, how many National Socialists, how many National Socialism is socialism? My university says, this is one that none of them, 25 years in the classroom, I have never had one kid who can tell me, not one, 27 years actually, what the word Nazi stands for. Not one.
No way.
And when I write on the board, National Socialist German Workers' Party, they disconnect. They've been bred to believe from the time they were little kids that socialism is goodness, equality, and fairness. What do you mean they were socialists? And to this day, I know you got a book there from Jonah Goldberg, Liberal Fascism, where he very deeply documents the history of genocide and eugenics from the progressive left. It's a huge tome of scholarship, historically accurate, and the critics panned it because he was going after liberals. The Nazis were atheists. They were Kabbalists.
And I've got I have a quote sitting here on my screen from Liberal Fascism, so it's waiting here for us right now. So this is Jonah Goldberg and Liberal Fascism, and I've just got, a small quote out of here. America is today in the midst of an obscene moral panic over the role of Christians in public life. There is a profound irony in the fact that such protests issue most loudly from self-professed progressives, when the real progressives were dedicated in the most fundamental way to the Christianization of American life. Progressivism, as the title of Washington Gladden's book suggested, was applied Christianity. The social gospel held that the state was the right arm of God and was the means by which the whole nation and world would be redeemed. But while Christianity was being made into a true state religion, its transcendent and theological elements became corrupted. these two visions, Darwinian organism, I guess I can't say that right, and Christian messianicism. Can you say those two words for me?
Wait, Christian messianic Christianity.
Okay.
And Darwinian organismism.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Jonah. They seem contradictory today because they reside on different sides of the culture war. So they frame this so there's these two sides. There's the Darwinian side and the Christian side. But in the progressive era, these visions complemented each other perfectly. And Wilson, of course, President Wilson, embodied this synthesis. The totalitarian flavor of such a worldview should be obvious. Unlike classical liberalism, which saw the government as a necessary evil or simply a benign but voluntary social contract for free men to enter into willingly, the belief that the entire society was one organic whole left no room for those who didn't want to behave. So that is basically what's happening here. And it's a point that nobody understands, is that progressives started out as Christian, the social gospel.
It wasn't the Civil War. There would have been no Civil War in this country had it not been for the work over 100 years of Christian abolitionists. It was Christian abolitionists who would not let the founders, would not let the country forget what the Constitution actually said about equality and freedom for all. It was when the secularists and the academics were actually trying to defend slavery, to keep the union together. It was the abolitionists who were citing Christian principles. And if it's my contention that the four Gospels and the Old and New Testament, forgetting religion for a second, as cultural shapers, are the documents that most emphasize the individual in the history of the world. I mean, you can go back to the Old Testament. You think about Greek mythology. And in Greek mythology, which was a very secular culture, they believed in their gods, but they were pagan gods. It was the god of the sky and the god of the ocean. In Greek mythology, the gods only cared about if you were already beautiful or strong, if you were already incredibly brave or big or muscular, then the gods would pay attention to you. But if you were nobody, they didn't care. Go back and look at the God of the Old Testament and then look at Christ's ministry. The God of the Old Testament is forever picking out nobodies and making them somebodies. Abraham was a feckless shepherd, right? David was the last son of Jesse, 8 brothers ahead of him, right? The Old Testament and the New Testament keep coming around, culminating in the New Testament on this, don't call it religion, this philosophy of the individual. And if that in religion and theology is what that comes from, I would argue the Constitution of the United States, of all political documents, is the one that most enshrines individual liberty. That's why it's under attack. That's why progressive forces must undercut and remove the Constitution, because they've done a really good job purging the public sphere of anything religious, Christian, or theological. They've done it. Now the only thing that stands between them and dominance is the Constitution. And you see in our country, if you're paying any attention, how the progressives are at every turn trying to hack the legs out from under the Constitution. And why? Because the Constitution tells government we are more important as individuals than they are as a collective government.
And each one of the states that have these, very draconian totalitarian response to COVID, most of them are Democratic, i.e. progressive, and almost all of them are the same states that tried to implement vaping bans back in September of last year. And, obviously vapors, rightly so, got up in arms about that. The very same legislation, public health legislation, that they got their hands into in August and September and October, and all the governors and their lawyers and stuff trying to look to see how they could, grab power. It's obviously in contradiction to the Constitution. 6 months later, they just had all this practice going through that legislation, and they just dropped it on for COVID.
Yeah, and I tell my university kids this. All right, when I was growing up, the Christian right was portrayed as the ones who wanted to ban everything. They want to ban heavy metal music because it's bad. They want to ban long hair in men. Fair enough. But ask yourself, at this point in time in American history, Western history, Canadian history, who's out there now wanting to ban everything? Who wants to stop you from having free speech if your free speech offends somebody? Who is it that wants to make sure nobody owns guns but government? Who wants to ban any kind of recreation that might impact the environment? Down and down and down the list. I can't think, maybe you can help me, I can't think of one thing that conservatives want to ban. Can you? When in the last 10 years has there been a conservative trying to ban something? I can't think of a single example of it.
No, not really. And let's be honest. So, like, if we understand the fact that progressivism, is inherently from the Christian tradition, because that is the case, and there was that split that happened. I would argue that progressivism is a heresy, is a Christian heresy. They're part of the same family. They're like a spurned a brother to the older brother in the family. And it's not like they say God. It's not like they say there is no God in a manner in which that they've got no reaction to. They actually hate God. They hate God. So then they agree then there's a God, and it's a God they hate, not a God they're indifferent to. I mean, that really seems to be the case. When you hear people on television, in podcasts like Joe Rogan and stuff like that, and the way that he describes not only Jesus Christ with contempt, and I'm a cultural Christian from the West. I'm secular to the degree that wasn't born up with any religion, but always been interested in huge respect for real religion. And I look at progressivism, I see a religion, and I see the same religion. I see Christianity. I see people who are Christian, who feel spurned, who feel resentment, who feel anger, who feel hate. And so they want to destroy it. And of course, the Western civilization is built on the Christian motif, the foundational morals and standards. And so they want to destroy it too.
I think you're right, but that leads. I think this goes back to the definition of progressivism that I was laying out. I think you've really summed it up nicely. If you hate God, you're right. Marx didn't just not believe in God. Marx saw God as the enemy, right? And so did Gramsci. It's a funny thing. He doesn't exist, but they all recognize that the idea of God was the problem. And that's what you and I are talking about. I mean, make up your own mind whether God exists, but what we're talking about here is the same thing they were, only I disagree with them. I think the idea of God, whether he exists or not, actually is better for civilization than what we have now. Because again, with the idea of God, as you said, what did we progress to? What did we keep? Explain this to me. I tell this to my students all the time. If America is as bad as you say it is, and your professors say it is, why is it that human rights, civil rights, women's rights, gay rights, why is it that all those things happen in the West first, nowhere else? If we were as corrupt and wicked as you say we are, then why is it that people from countries, black and brown skinned peoples, are dying to get in here? And when they get here, apparently they're facing all this racism. Why would they stay? Why do they stay if it's as bad as they? It's completely divorced from reality. And your point is the one I wanted to hit on, that by hating God, not just ignoring them, we are creating not more atheists. If they were just atheists who didn't believe, maybe we'd have a society moving closer to atheism. Instead, they didn't disbelieve in God, they despised him. And so what have they created, the Marxists and the socialists, the Kabbalists, the Nazis? They created a new paganism, right?
Yes.
It's a new paganism where every individual is a god. He's in his face, right? We're all gods and goddesses. And we have the power to control. And whoever's elected king of us has absolute power over what to do with us. So again, we're not creating more atheists in this so-called rational age. What we are, we're reintroducing paganism as a concept back into culture.
Isn't it in a way a bit Platonic, Plato, in terms of the individual exists, but only as a part of the social organism?
Yes, but I think if you're talking about God, then that it's not true. The bigger picture, I would say, is while it's true that every individual is a part of the human family, but the next step, and Plato took it, by the way, every human and every human system is ultimately the brainchild of the one God. Right. And Plato believed that, right? And so when you severed that, right, you got the organ, and that's what Jonah Goldberg was saying. When you cut off God, right, all you had left was collectivizing. But think about the system here. You've got the individual, you've got the state, and you've got God. When all three of those things meant something, there was a hierarchy, right? You mentioned yourself, you cited the quote, that Christian individuals in the early United States saw government as a way to advance a spiritual message, right? To bring peace and prosperity. So as long as you had the individual, society, and God in his place, you had something above the collective government that we had to heed some rules, some moral codes, some do's and don'ts, right? Look, thou shalt not kill. I don't care if you believe in God or not. A pretty good argument. But now that we don't believe any of that stuff, and we only see the individual and the collective, and we've decided that the collective is everything, the individual cell is nothing. You see what we've done for 150 years? We have eaten up the collective. It's like the Borg in Star Trek: The Next Generation. We have absorbed individuals into ourselves, and the collective gets bigger. There's nothing above the collective. That's why the collective is so murderous, right? The individuals won't go along. The individuals won't happily go along with Mao's Great Leap Forward. Then we kill the individuals, right? And imagine trying to do that with the idea, if your culture takes seriously the idea of God, imagine trying to do that. If there is a God and we're made in his image, just as an idea, let alone a truth, if there is a God and we're made in his image, it's a lot harder to murder that way. You know, you think about the history. I was talking about science a minute ago, and don't get me wrong, I'm not anti-science at all. It's remarkably necessary. We need more scientists. However, we're very quick to blame religion for the bad things religious people do. Fair enough. But why don't we ever hold science, again, accountable for the things that they've done? What's the first thing scientists did when they split an atom? They built a bomb, right?
Right.
How was Hitler able to kill 6 million Jews? Well, we had guns, and then machine guns, and then we had Zyklon B gas, right, from a chemist operation. And so if religious people are bad because things done in the name of religion belong to the religion, then don't we have to say the 150, 180 million dead people in the wake of communist and socialist governments over the last 100 years, is that not also laid possibly at the hands of science as well?
It absolutely is. I mean, science is conducted by human beings, and human beings are flawed with the capacity to do great evil. So, you know, science in the hands of those people, I mean, that's murderous. I mean, that absolutely is the case.
Well, and you live in Canada, and it's coming to us, right? Where the government's forcing doctors who are religious either to quit or to accommodate, right? You will either further euthanasia, you will either participate in abortions if it's asked upon you, or you can't be a doctor. We're not there yet, but I imagine, I said this before the show to you, you guys are just usually about 10 years farther down the progressive road than we are. Everything you're doing, we're moving towards.
Well, that is true. I mean, the transgender, hysteria, whatever you want to call it, delusion, was first here. The thing that strikes me, and when I talk about the transgender issue, as we kind of dance around now some of the issues, is I don't need to make a comment on whether that's right or wrong. I just need to make comments on the fact that it's complete, total indoctrination, right? Not only indoctrination, but what it does is it forces human beings. So let's even take an adult. It forces an adult to fundamentally have to deny reality. You have to actually, in your brain, put a filter there between at the most fundamental level, which is biology, right? And you have to change the way you think and talk about the most elemental thing known to man. And now, if that isn't communism, I don't know what it is. And if that doesn't open up your susceptibility to all the other lies and ways of thinking and force stuff.
And I think that's well said. I'd take it a little bit further. Look, this is America. If you want to dress like a woman, do it. If you want to get your body operated on, tattoo yourself. You want to cut off, do it. You have that freedom. What you shouldn't have the freedom to do is force all of us. We shouldn't then be allowing teenage men who are transitioning their bodies away from masculine. I can't even say it. What are teenage men who are pretending to be women? Their DNA is male. Their biology is male. You can cut, you can add. Male students, male young men with male bodies taking women's places in sports. That's where you draw a line. Why? Because you have the freedom to believe you're that doesn't mean we have to allow you into women's bathrooms, right? The fact that you believe you're transgender, do it. No one is going to persecute you for that, but we are not going to get rid of our pronouns and thee, they, and them everything to accommodate you. I mean, you are free to believe what you want, but you're not free. It's proselytizing, right? I mean, if a religion in Canada was trying to do this, if a religion was trying to force these values on Canadians, right, that because of what we believe, you have to change, you would fight it tooth and nail. But when a population of a group of people from a population, perhaps less than 1% of your entire population, is demanding these radical changes, everybody, because they're progressives, everybody's immediately on board with this. Everybody's willing to deny reality because we don't want to hurt their feelings.
Yeah, denying reality, look at what that gets you, because right now there's, half the population thinks lockdown saves lives, thinks that it's a great thing that we destroyed the economy. And when they go out there and they scurry about in the world and they see the destruction that this decision has done with gutted lives, gutted businesses, shuttered places, destroyed cities, they're going to have in their brain this mechanism that allows them to deny reality. And the same people that told them that they have to deny biology are going to be the same people that are going to be telling them to deny the catastrophe that they see and get ready for the second wave, and another one's coming, and you've got to do it again.
And we went from a situation, and this is totally progressive, right? We went from a situation where we had, because about control, right, and the collective. We went from a system where we had to flatten the curve. We weren't going to get rid of it, but we had to make it livable. Then that went to not until there's a vaccine. And now it's like not until there's a cure. Literally, it is the titanic hubris of the progressive, the movement that doesn't worship God, that hates God, that seeks to become God. We're not letting you go to work. We're not letting you go to the beach. We're not letting your kids go to school until we can guarantee you that no person in all of Canada ever again will ever get this virus, right? With all due respect, only God has that kind of power.
That's true.
The state is trying to accrue it to themselves.
Well, and that makes sense, right? Because they want to replace God with the state, right? And they have it. So let me throw this at you. I've not put this out there yet. You talked early on at the start of our show about hypocrisy that exists inside, the progressive left movement. And you rightly so, there's some hypocrisy that, of course, that's been acknowledged with regards to Christianity over the years. What's funny, though, is that the hypocrisy that usually is associated with religion is one of individual hypocrisy towards the stated morals and standards of behavior socially and that kind of thing, and like charity and sex and
family crusader who's having an affair, right?
Right, exactly.
Yes, like everything else, it tends to be more individually centered. Whereas in progressive circles, the hypocrisy is institutional.
Absolutely, and it's an affront to truth. It's not an individual hypocrisy against not drinking or something like that. So with them, so Cuomo comes out and perfectly says it, and that's, if we can save just one life, all of this is worth it. All of it, meaning that all the pain and anguish that's going to come from the catastrophic, consequences of the coronavirus, response. If we can save one life, it's all worth it. And that's reverberated out to the millions. And that is, part of their, ideological weaponry kit.
But it's dishonest. People like that play to the, notice what they do to get sympathy. They play to the individual, right? If we can just save your grandmother, taking relatively well people, locking them in nursing homes where they all die is going to be okay if we save your mother. Right. Pushing people who have no resources and no food to the limits of alcohol, depression, and suicide, that's okay. If we can save one, you see how ridiculous double talk that is? And Cuomo, you hit Cuomo on the head. So, okay, we've got Mario Cuomo, who presided over the most deaths of almost any city in the world for coronavirus, who is heralded by the American media as the hero of the COVID scheme, right? Of this. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, who basically has had his doctor standing there from the very beginning, doing almost everything they've said, he's the guy who's killing people. Right? Yeah. You see how utterly subjective their outrage is.
So, totally. So, okay, so let me put this to you here then. I'm going to state right now. So let me state on the show right now what's going to happen. I'm going to make a prediction on what's going to happen. And when this does happen, because this will indeed happen, everybody out there that has doubted our assessment of what a progressive is, it should be the start of the red pill, my friends. Because, so we know, Cuomo and the whole mantra that says if we can save one life, then it's all worth it, including the catastrophe of the response. Yet, the other thing is we're all waiting for the vaccine. Since the second this happened, the vaccine is going to save us and allow us to return to a normal life. Now, the thing about a vaccine, and this is what will happen, is when it gets released, there are going to be people who die from the vaccine.
Yep.
That's
And
what
more than-
everyone knows. And how
and
are
more
they
than
going to
one.
justify that?
And more than one.
And
right?
more than one. And so they're going to
We're
have to
gonna-
justify that.
Yep. We're going to force you all to take a vaccine that theoretically could kill you, that may not work, right? Or that may cause side effects. We're going to force you to do that in the name of public health, because if we can save just one life by doing it, it's absolutely outrageous.
Right, right. So, and my argument to progressives, or to, excuse me, my argument to conservatives would be to not, and libertarians, is to not focus too much on that argument, though it's a huge valid. You know, you control what you put in your body. I mean, that's something, right, that you have to have control over. But I want people to, the hypocrisy of them then arguing that, 0.1% of everybody that gets the vaccine will die. So how do they make that argument now? It's a complete 180 to say that.
I think progressives recognize that most of the country, in mine in particular, is more still acclimated to the other system, right? The idea that there is something bigger than materialism, the idea that moral values, as underwritten by scripture, for instance, have a place, that still, what is it, about between 70 and 75% of Americans still identify as Christian. So I think that they talk that way because that progressives have learned long ago that when you're cutting somebody's throat, you're convincing them that they're only doing it to save the rest of the world, right?
Right.
That, like Common Core, right?
Yeah.
We're going to give your kids, it sounds great, we're going to give your kids a common education. No mention that to make it common, we have to lower it for everybody.
Right.
But and you sell it that way. And Andrew Cuomo is shameless. And speaking of Cuomo and Common Core, real quick.
Yeah, no, I was going to switch to Common Core, so continue.
I don't know if you've seen it, but last week in the news, Andrew Cuomo, mayor of New York, governor of New York, and Bill Gates, the technocrat who funded most of Common Core, the guy who helped get it into American schools, the guy with no educational background whatsoever, who was the money behind getting it started. Bill Gates is partnering now with Andrew Cuomo to re-envision New York education in the wake of COVID virus.
So a lot of our viewers have a real hate on for Bill Gates because of the whole vaccine issue. So I mean, you've just come in here and just went crisscross, just intersected something here. Is Bill Gates really the evil devil that he's being made out to be?
He is. If you equate that with a technocrat and when you take a technocrat and you take an ideological progressive and you give him those resources, it's almost inevitable that they're going to go the wrong way. Ronald Reagan said this, and I think he was exactly right. Why is it, if America is so bad, if the West is so bad, with our individual liberties and our freedoms and our Second Amendments, if we're so bad, why is it that we have to keep people out of our countries with guns? And why is it that countries like China and North Korea and the former Soviet Union, they needed guns to keep people in? There is no way around that syllogism. There is no way to square that circle because it's absolutely true. And the more progressive and the more visionary and the more centralized the government, there is no example in the history of the world where that ever turns back the other way. It always moves one way. And that's why I tell my kids, 20th century gave us socialism, Nazism, and communism. And out of that, what still remains is communism, socialism, and progressivism. Progressivism is right now, slightly more benign aspect of those things. But look, they all have the same thing in common. They don't believe in God. They believe that human beings are, like you said, to be shaped, right? We must use technology. We must use our political vision to only allow people to grow and be a certain way. We must make people loyal to the state. We're going to stop you from talking if you say something that hurts somebody's feelings, right? This kind of petty tin pot dictatorship, that's what you're seeing now in America. The new heroes bill, right? Nancy Pelosi just put a $3 trillion bill on the table. How much does she care about the sick and the dying, right? $3 trillion, the vast majority of it has nothing to do with COVID-19. It's funding the Green New Deal. It's huge payouts to illegal immigrants. It's funding the World Health Organization. It's bailing out the Post Service. She's using this and she's beloved for it, right? She's your technocrat with her 2 Sub-Zero freezers full of gourmet ice cream. She's looking down on you, and she's putting this bill together, $3 trillion worth on $3 trillion we've already spent, and almost none of it goes to COVID. And she and her minions see this as the most brilliant thing in the world.
I want to ask you a question here. It's back to education, and it's about Common Core. So Common Core claims to teach critical thinking, yet yields like-minded students without the ability to think critically.
Yeah, critical thinking is one of those buzzwords, like the other ones we've talked about, right? Like, if we could only save one. Critical thinking actually, literally, this is very Soviet. It's not, this is what drives me nuts. It's not like we don't have examples of this. The Soviet Union did it all the time. When idiot Westerners like Bernie Sanders would fly over to Russia, the Soviet Union, on his honeymoon, and he'd be shown around by these Russian diplomats, right? They would take him to these Potemkin villages. Right. And you know what a Potemkin village is.
Explain for our viewer. Explain for our viewer.
A Potemkin village is literally named for what the Soviets used to do. With all the poverty and the suffering and the starvation that was going on in the Soviet Union, when Western useful idiots would go to the Soviet Union, they would show them around very specific areas where in these little small villages, the grocery stores were packed with everything and nobody actually had to really even pay for anything. And all bounty was there. It was all a Potemkin village. It was a complete scam. And people like Sanders, people like Bernie Sanders still believes the truth of that nonsense, despite the obvious historical precedents, the evidence we have of this now. These are true believers. And the entire Soviet machine was, as was the Nazi machine, was created under the premise that if you lie to people convincingly, they will believe anything.
Arguably a vast majority of any population under a dominant hegemonic ideology. So we don't need to actually say progressives. It could be any a group.
And I would argue religious fascism exists too.
Sure.
I mean, there have been times in Christianity's history where it's lapsed into fascism. I'm thinking of the Inquisitions. And we certainly know, I'm in Canada, I don't know if you're going to send a hitman down to get me. And we certainly know that there are major aspects of Islam that are, let's just say, fascist, you censors out there. If you're shooting little girls who try to go to school, if you're telling a young woman that if she talks to a man that's not her husband, you can stone her to death, in the 21st century, if you're justifying, if Osama bin Laden is getting young Islamic men to kill themselves for the faith, but he can't be bothered, he gets shot dead in a cave with all of his American porno on the shelves, then you've got a fascist problem, just like Christianity did 400 years ago, just like many other religions have had, right? And so it's not just a progressive thing, but we don't live in those areas anymore. We live in this one.
True. So let me ask you a question again, back to education. Bit of a wide thing, but also tight. Okay, so the wide thing is just saying history, what happened with teaching history. But let me preface this with really deep, and that I believe that what the left, now the wider than just progressive, but what the left has to do is they have to convince people that there's no such thing as a type of person. Because once you recognize that people have types, then you recognize we're always the same people. Then you have to recognize an external God. Then you have to recognize, there's things and traits that we have that we were born with that are good or bad. And that's just the way they are. So types of people, they have to get rid of types. That's one of the big things. So if you were to teach proper history right back through to the Greeks, and hear the definitions of sophistry and sophits and stuff and realize, oh my God, those are the people that are right here,
False prophets in the Old Testament, right?
Yeah, exactly, right?
We've always known this is nothing new.
That's right, right. So they can't afford for their progressive story and the story that everything's bad and we have to move forward and destroy everything that's here because there's a wasteland back there. They can't allow people to understand that we're just like the same people 100 years ago. We're just like the same people.
Let me give you an example in my classrooms, right? Dead white males. Our kids have been primed to believe that Western authors are only great because they're white. Shakespeare's not a big deal. If he weren't a privileged white male, we wouldn't even be reading him. It's all these white men who are in the canon because they squeezed everybody else out. That's what they think. And so when I give them Shakespeare, most Shakespeare professors, when they teach Shakespeare, they'll teach their kids to read Shakespeare from a feminist perspective. Or we're going to do Marxist readings of Shakespeare today. We're going to look at Shakespeare through environmental issues. So even when you give a good book to a kid in the modern university, you politicize it. I, on the other hand, which makes me so damn controversial at the university, when I give them Shakespeare or Milton or the Bible, my job is to show them what they thought. And when they see what Shakespeare thought, they know that they've been lied to. They know that's the thing.
That's my exact point. God, you went right there. So now I know I've had it because I've not articulated this on our show before. And the fact is that for the books that they can't burn, for the paintings they can't burn, for the history they can't stamp out or erase or denounce, then they have to apply the feminist lens to it. They have to problematize whatever literature is left that they could not destroy, actually destroy. And so then the only way you can look at it that they teach you is through the feminist problem lens.
Well, the better phrase for it is social justice.
True.
What has happened is that social justice configured as not just, somebody once said, what a great historian once said, that the Holy Roman Empire was neither Holy Roman nor an empire. He was right. Social justice is neither social nor is it just. It is using radical progressive politics to destroy tradition, to undercut history, to lie about philosophy. Social justice is antisocial. It's anti-history. It's anti-national memory. It's anti-truth when it comes to dealing with people. Biology, right? The gender question, right? We can't pretend that biology exists. It's antisocial and it's unjust. Because again, you've got primarily white liberals telling all kinds of white kids that they're guilty of things that happened hundreds of years before they were born. Kids who are being told from the moment they set foot on campus that you're toxic if you're a man, that you're white privilege, that you participate in white supremacy by having the advantages you do, that if you're a patriot who loves his country, if you're a religious person who loves his God, you're participating in systems of oppression that destroy other people. Over and above the fact that the historical record shows us that you take all of the evils of Western culture in kind, you take them, and you lay them alongside the virtues which no one ever talks about. By all means, let's teach our kids what's wrong with Christianity, where Christianity has made their mistakes. But how come we're not teaching them about the hospitals, about the educational reform, about the liberties that women won under Christian countries, the fact that, slavery. Let's talk about slavery. My kids know that Americans held slaves. They don't know that the Egyptians died. Try sitting in a multicultural class with kids of different races and tell them this, right? Who is the first great civilization in the world? Built pyramids. Oh, the Egyptians. Oh, yes, exactly. How did the Egyptians build their pyramids? A little silence there. Would it surprise? And then I say, does anybody remember the story of why were the Jews stuck in Israel? What happened with the Exodus? And then one kid will raise his hand. Oh, they were slaves. Right. Who built the pyramids? For 3,000 years, who did the Egyptians use to create their great civilization? Slave labor. And guess what that means, kids? The first great slave-holding nation in the history of the world was African. Let's stop pretending.
You can't pretend Egyptians were white.
Well, exactly. It was African. And so the argument, when you hear these Black Athena people, these racists who want to argue that while white people were picking their noses in caves and hanging from trees, there was this incredible black culture flourishing at the Black Athena movement. Yeah. Fine, you can have that myth, but then acknowledge that you were the first slaveholders. And we can't give them both truths. If we give them both truths, which is to say give them the truth, they won't become progressives. And that's why you can't. That's why all progressive movements, and I insist that socialism and Nazism and Bolshevism and Marxism are unadulteratedly progressive movement.
Oh, I totally agree. We've made that point on the show. Progressivism is the thing progressivism is the interdisciplinary aspect of all of them. It's over top. You are in good company here with that. Let me bring this up because it's tough inside here. So here's the deal. The Old Testament and, the Jewish slavery under Egypt, and then of course the Exodus, you could argue totally that the Old Testament is the first, it's the first monotheist oppression narrative.
Yep.
So Judaism is based on the oppression narrative. and the exploitation narrative, and the oppressed and the exploited were the Jews, who were the the focal point of it. Then you move to the New Testament, and in the New Testament, the Christians are also oppressed. So Christianity, at its heart, is an oppression narrative.
Sure.
To that degree. So is it strange then that to have progressives in the left and everything else, Marx, create an oppression narrative? Aren't they just following along with what Christianity and Judaism had already laid in front of them?
You're right. Progressives see the Christian story as an oppressive one, but it's not a couple hundred years of radical repression of Christians. And they can't see. Notice how little sympathy, little interest the progressive left has for Christians being killed across the globe.
Oh, yeah, they have none. No.
There are more Christians being killed every year than any other religion. There are more Christians who are being killed all throughout Africa, all throughout China, right? All throughout socialist countries. There are more Christians dying every year than anybody else from any other religion. And having said that, you see absolutely no sympathy, none whatsoever. When Christianity, which has been in places like Iraq for 2,000 years, is being forcibly driven out, when the Chinese communists are bulldozing churches and crosses, the progressive left cheers. They see this as visionary. So if you care about oppression, then you should care about all oppression. I do. I don't want to see progressives persecuted. I don't want to see people who just don't believe what I believe persecuted. It's bad for all of us.
Sure.
But the degree to which the progressive requires your suffering, requires others to pay that price so that they don't have to, is frustrating.
I think overall, my point there is more like, see what happens when you create an oppression narrative. If the narrative is about oppression, it turns into victim, I'm a victim, right? And so
victimhood.
And I'm just pointing out the irony that both Judaism and Christianity is based on the oppression narrative, and us conservatives right now are feeling the brunt of the oppression narrative in it as a narrative gone wild, right? And I mean, so
look,
and it's
the founder of Christianity, the man / God, depending upon what you believe, who came to orchestrate the religion, was crucified to a tree because he tried to love people and heal them.
Right.
That's an oppression narrative. But you will never get that out of a liberal who only sees the modern Christian who's against gay marriage, right? That's all they see. They see nothing else about it.
Well, and for them, it's all about these issues. So mindful of time, and I'm so thankful that you're giving us the time. And it's great that your voice has gotten good.
Yeah, I talked myself out of it.
Yeah, that's what you knew you were going to do. So I just want to jump to a real quick quote. It's very quick. And some of our viewers will know this. This is Aristotle in the Rhetoric. Aristotle perceives plainly the degree to which envy is felt only towards those who are themselves our equal, our peers. What is decisive is that we do not ourselves really wish to have what we envy, nor do we hope to acquire it in the course of envy, but would like to see is it destroyed so far as the other person is concerned. The more near we are equal to the man with whom we compare ourselves, the greater is our envy.
Interesting. C.S. Lewis said it a little more concisely. C.S. Lewis said, that man who insists to you that he's as good as you does so because he knows he's not. That man who has to insist upon the fact that he's as good as you does so because he knows he's not.
Yeah. That is definitely a very C.S. Lewis kind of a thing, isn't it?
Yeah, the Screwtape Letters. And don't forget, in the Screwtape Letters, Lewis predicted 1940, he predicted what would happen in American education. He said, the spirit of I'm as good as you will take over in the university. That's what he called it. This is the devil. Screwtape, in case for your listeners, Screwtape Letters is a book written by C.S. Lewis where you've got a senior devil in charge of his nephew. And the senior devil is trying to teach, Screwtape is trying to teach his nephew, Wormwood, the best way to destroy human souls. It's really a fantastic read, how evil works. And in the book, they talk about education, and the devil says, the spirit of I'm as good as you will infect their schools and university. Even kids who can't do work or won't will be given the same grades and will be passed because it would give them a trauma not to. When I'm as good as you has had its way in Western universities, all education will have come to an end.
That's astonishing.
80 years ago.
Yeah, well, and that's the other thing, right? If they actually let people read, in the back, and you actually taught. I mean, for instance, Ludwig von Mises and his book Socialism, written in 1919, published in 1922, and he describes socialists and how socialism works and how people think and everything. I mean, he describes people today, and it's just, if you were to read that, you go, well, wait, now I understand socialism better. A couple of pieces here before I have my last question. One is a Shakespeare question. I remember turning on Curiosity Stream, which was, Netflix obviously is progressive, and this is the science-y documentary kind of version that they released a couple of years ago. And, just for self-punishment, I was on Curiosity Stream, and I went to their historical section, and they had a piece on Shakespeare. And I was struck by how the first 120 seconds was maligning Shakespeare's character. It was insinuating that he didn't even write the stuff. And just over, of course, I could just, the dripping, seeping hate and social justice crap coming through. And I just wonder,
well, that's ironic because we know nothing about his personal life. We have no private conversations. We have no private diaries from him. The only documents we have on Shakespeare are wills and lawsuits. Literally, we know nothing. And that's what drives us nuts. We'd sacrifice everything we do know about Shakespeare, all that legal stuff, for one conversation recorded with somebody else. So this also is a progressive problem, right? So we don't know the first thing about Shakespeare, and they know it. They're judging Shakespeare on the basis of his plays. And in his plays, right, there are kings and queens and there are peasants. Shame, shame, shame. And in his plays, Christian illustrations are everywhere. We've got Shakespeare's Bible. It's completely lined all over the place with passages he took from the Old and New Testament and put it in his plays. And in his plays, he doesn't have any gay marriages, right? In his plays, right, you don't have modern social issues discussed, right? So Shakespeare is being judged totally unfair. He may be the most liberal person who ever wrote a book, but we don't know because we know nothing about his personality. We have no information. They're judging him. And think about how crappy this is if you're an educator. They're judging him on his books. That's like judging Mark Twain because of the character Jim in Huckleberry Finn, right? Twain was fighting against racism, right? And so you got these idiots now who see the N-word, right? Oh, so we got to take that away. And so my favorite story about that is, California, there's a California college that actually forbid the teaching of Mark Twain to freshmen because the N-word was in it. Ralph Ellison, the great African-American novelist who wrote Invisible Man in the 1950s, he said that Mark Twain's Huckleberry Finn was the most moral book on race that anybody had ever written. Nobody did a better job savaging and satirizing the depredations of slavery than Twain. And yet, the modern progressive just sees the N-word. They're doing it now to Kill a Mockingbird. Now, To Kill a Mockingbird is on the wrong side of progressives. That book in the 1960s was a huge boon to the civil rights movement. It was a huge trigger to getting white Hollywood to march with black protesters. Now, because it includes the N-word, it's not fit for human consumption. That's how progressives, they're like termites. They completely undermine the beauty and truth of everything, and it collapses.
The capacity to destroy. It is just, It must destroy.
Like herds of locusts. I mean, just chewing up huge fields full of culture and literature and beauty and poetry, just chomping it up and spitting it out like pulp. It's very frustrating.
Yeah, you know what? I think that, okay, so, damn it, if you'd only talked for another 30 seconds, I might have found it before. Okay, let's, I've got The Socialist Phenomenon here by Igor Shafeevich. Yeah, Shafeevich. This, if anybody's out there, I mean, obviously you can't just go get this. It's going to cost you a few bucks to get it. But it talks about socialism pre-Marx, really, in that sense. It's like looking back through time, a lot of primitive cultures and stuff like that. Looking at our capacity for socialism is something that is wired in us, is the argument that's being made here. And that it always manifests itself in a complete destruction of whatever exists of a society and a structure as the thinking takes hold.
My final word on this would be the reason socialism must lie, must distort, and I'm absolutely pointing out that in civilized Western cultures like America and Canada, socialism is represented expressly through progressivism. They are the same thing.
That's true.
The reason socialism has to lie, has to deny biology, has to deny reality, has to do away with the past, has to stifle our liberties now and override our opinions and our feelings is because it's a chimera. It's not chimera. It's not based on anything. It's a complete, utterly subjective, made-up way of seeing the world that has no analog. You cannot go back in history and find evidence for the way they view people. You said it earlier, right? I asked my kids that question. We started the show with this. I asked my kids at the university, if human beings are inherently good, I said, have you ever met anybody inherently good? And they all say no, right? I said, do you know, I said, if everybody's inherently good, where does all this evil come through? And they say what they've been trained to say, institutions.
Right.
Well, people are good, but the institutions are bad. My response is, well, what are institutions made up of? And they're short-circuited, right?
Sure.
How do people be perfectly good? This is your romantic philosophy here. How are people so perfectly good when you leave them alone, but the minute you institutionalize them, they become wicked? And Marxism and socialism is nothing but institutionalization. It is the premier definition of institutionalization. Socialists want government institutions to be everything. And you can just see the simmering double talk here, right? So from my perspective about the socialist issue, there is nothing in socialism that rings true. It's all hollow. History has disproven it. Philosophy denies it. Human nature refutes it. Theological understanding completely rebuffs it. Personal experience demonstrates that it doesn't work. Yet they cling to their idea because the contrary ideas might just lead them back to God.
In a way, it's a practice of self-misunderstanding.
It's cultured, sophisticated ways of lying to yourself. Yep.
Right.
And so sophisticated up until the point when people disagree with you enough that you kill them.
Yeah. Well, you first got to, yell at them and scream at them,
right.
and then
yell at them, and then beat them, then turn them, and then kill them. That's pretty much how it goes if you're a dissident in a communist country.
Yeah, it's a process of exnomination.
Yes, it is.
So, last question for you then is: in this post-COVID or sliding, continuing COVID kind of a world, what's going to happen with education? We've had this whole homeschooling. I think it's a bit ironic that homeschooling, for the most part, has always been defined as a right-wing evangelical kind of Christian thing.
Yep.
Now you've just had millions of progressives get thrown into homeschooling, and some that kind of, I think a lot that's, clearer about that. So, what are the dangers of that? And what do you see moving down the road here for education? Because a lot of kids are not going to get back until September.
Well, I do think that a potential benefit of the virus, not saying that it was good, but a potential silver lining is that a lot of parents now are realizing two things. One, it's not that hard to teach our kids at home. It's not that difficult. And two, they're recognizing how little those kids know. I mean, now that they're home with these kids every day and they're talking to them about books and they're trying to explain things to them, taking a hand and teaching them, I think many parents have realized, liberal or conservative, have realized, geez, whatever else you want to say about the public schools, they're just not doing a good job giving my kid basic skills. That is obvious, especially if you're teaching them now. So that's why, what are you already seeing? You're seeing a huge concerted effort to snuff out homeschooling, right? There was going to be a homeschool conference at Harvard Law School this June. The entire premise of it was that homeschooling was Christian authoritarianism, and those children must be taken away from the families and homeschool banned. That was going to be the Harvard Law School program. This became so publicized, we did shows on it, that they've canceled the conference. Hopefully they're going to reschedule it next year. So they're already now using and the argument is kids' rights. Parents don't have any rights, the kids do. The lead professor, who says, is a woman by the name of Elizabeth Bartolet, her argument is that it's a fundamental right of every human child to have a government-sponsored public education. And so therefore, parents who want to educate their own kids are violating the civil rights of their children. That's how they're coming after it. They tried to work on the parents. They tried to get parents to stop doing it. Now they're going to say that it's harmful to kids, and because of that, we'll have to ban it. Oh, and you know, who was the first civilization in the last 200 years, the very first one to ban private schools and homeschools?
In the last 200 years?
Hitler.
No.
The Nazis were the first nation, the socialists, to ban all homeschooling. In fact, there is only one law in Germany today that was on the books in the Nazi regime. It is in Germany, if you try to homeschool your kids today, it's a federal offense.
Now, why is it that all the bad ideas seem to be coming out of Germany?
The Germans were, as they often are, they were the loudest and they made the much more noise, right? The Bolsheviks were every bit as vicious as the Nazis, but they were a little more subtle about it, right? They were interested in showing you Potemkin. When the Soviets would show you Potemkin villages, Hitler would show you get concentration camps, right? They were louder and they were taller and blonder and German. That's why. But think about it. 1933 to 1945, 12 years of Nazism. What, 50 million dead? Maybe 30 million dead, 6 million Jews. How many did Stalin kill? About 80 million? And Chairman Mao probably killed over 100 million people. This is not a defense of Nazis. I call them socialists. I don't like socialists.
Yeah, I mean, if you turned on Netflix, say 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I think it's changed a little bit in the last year and a half. But for a good 3-4 years, so in 2015, 16, 17, 18, you're just awash in Nazi documentaries.
It's Trump, right? Trump's a Nazi. That's why it's happening. With the election of Donald Trump, now we're trying to scare everybody with Nazis again. I made the point, and I'm going to make it again, that I'm not meant to be insensitive, but as far as killing goes, the Nazis didn't live long enough to do enough, right? They were pale in comparison to who the Soviets killed. And the communist Chinese have killed and are killing more. The Chinese execute more of their people every year right now than every other nation on earth combined. You've got 1.2 million Uyghur Muslims in concentration camps doing dangerous work, unprotected from the virus. And where is the international outcry? What do you think would happen if Donald Trump had a sweatshop with 30 Muslims making tennis shoes or ties for his boutiques? We would never hear the end of it. Amnesty International will be all over it. But the Chinese can intern 1 million Muslims, and I'm not even hearing the Muslims talking about it. How does that happen?
Yeah, it happens because people have a huge capacity to deny what reality is. You know what? So I've got a video that's not been released yet. It's right on the money on what you just said. It's 5 minutes long. Do we have like another 8 minutes? Can I play this and then catch your reaction and then we'll wrap?
Sure. That's fine.
Okay. Because this is going to be a brand new release. And this is a part of our kind of a monologue or monologue stuff. Let me just make sure I've got the audio there. I do. And let me just make sure that I can get this over here. Okay. So it's not that long. So, and here we go. God help you if you live in a state with a governor or a premier that is dragging this lockdown out. The Democrats are absolutely already running on that Trump completely, totally screwed up the response, the federal response, and people died. That's it. I mean, of course, he's going to be painted as the devil. What the Democrats are going to have to do, and they're already doing, is they're running on pro-lockdown. As this second wave comes in October or November, right before the presidential election, what's going to be the message from the Democrats? They're going to have to run on the virtue of a lockdown. More lockdowns. The presidential election is going to be a referendum on lockdowns. The use of wokeness as a leverage, as a battering ram, David Rubin, as I was saying on Ben Shapiro's show last week, was making an argument that we're heading into a bit of a utopia where people are going to be so preoccupied with dealing with all of the, personal tragedies and challenges around the catastrophe that is the coronavirus, that they're just going to look at the woke stuff and just go, oh, we don't have time for that anymore. And I have to tell you that that is absolutely not going to be the case. Using this as an opportunity to reinvent ourselves is what Mr. Dave Rubin was saying on the Ben Shapiro show. Not a conservative or right point of view, a progressive point of view, if there ever was one. You don't know anything about the progressive left and how they fight if you believe that they're going to back down now. Politically correctness is communism. Wokeness is communism. It is a mechanism to destroy the people who believe that they're victims. The ability to get them out of that victimhood mentality, it's got to be near impossible with the amount of conditioning that they've received and continue to receive, and rewards and encouragements that people receive for being oppressed and the victim. Allow me to say this about communism, folks. I'd like everybody to remember this one thing. Socialism was invented by white people. Marx and Engels are white. Lenin was white, Stalin was white. I mean, the whole ball of wax. This is a white on white thing. This isn't a white invention. This isn't a foreign thing. This came out of the bones of us from Europe, this communist way of thinking. When you look, in the mirror, and if you're white, you're looking at a communist. It's important to know that. It's not some foreign race. It's you. The catastrophe of this lockdown, of this shutdown, is still unknown. So we know this. There are going to be members of the herd that get out in the wild, they get let out in the wild, and they come out with a bit of a dissonance going. They actually kind of see that this has gone too far and are going to see the destruction in their communities, the thing that the left doesn't want you to see or believe in. So what's going to happen is this. Woke is going to be used to smash the people in the herd, the progressives, the progressive lefters that have had a little bit of an awakening, that have said, maybe this is a little bit too much. And they're going to get let out running out into the wild over the next couple of months, coming up to the election, and woke is going to be used to smash them, to get them back into the fold. So if you can throw the race shit at them, you can throw the gender stuff at them, you can throw the transgender stuff at them, the whole kit and caboodle, the ball of wax, keep them so upset and so twisted that they won't have time to deal with the dissonance that's around lockdowns save lives. They can't afford their own people in the herd to be able to come to a conclusion on their own about the devastation of the aftermath of the coronavirus. They can't afford to let people be a free thinking. They need to stop people from making their own conclusions. The horror of what they have done to the world, the horror of what public health officials who made this decision to lock down and then continue the terror. I don't recall casting a ballot for Theresa Tam. Do you? Did anybody cast a ballot in the US for Fauci or Bricks? No. Who elected these public health people to make these decisions? We didn't. The left wants to be in control of absolutely everything in your life. If you haven't figured that out yet, if the lockdown, the shutdown, and the total destruction of your civil liberties has not yet rung into your brain that they want to control everything, well, you're a lost cause, and likely you are the problem. So there you go.
Very nice. A lot of what we said, you've encapsulated it nicely.
Yeah, it's strong stuff. The sauce is not very sweet.
No, and I as somebody who has spent his whole life inside what is supposed to be a higher learning environment, right? In universities where we're supposed to be putting aside differences and exposing kids to a wide range of ideas, I am stunned in the space of 25 years how what used to be tolerance for ideas that differed has now become pure monolithism, right? Everything is one way. You are either on the side of the progressives, you are either politically correct, you are either woke, as you said, or there's no middle ground. And think about this too. There are very few conservatives like me in universities. There's not 1 in 200 like me in universities. I bet it's not even 1 in 500. That means that there are a lot of moderate liberals, way more moderate liberals than there are conservatives, who are also being pushed this way. They're not liberal enough. Most of the people getting excoriated by universities, being mistreated by universities, aren't conservatives. We're not even in there. It's what used to be known as traditional liberals, classic liberals, liberal people who have an open mind. They are being persecuted now. You are either with us or you are against us. That's the progressive line, especially in universities.
Well, it's a bit of a disaster. I mean, is there any hope here for us, or like, I'm going to ask you, is there hope?
It's not going to come from within. Universities are not going to reform themselves. Public schools are not going to fix themselves. Something like this kind of a catastrophe, again, if it drives many parents to realize, A, I can homeschool, and B, my kid's undereducated, maybe something like that, like we said before, might begin to wreak change. I don't know. You're exactly right, though. The progressives will not give up control easily, no matter what pandemic we're suffering.
Well, let me just thank you so much for coming on. My producer just sent me a note and said, please thank him, profusely. And seriously, it's been a great conversation. So thank you so much.
Loved it. And any other time you want to pick it up again, I'm glad to do it. Thanks for the time today.
Awesome. Just hang right there for me. And well, that is it for this edition of RegWatch. Before you head off, please head over to support.regulatorwatch.com. That's support.regulatorwatch.com. And consider making a financial contribution to our coverage. It's easy. Just dig into your wallet and find a few dollars and toss them our way. Yes, we'll take cash if you got COVID, cough on it. I'm all okay with that. And, there you go. And while online, don't forget to like us on Facebook and to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brent Stafford.